Hello, everyone. Matt Cubby Samuelson once again joining me for yet another Riot interview. Pretty exciting here as we got the top 32 with CLoL. A good chance to talk with all of our friends over at Riot in the collegiate space. We had Tizza week 1, week 2. I've got Matt Trinity Nashua, the head of amateur and scholastic adventures over at Riot Games. And Matt, how you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, hey, we appreciate you joining us to share some of your thoughts on what it's like kind of behind the scenes at Riot, talking about especially the collegiate scene, as we do have the top 32, now the top 16 heading into week 2. And I just kind of wanted to start off with actually not as much that, but yet kind of talking about how you got in your role individually. And I know from talking with you, you actually started out on the team side of things. Can you kind of talk about how you ended up getting into the esports space as a whole at first?
Yeah, it's a good question, and one that I know a lot of people are kind of interested in because they want to figure out, hey, how do I also get into esports?
Yeah.
I'll say like not everybody's journey is definitely the same, but for me, I really looked at my skill set that I had outside of esport, and I looked to see, hey, what positions are out there, and how can I utilize my skill set that I have to kind of help complement an organization. So for me, it was with CLG at the time. They were hiring what was a director of esports. They were really looking for somebody that understood team building, understood and had experience in collegiate or professional athletics, and also too could really manage people. So my background is actually in clinical psychology as well as traditional sports. So I was a therapist for 6 years, was doing therapy, and then also too I was a co-commissioner of a collegiate league that kind of resembles a lot of our CLoL league, which has been pretty awesome to kind of come back to college and to really help work with all these players. So yeah, at the time they were just looking for someone with that skill set. Apparently, I fit the bill, and I had an awesome 4.5 years at CLG. But excited to be over here at Riot, working with you all.
Yeah, that's quite the experience to start off, working for one of the orgs, one of the franchise orgs too in LCS. One of the most long-standing orgs we've had in League of Legends throughout North American history as well. Not too bad to start off. So for you going from that, what ended up kind of moving you into Riot Games in the position that you have now? Is that a choice where it was like, hey, this seems like a good next step for me? Or like what was the process that went into your decision making in terms of kind of swapping over to the game dev?
Yeah. So obviously not a decision you just make overnight. A lot of conversations, with my family, people around me as well. And so, it really came down to, like you said, next best step for me, made a lot of sense for me, personally as a career choice, but also to more in terms of like just who I am. Like I really wanted to get back to working with aspiring players, college players specifically, and really, help establish the system that's currently in place and continue to evolve it. And then furthermore, really wanted to really focus on a particular project at CLG. Great experience, wouldn't change it for the world. But I was pretty spread thin across multiple titles, multiple projects, a variety of different things. And so taking this position right, it allows for me to really focus my attention solely into one thing, which is really exciting. And like I said, really want to give back to these aspiring players and have greater impact. In this role, obviously putting the system together, you impact more players than you do at the organization level. So
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of went into it, but really excited to be here and taking this on.
Yeah, I just keep on thinking. You said being spread thin at CLG. I was like being spread thin in esports. That's a pretty iconic duo right there. As
Yeah,
yeah, pretty
definitely.
common. Yeah, it's kind of what happens when you get a space where it feels very startup-y with all these orgs kind of trying to come in and kind of make their mark. But yeah, so moving over to the game dev, obviously you end up landing in the head of amateur and scholastic. So really focused on player development. So kind of now diving more into that. I know you said a specific project. One thing that's for sure, at least for the fans looking at amateur and scholastic, it looks a lot different this year with the addition of proving grounds and then also moving the collegiate championships from 8 teams to 32 teams. What was the main motivation for you and the rest of the team behind these rather significant changes?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start with amateur. the team, funny enough, I was a part of, obviously on the LCS side, working with Riot and providing feedback on some of these systems. So it's
Oh,
funny to actually now be here and in charge of it. But yeah, the team over here at Riot, I think there's a couple of things, and it's true for some of the LCS teams as well. Really just wanted to continue to create more opportunity for players to compete, with the academy system. If you don't make academy team, how do I, get into being a professional? And so creating more of an open system, Riot putting its hand in and providing more support, creating more exposure, giving the LCS teams more opportunity for scouting, getting exposure around these games, which historically have kind of been hard to find if you don't look at the right places or know the right people from the LCS side. And so, with that being said, it's really an opportunity to really put these aspiring players in team environments, which, in scouting grounds we do, but it's for a very, finite time. Whereas
right.
here in the system, we are giving opportunity to players to compete within teams for the duration of the season, and believe that that process will be far more beneficial for development as opposed to, like I said, like that finite time that we see in scouting grounds.
Yeah, and I know that, like, at least with amateur, being a caster for a lot of the Proving Grounds tournaments, that was a smashing success too. The fact that we now have the ability for those amateur teams to actually scrim the academy teams, like, really wasn't happening before because of the schedules just weren't lining up, and the amateur
Hmm.
teams are good enough to beat them. I mean, we had no work win at all, which is really
Yep.
fun. But
Yep.
yeah, kind of going back into the landscape of collegiate, I think one of the things that's really unique and cool about collegiate is that everyone has a seat at the table. Whether you are a club team that has a team of silvers and you want to, represent your school, or you're Maryville or Harrisburg giving out full ride scholarships to really talented players across the country, everyone's able to compete in the same tournament at the start. But also that kind of leads to a really big differential between the skill that we have for some of the collegiate teams. Like, we have teams of silvers, and then we also have teams like Maryville or Winthrop who actually participated in the amateur space as well. They were that good. And I'm kind of curious, like, in the long run, is that something where you expect more crossover between the two, or something that you want to see from Riot's perspective, where you have some of the top collegiate teams that are good enough to compete in amateur going over and competing there as well on top of CLoL?
Yeah, it's a good question. The answer essentially is we create an open system for amateurs, so theoretically anybody can participate. And as long as that continues to be the case, we don't intend to prevent the schools from participating in that type of system.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger question really around this is how do we create better competition at the collegiate level? We also have a diverse range of players. To your point, you have varsity programs, you have club programs, which is great that we've created the system where anybody can effectively participate, but also looking at how do we also make this a fun and engaging experience for the participants as well as the fans that are watching these games. And so, with that being said, like there's a lot of conversations that we are having internally around that. I think Tiza might have referenced this in
Yeah.
the interview with you last week.
Yeah.
And so, with that, that is something that we're actively looking at, and how do we create those types of systems? So, yeah, on the amateur level, sure, these schools can participate. System is built that way, and so yeah, it will continue to be. So we'll see how it goes long term. Amateur has only been in place for one split,
Mm-hmm.
so we don't have a huge data set to reference, but we'll continue to monitor and make adjustments as we have. You saw it reflective in our new academy schedule. We'll continue to iterate and do what's best for the community. But also wanted to answer your question around the expansion to 32 teams. Kind of
Yep.
falls a little bit into this around continued opportunities. We As the player base continues to develop, we get better teams. We want to create more opportunity. I think March Madness has done an exciting job of 64 teams, and you get these upsets that kind of demonstrate how teams can beat one another. UCLA basketball is a good example. They made it to the Final Four and weren't the strongest seed for this particular
They were
season.
playing. Yeah. They were playing
Yeah,
team. Yeah.
exactly. So really exciting, and we've already had some great matchups
Mm-hmm.
in the early rounds, as well as the incorporation of the selection committee, which has been awesome too. And just want to continue to give exposure to these schools, allow them to demonstrate to their schools, for those that aren't receiving maybe the level of investment or resources that they would hope, hey, and say, hey, look at us, like we're on this broadcast, we're doing these cool things, and we're representing the school, and so we
Yeah.
just want to continue to support the system where we can.
Yeah, and I know it's awesome. Like I know I mentioned that some club teams, are lower ranked, but also we have club teams like University of Western Ontario who have been in the
Hmm.
last two finals of CLoL and have also, placed players like Corica, like Winston at the next level in academy as well. So it's really awesome in collegiate kind of see. It's kind of tough to get your school to buy in. I've been there with Miami, Ohio. We had to get them over the brink to have them support us as a varsity program, and
Hmm.
definitely some tough conversations to have. But I'm actually kind of curious from your perspective on that as well. Like, what do you have to say to a couple of those colleges that are trying to push their way towards being a varsity program or getting their school to try and buy into what they're doing in terms of not only league, but also just esports in general?
Yes, this is the part that's super exciting to me around college esports specifically, is a lot of people focus solely on, hey, how do I use this as a system for a path to pro? And there's so much more that you can do here.
Yes.
You can segue into other esports related roles. You can take the skill sets that you learn through this experience and apply them to other types of working, other jobs essentially. And the way that I would answer this question is, if I'm a student currently and I'm a club, I am pounding the pavement. I'm doing the work. I'm learning kind of the business acumen, and I'm developing my case for myself. And I'm working my way through the systems internally at the university to continue to get that support. Knowing that it may not happen or may not, and that you may be laying the foundation for future players and students that represent your school. I've seen a number of these individuals that have done this and essentially created what they wish they had when they were players, but now it
Yep.
exists for the future student body. And so, with that, like I said, comes with a lot of skills that are learned that you get to begin to apply. And that you take with you, and that's really exciting to me because we're doing more than just creating an awesome competitive experience. Like we're helping people in a number of ways.
Yeah, I get that, man. I definitely fall in the boat of I wish I had these things as a player to like build the program and help out the kids in the future. That's cool that you guys look at it that way as well. And also collegiate, it can be used like it's great to see a program like Maryville, send two players to the pros. We mentioned that
Hmm.
UWO sent some players to academy as well, but also for a lot of the non-scholarship programs, I mean, this can be used to get a job in the space. And if you want to work in this industry, that's great hands-on experience that you get in college. Working with your program or working within the space to try and build up those skills to land a job. I'm curious. This may not be the perfect like region of expertise for you, but hey, given your background working for both CLG and then now Riot, like, is there anything that you kind of have to say to those students who aren't looking possibly to go pro, but just want to work in the industry and are participating in their collegiate clubs and programs? Like, what are some of the steps that they can take to try and get their foot in the door in the industry?
Yeah. So a couple of things come to mind. On the organization side, this is probably more true a few years ago than less now. But on the organization side, look at the challenges that organizations are facing. Look at yourself and your skill set and how to use systems and make that known. The people that have really entered in the esports space that were, let's say, cold emails or just connections that were made, it's really them demonstrating to me like, hey, I'm going to have this conversation with you, I'm going to demonstrate to you what I can provide and what's my value, to help you solve some of the challenges that you guys are currently going through. And that has been probably the number one way that I've seen people enter the space. There's a variety of people that have been programmers and they said, hey, I'm building this tool for you, here it is, this is what it would look like, and then they start there. There's a number of ways that this could look, and then beyond that is, if you have a very clear aspiration in terms of what you want to be or what you want to do, let's name an editor. Like, I want to be an editor for an organization, right? Go out there and really, pound the pavement, do the work, do the montages, whatever it is that will help build and demonstrate your skill set. Go out and get jobs in other industries. Provide that learned experience and opportunity that you can then come in and complement for an organization. And so, yeah, with that being said, I think esports gets this, hey, it's this thing and I don't know how to get into it. But I think people would be surprised at like how many people are currently getting jobs in esports that had no background in esport, and they just demonstrate a strong skill set in the need that is provided for either the company or the organization at the time.
Yeah, I mean, experience is key, right? And you can get
Yeah.
that a lot of different ways. So yeah, that's good to hear, kind of coming from the background that you have too, being on both the team side and now the game dev side as well. I know a lot of the students competing and watching the games that definitely a lot have aspirations to work in the industry once they finish college as well. But now, kind of moving from college to actually different topic. I noticed that your title, it's the head of amateur and scholastic. So I'm kind of curious about the high school scene, as a
Yeah.
lot of fans have been talking about getting league into high school. Personally, I think it'd be a great team sport to have at a lot of high schools, a good way to get a different group of kids to kind of build up those life skills that you can get from a team sport. I'm curious, like, what actions has Riot taken in the past to try and encourage this within high schools? And also, like, do you have any plans moving forward? Can you like give us any hint as to what those plans might be if you do? I'm kind of curious about what you guys are doing with the high school scene.
Yeah, so we have a partnership with Play Versus. They run and operate our high school programming, and so right now we're seeing continued growth year over year in terms of participation, which is great. Actively in conversations with them around continued promotion and awareness of the programming and how we can continue to impact the high school students. To your point, having a team in itself, like just being in the team environment, again, goes back to what we were talking about earlier around learned skills and just learned opportunity. There's also students and players that are unable to play traditional sports for a variety of reasons. And this gives them an opportunity to have that experience like you would in the traditional sports setting. So, yeah, totally agree with you. It is something that is important to us, something that, we're currently engaged in. And, we're not done in terms of what it looks like. It's not just, hey, we got this programming, we're just going to let it be. Like, we're actively engaged with Play Versus, and we're looking at continued opportunity to complement the needs of that player base and making sure that these students have a great experience.
Yeah, I was actually on the broadcast for the high school state championships in the fall. I was really surprised with some of the players too at high school. Like,
Yeah.
there are a couple pretty high level kids that were moving into college, and I've now seen them kind of poking around their heads around the amateur space as well. So not only a great opportunity for those kids to compete in a team sport, but also, hey, also move into the other parts of the pipeline that you guys have been working on for years and years to build out now. I know that one of the big things for collegiate, talking with Tiza, is the fact that traditionally the top eight has been at the LCS studio. Obviously, this year with COVID, that's not going to happen or be in the cards still. I'm kind of curious, with your experience of having, like, bringing out like those top eight schools in the past. What were some of the highlights for you at Riot for bringing out those college kids? 'Cause that's a pretty big investment for you guys to make from a game dev spot. But I know that Tiza said that it's like the highlight of his year. So I'm kind of curious, like, if you have the same experience seeing a lot of those college kids come out and compete on the LCS stage.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I personally haven't experienced it because I started with Riot back in January, but I'm very aware from the CLG side that
Right.
experience has happened. Funny enough, Exogen was our former academy
Mhm.
coach, and we had hired him, and he was like, "Hey, by the way, like I have to actually coach CLoL event championships because obviously, he has a great team." So yeah, totally, totally aware. And for him, kind of like hearing from him, like what that experience was like, is a great opportunity for players. You go from being at your school and representing the school to physically flying to the publisher to the studio, playing in the LCS studio where all these pros are. Yeah, I couldn't imagine what that is like for them, but I would imagine it's amazing opportunity. So yeah, I'm bummed I'm not gonna be able to experience it this year, but yeah, to Tiz's point, like I'm definitely looking forward to it. Hopefully in 22.
Yeah, I like how you also brought up a third Matt on the call, as we got two Matts sitting here
Yes.
with Sojin, and his experience with Maryville. That's pretty cool. Matt, I don't have much else for you in terms of asking. I'm just wondering, do you have any closing thoughts, shout outs, or thank yous that you want to give kind of while you have the floor?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for all the students in schools that participated. Obviously, this wouldn't be anything without everybody's participation, dedication. Definitely feel the passion, and it's exciting to be a part of this. Also the fans that support both the local schools and the college scene at large. Of course, Battlefy, who we've been working with for years, and then of course the RSAA board, who works with us in terms of advising and kind of being the ground on the floor for us, or ears on the ground rather for us. And of course, JT Tiza
Mhm.
does a ton. He's awesome, and the rest of the Riot team behind the scenes. Yeah, just appreciate and thank you all.
Yeah, well, hey, I appreciate you kind of sitting down with us and talking through a lot of the process that you guys have around both amateur and scholastic. And a huge shout outs to you for putting together this top 32 tournament. It's been really exciting week one. I'm excited to see what happens going into week two. And Matt, thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you, appreciate it.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Collegiate Championship presented by State Farm. My name's Earl Fox, and here with me today for a nice interview out of Western University, one of the top projected teams here at the tournament, Mr. Loyal himself. Loyal, how you doing, my man?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Waking me up this early, of course, because you're actually a human being, but I can appreciate that, right? I mean, we had a chance to talk about that. I mean, I don't even know where to begin, just because you guys are insane and I have a billion questions. But the first thing that comes to mind, and I think that comes to a lot of people's mind, is the roster swaps that Western went through this season. Can you talk about the additions of Chim, Winston, ADFX, and what they've done for the roster?
Yeah, so recently, it was these conference finals. We kind of had a tough showing against York.
Mhm.
We decided that it was time to bring in the real guns and change things up a bit for the team mental, and on top of them having the biggest experience. So as you know, Chim and Winston, they were playing amateur before, and stuff happened with Winston, so he is now available to play CLoL. So we decided to bring those two in, and it was really good for our mentality as they had a lot of shot calling ability. And the addition of ADFX really brought our pre-game prep and just all of that so much better and easier as a team. So we really appreciate that.
I've known ADFX for a while, and he's a Smurf, but I'm glad to hear you guys were able to make some of the additions because, I mean, obviously, beginning of the season, you got 9th, 16th at Hugh, 5th, 8th. You talked about the loss to York, which is a team, for some reason, out of the Eastern Conference that seemed to beat everybody. I don't know why it is that they didn't end up at the tournament because they had beaten some really good teams. But you guys did end up getting the number one seed out of the East and having beaten Harrisburg in order to do so. Can you tell me about how that victory came about, what that meant to you guys to get number one out of the East for what I think it might be the third year in a row or something along those lines?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So we wanted to leave the legacy that our previous team captain led off. So Short Hop has been the team captain for the last 4 to 5 years at Western, and so this is my first year as team captain, and I really wanted to continue the legacy of making Canada proud. And I think that like the win against a scholarship school is like it's really important for us as a club, and I think that it should bring like a lot of motivation for other clubs. Like you're able to beat scholarship teams just like that, and I think it's great.
I agree. Yeah, being able to compete with some of the top dogs is fantastic. Scholarship schools, obviously, they give targets for every other school to beat out because you don't want to have to lose to those teams. But
Right.
I don't think the school could have picked a better captain personally. And I know we've talked about it. I think you're phenomenally underrated among the scene. So tell me,
Thank you.
and to any of the viewers out there, give us an explanation. I know I saw that you had started in top lane, made the swap to mid lane for the remainder of the season. Tell us a bit about your history and what you bring specifically to the team. What kind of strengths that you have in your back pocket that make you a little bit different or separate you from the rest of the mid laners maybe here at the event?
Yeah, so I actually am not a top laner. I play ADC. So it's actually been the sixth year in a row that Western has had a challenger ADC come in as their first year. I think what I played top lane last year mainly as like a sub position, because Short Hop was ADC back then,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously he was better than me. I actually think he's better than me at ADC,
Mm-hmm.
but all things aside, I think he thinks I have really good leadership ability, and I don't doubt him. I really have good leadership ability. For example, like managing the team, I'd be like willing to go out of my way to do stuff for everyone. I just honestly I appreciate Short Hop for giving me the captain of the team position, and I think my role in the game. So I play mid lane now for Western. as a starting mid laner.
Mhm.
I'm really good at control mages especially. So like I love to make big plays from myself as a map, or I can be a neutralizer. Like I can play both roles. So with the addition of Winston and Chim, I think our team dynamic has gotten so much better, and we're excited to show what we can bring.
Agreed. So when it comes to the goals that you have, obviously the roster is a little bit different than what it was back in 2020 when you guys last took the title before you were able to actually go to playoffs and things. So talk to me about the new roster and what your guys' goals are for this season and then seasons coming up in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this year, besides Chim and Winston, we've had actually a brand new team. So during HuFest and during UCI's Best Coast Invitational, it was all like a completely 5-man new team.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have a double 1K LP bot lane, or one's a freshman and one's a second year. So that's Lynx and Skytech, respectively, for the AD and support positions. Those two additions have been really, really important and like really game changing for us as a club, because we see two of the best bot lanes, or one of the best bot lanes in CLoL coming to Western as like pure luck, right? So Western has been like a raw talent producing school for about soon to be a 3 professional organization player. So we have one player on our team that's going to be playing for a professional organization. So that's like our 3rd player now. And so like just coming out of that, like all of the raw talent that we have and being able to compete at the top levels as a club is like really amazing.
That is incredible to hear. I'm happy to hear all about your guys' success, especially with the youth you and your bot lane have brought to it, and the fact that Chim and Winston have come in and completely revitalized. Obviously, you guys have been able to show you've been able to do so far. Expectations for the tournament. I mean, we've got you top 4 competing against Maryville in that semifinals. No tall task, but again, if any team's going to be able to do it, you're definitely one of the very few that I would put in that boat. So, good luck to you. Good luck to Western and the remainder of the tournament. This has been fantastic. And hope to see you again. You got any shout outs for us just at the end of this interview? Anybody?
Honestly, shout out to my entire team. I think it's really great that we were able to do like what we do today. I think everyone's put in a tremendous amount of effort, whether it's through solo queue, scrims, or anything that we've been doing in preparation for this tournament. Biggest shout out to our 2 coaches, head coach ADFX and assistant coach Shorthop. They've been doing everything they can to help us out, and we're excited to see what we can do against Maryville.
Glad to hear it. Well, I'm excited to see that matchup. I'm sure everybody is. And best of luck to Western and the remainder of the tournament.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As you all know, today is Mother's Day. And although we're very excited to play against University of Western Ontario in the Riot Collegiate League of Legends National Tournament, unfortunately, that means we have to be here competing and not at home celebrating with our mothers. We love all of you. And here's a little quick video message we put together to express our love to all the moms and fans of Bethany Esports.
Hey Mom, sorry I can't make it on Mother's Day. I know it's really sad, but I just want to say Happy Mother's Day, and I love you very much. I'm really glad that you support me in everything I do. Keep being awesome.
Hey Mom, Happy Mother's Day. I love you very much. Sorry I can't be there with you this Sunday. Can't wait to be with you again soon. Love you.
Hey Mom, thanks so much for always supporting and believing in me. Happy Mother's Day, I love you.
Hey Mom, sorry we can't be there this weekend to celebrate with you, but happy Mother's Day from me and Aline. We both love you. And to my mother-in-law Sylvia, Feliz Dia de la Mamá. We love you too. We can't wait to see you this summer.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Unfortunately, I can't be back home this summer, and it doesn't look like we will be seeing each other. But unfortunately, I also can't be there for Mother's Day, so it kind of sucks. But I really miss being back home. I miss you. I miss, getting tucked in and all the hugs. I miss when you would make me mac and cheese and hot dogs, so I could just play League all day and grind. And look where it got me. It got me out here at Bethany. So I'm working out here, doing my thing, and I know you're back there killing it with Dad. I really miss you guys, but nothing's ever changed. I love you guys so much. I'm so grateful for everything you guys have done for me and how you guys have been able to put me in so many positions to succeed. So I'm just so grateful. And to Nina Lani and Nina Tanya, thank you so much, my other mothers, for everything that you've done for me. I really appreciate it. You guys have been such great role models for me, and it's just insane to think that I have such a great support system behind me back home. And lastly, to all the amazing female teachers who I've had, from Mrs. Camacho to Mrs. Lester, even Miss Sarah Edwards here at Bethany. Just shout out to all the mother figures in my life, whether it be a teacher or a family member, my literal mom, or even my big sister. You guys are putting in work. I love you guys so much, and thank you for everything you guys have done for me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Collegiate League of Legends Championship, the final day for the round of 16. Right here on Bethany Esports, I will be your host for the evening. As always, Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. And I joined here yet again by my side by my co-host, Miss Kari Wave. How you doing, Kari? You good?
I'm so good, actually. This has been a really nice day. I got my first full night of sleep during this whole CLoL thing. It haunts my nightmares. It haunts my dreams. It's consuming me. I'm actually so excited that I can't sleep. And I know that sounds silly, but here I am.
You know what? That's what matters, Kari. So with that all being said, I believe there's nobody else really with us. So let's just move on to the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. There's a small little box in between. Hey, how you doing, man? Why don't you talk to me about yourself? It says you're beat down street. Is that correct?
See, there was only one other way you could have done that where it would actually be funny. Now you just shown that you're illiterate.
What up? My name is Ravi. I'm 19 and I never learned how to
read. Of course, man. We couldn't let you go without introducing, bro, our main man on the desk, bro. My brother by my side, Mr. B Down Boulevard, bro. What's good with you, baby?
I'm doing good, man. Another day, another set of games for CLoL. Super hyped to be here once again to finish off the round of 16 with y'all.
Yeah, I like the classic polo, by the way.
It's technically a dress shirt, but thank you.
It's Polo brand. It's got the guy on the polo horse. I'm just gonna say.
It's actually a knockoff because if you look closer, the horse is colored in brown, and it's not supposed to be for the polo logo. But again, thank you for noticing.
That makes things.
But I have a knockoff.
That's so much better.
I don't care. It was like $20.
What the? Why are we here today again?
Yeah, I mean,
CLoL, College League of Legends.
Exactly, College League of Legends. Yeah, that's what we're here, and that's what it's all about. Right? Make sure we can represent these players. And also, one big thing is also big shout out to all the mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day to y'all, bro. Yeah. And I absolutely love it hearing every single day that with so many of these players like pouring their passion, their drive, and many hours into this game, that they have supportive parents who watch the game every single time. They cheer for their son or daughter, like whoever is playing, and they're yelling for it, even though they might not understand a single what's going on, bro. They're still there every day. So big shout out to y'all. That's absolutely fantastic. I know having supportive parents means the absolute world to these players, and it does to me as well. So thank you for all that you do, especially all the mamas out there who doing their best. Now, with all that being said, speaking of other people that are doing their best, let's talk about the players and teams that we have going today, that being Western versus Bethany here at Beatdown. Let's start off with Western.
Yeah, I'll give you credit. That was actually a really good segue. University of Western, of course, being a team you and I are quite interested in, to say the least. One of the few Canadian teams here in CLoL, and they're actually definitely one of the stronger teams left in the tournament here. So the play style they go for mostly does seem to be more of a hard engaged team style, a lot of team fighting, a lot of front to back here. And the thing that's interesting is that especially on this current patch, you don't see a lot of Azir player. I think before watching their VODs, I didn't see any Azir play in the last few patches, but Loyal is a loyal Azir fanboy, it seems, as it is a pick that he's still very confident on, and the team has found some success playing around that still, so why not?
I'm personally genuinely surprised by it, considering that like he sees loyal. Speaking of staying loyal to some sort of weird pocket picks, we also know that Fire Theft on the Western as a support likes to play the Nico support. So like, if Bethany fam, I know y'all hear me out a little bit. If you could like not ban it and somehow draft your copper out just so I can see it one more time, I think that would be super duper sick. But on the other end, Kari, their opponents, like I just mentioned, Bethany, are also not here to play either. They're here to win, possibly.
I think that may be the other point of the game. I can't remember if winning's really a necessary part of it, but Bethany definitely has been winning. All they do is win, honestly. They've got a great program that is very storied and very well loved. And no matter what players they end up scouting or drafting, I think that it's under the direction of their like coaching staff that really kind of like ties it together with a bow. Lots of patience, lots of empathy. And I think that one of their strengths right now specifically is that they have a newer top laner named Solura. And has been, is a very strong very strong top side. But then has been learning a weak side, which, you know, to go from like that really dominant like Camille Kled 2 trick to being in a more like weak side, humble, helping role. It's hard to learn for a lot of top laners, especially because they're kind of the antisocial loners. You know, they just get left on their island alone. But Solura has shown remarkable aptitude for that. And I think that is, I think, especially with a player that we haven't seen a lot of, recognizing that is a really solid thing to focus on. Although, you know, don't bully him. Okay, Western. Now that I've done that, I don't want to put a target on his back.
Well, I think you do bring up a really important point, though, because on Western, their top laner is Chim, definitely a player. If you've been paying attention to amateur, you've definitely seen him at least a little bit around the block here, and he is a team here, or rather, he's a player that Western will play to from time to time. On Red side, they do often prioritize giving him that last counter pick. So I think ensuring he has a good matchup is also important to their playstyle. And with what you're saying about Solarius and how he's improved on that weak side role, I think that's really going to get tested here today.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see the fruits of his labor. It's very obvious, especially looking at his solo queue, that he has deeply changed his play style to accommodate this team specifically. And I actually really appreciate that kind of selflessness. At the end of the day, it's a team game, but a lot of people, especially younger college kids, you know, just barely like foraying into it, they don't necessarily have the humility to understand that they have to, you know, sometimes drop resources, drop prestige, drop KDA for the rest of the team. And so I think that being able to get into that headspace for Solura will make him a really valuable addition to any team going off in the future. I think one thing that we can expect, they're going to ban out his Shen. I don't have any delusions. Yeah, you got to. So that's one of the newer parts of Bethany. I think that we actually don't know 100% what the roster is looking like right now until we get into draft. But that aside, I just want to talk about the play style of the team real quick. One of Bethany's strengths is that I don't know if you guys have seen Cowboy Bebop, you know, the anime?
Go on.
Like the drunken boxing fighter on the Rift, where they will just like, it looks like they're like minding their own business, the other team's minding their business, and they just kind of like drunkenly swing over and start team fighting. They're very much like a drunk boxer a little bit. They like to rough and tumble. And just fight, not for no reason. They're generally pretty strategic, but if there is the opportunity to fight and to engage, they'll just do it. They just like to cause chaos on the Rift, and it is in a very like casual, cool guy kind of way. So I kind of admire that, especially because it makes them really fun to watch, and we're all here to be entertained, right?
Of course. I don't know about you, but I am definitely about to be entertained because one big thing is I remember talking to a little bit of the coach Colomer, was that he mentioned to him, like you were mentioning, right? You know, Bethany loves to be able to punish through any opportunity that they can, because on the other end as well, Western, like you were mentioning, play very controlled, play very safe, very front to back. So they have a game plan in mind, and they absolutely stick to it. You're talking about the drunken boxer, like Kaibo Bebop. Let me raise you another. We're talking about Rock Lee versus Kimimaru back when they were going to face a sort of same Sasuke, bro. That's how I imagine Bethany plays. So you know it's about to be hype.
I'm excited.
Absolutely freaking tastic between these two teams. Now, with that all being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time I get your number predictions. I want you all to tell me definitively and through your chest who it is going to be. Buta, I'll start with you first. What do you got for me?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm probably going to say, I think Western is going to win. I'm just going to start with that. But I'm unsure of 2-0. I'm going to say 2-1. I think Bethany are absolutely going to put up a fight, take a game off of them. But I think Western, with not only their playstyle, which I particularly like, I think their players are also exceptionally skilled, and I think they're going to take the day.
Okay. Ms. Kari Wave, do you hold the same opinion?
I'm going to go the opposite. So I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of Bethany. So I think that's I'm not just doing that, you know, to make the story look even. I genuinely think that, especially because this is kind of a last hurrah for a couple. I mean, if the roster is what we think it is, it may be a last hurrah for a couple of the Bethany players. And in this case, if it's a last hurrah, they either they don't give up, but they're very like casual about it, and the game kind of goes south pretty quickly, or they're extremely hungry to like have their last stand. So it can go either way, but I would hope that Bethany did come here to play, and if they didn't, that's also fine.
Now, as much as I like all the players on Bethany, I think I also got to lean back in my Canadian pride, bro, for
Wow.
Western. So I'm going to give it 2-1 over to Western. I got a lot of faith in Bethany, boys, but I'm still a Canadian at the end of the day, so I respect your opinion. So with that all being said, we're actually going to have one more prediction for one of our pets as well, and we'll throw it over to Caster right after Jolly and Auk Battery to take us in the first game of the day. Let's see.
What a cute little doggo, and you recognize that one, don't you,
Yes.
Alk?
Yes, thank
Jolly.
you to Grace.
We're back. We're back today. I'm Jolly. That's Alk. We're gonna be your casters for the day, breaking stuff down, bringing you along this really fun ride. We're gonna try to make it as appropriate as possible for everyone out there. And happy Mother's Day to everyone, all you moms, everybody who loves their mama. Happy Mother's Day. I absolutely adore my mama. So
I do
I'm
too.
excited.
I've got she's literally right in the next room, so
Aw.
she'll be hearing me too.
Mine's babysitting for me, so
There you go.
so she's not here right now, but that's okay because we got some amazing games that we are going to get into on this lovely Sunday, this lovely Mother's Day. And starting things off, obviously, we heard from the desk if you were listening, a massive game to begin this Western and Bethany. I know that Ravish is going to want our predictions later on as we get through into this. This is yeah. You want to hear right? I want to hear Monty's prediction on this one. I mean, I don't know. I might have to get him in here just to rival you there, Alk, on the other side of the desk. Uh-oh, I don't hear Alk.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I was gonna say Monty has been one of the best analysts we've had on the desk, and I think just across all of the CLoL Championship broadcasts. So I would not be surprised if Monty comes on through and starts making it real uncomfortable for everybody on the desk.
Yeah, well, it's the upsets. He predicts the upsets. When it comes to the teams that he knows are gonna lose, I mean, I don't know if you remember the Juniata selection.
I
literally
that game.
said Juniata. He
vividly.
looked at me and he just walked away. He's like, "Nope, not happening. Sorry, guys." And Juniata ended up going down pretty hard. So he's so far, as long as I'm not throwing him off with different methods of predictions, he has been spot on. I'm very proud of my good boyo. But I don't know. This one, I don't even know if I want to ask him with this one. It's like, man, I just kind of want to make my own predictions on this because it is such a close game. And it wouldn't really be an upset, I think, if Bethany took this one. There are some amazing players on Western. Cyber is one, obviously, that we have seen a lot of, and that has been very profound in his playstyle in the jungle. But I gotta pull for my Bethany boys. I think Kari constantly brings up the hunger, and she's right every time. Okay, the hunger is in their eyes. They need it. They want this one, and it is a bit of a last hurrah for players, coaches, whatever it is. So I would love to see them be able to take something here today, and also USA.
Oh no, we're doing regional pride now. There we go. That's what I like to see. I know the
Hey,
Canadians
they
on
were
the
calling
desk
out the
probably not too happy.
Canadian stuff, all right? Yeah, they were already doing that, so I had to.
That makes sense. It's they're I know for Beatdown and for Ravish, they're huge Canada fans. So anything that comes out of them, they're just like,
Well, they're
"Let's go."
Canadian, so yeah, it makes sense.
I know. I know they're also probably rooting for Toronto, who's waiting for them over in the round of 8. But look, if there's any time, I think that now is definitely it for the squad because Bethany, I mean, I have a couple friends on this roster, yes, but they've been looking good. And while they are a little bit sparky, they're a little bit, some would say coin flip. I'd like to think that as we go further into the tournament, that they're just slowly sharpening away at kind of getting into this game. They are looking to try to get a little bit sharper, and I know a lot of these players are looking to try to make it onto some rosters, specifically looking at Galaxy, their mid laner, previously known as Freeze. He wants to make it into the big times, and he's been grinding away at some of the other combines, some of the other tryouts, and there's a couple of really good players on the roster that I think Western gonna need to kind of shape up against.
Certainly, they've got some amazing players of their own though on the side of Western. So it's gonna be. I mean, this is we're getting off into the hot and heavy thing, the hot and heavy game, right off the bat here today. And I mean, that's kind of how things I guess started yesterday as well, and then our hot and heavy match turned into a 2-0 sweep. So we'll see how this one comes out. I will say, I guess if we're gonna throw our predictions out there, might as well, because Ravish will get upset if we don't. I'm gonna give it a 2-1 Bethany. I want to root for my Bethany boys. I want to see them take it home. They are this kind of meme dream team. All right, they're a little bit memey in their play style, but they find a lot of effective methods of moving forward and executing a lot of plays. And they've got the hunger. So I'm gonna say 2-1 for them. But man, this is a pretty big toss up right now.
Yeah, I would say because of kind of how a lot of these rosters are very fluid. You look at Bethany during CLoL, they had a really hard time trying to lock down a top laner with Moira, and then they were playing with Solora. But last week it was a little bit of an issue. I know that they can't. There's a meme on the team that they can't play with the same top laner for 2 weeks. So. As long as this roster is the one to stay and we don't see kind of substitutions in and out, same thing with Western. Chim and Winston did not come into this roster until the last week of CLoL, where Ladon and Cyber were playing. They also had Jayoya playing sometimes, same thing with Blaze Nova. Even with kind of like the pedigree of this team that like they were talking about on the desk, with Western, it's all about who they bring out on the day. Ladon has been really fantastic for them throughout the top lane, but Chim just brings just kind of like that extra oomph when it comes to a player that if Western are going to be kind of sticking with these two, I think that this is the kind of dangerous team that a lot of people were looking for at Western. Even when they won CLoL back in 2019, I mean, Chim was playing mid lane and it still didn't matter, right? He came in second. If this is kind of what they're going to bring to the table, then I think it is going to be a 2-1. It just depends on who's playing, but I want to give it to the Bethany boys. They Columers work at such a hard time.
After all
Same
that,
thing with
dang.
AFX. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all right, okay, yeah, we got a little bit of personal love too for the players, for the coaches. Colomer. I literally just played League of Legends with Colomer last night. So I might be a tiny bit biased, okay, and it's somewhat of the the anti-desk. I suppose Kari also called 2-1 for Bethany, but that kind of sways things in Bethany's favor now. There are 5 of us, so that means that we're not going to have an even bet across the board. We're getting right into the Western starting out on the blue side. Bethany starting out on the red side appropriately here, as their colors are red and white. But pretty standard bans. We're not going to be seeing anything crazy for the bans, I assume. The picks, though, that's where we're going to have fun today.
Yeah, today should be really interesting. I think all 2 of our matches today have some really interesting players. And yeah, I was trying to think. It's 4 teams. It's 4 teams, 2 matches. Yeah, math is hard. Nocturne has a huge priority against both of these teams, so interesting to see that it's already gone from them. And I wonder who's going to be kind of the first one to kind of sully the blood on Rumble. Is it going to be Winston or Actor? Or we're going to probably just continue with Actor on the screen here, but he's been fantastic. I know last week he got Morgana and Rumble, and I think he had a really fantastic showing where back in Proving Grounds during Amateur, he was a little bit of an underlier for his team. So I'm looking for him to kind of step it up and prove himself here.
We'll see how that works out. I mean, I know, and I know we were talking about, Kari mentioned that Colomer is trying to, get some hype around Solora. Has been playing on this weak side and has not been excelling very well, so they're going to try to focus a little bit more on the top. Top jungle side, though, is where we've been seeing all of our focus, really, at least this week in CLoL, and majority of games in general, because of how strong the bruisers are and how strong a lot of these jungle champions are right now, and being able to move up and influence that lane so easily. So the Rumble will not be picked up. It is going to be Bethany that locks that one away. And the Gwen banned away as well from Western. They know how much Bethany loves taking some cheesy selections here. Viego is still on the table, but I'm not sure if any of these players are really a fan of that. So we're just going to lock the Tristana in right away and incredibly strong ADC. She is my permaban because I don't play Tristana, so when I play ADC, she's just my permaban. She's not very fun, all right? Honestly, compared to other ADCs, Tristana's like, shoot you and throw things on you, and then I jump
love
away.
Jumping in is my favorite part of that champion.
Jumping in is
so
fun.
good.
Like, I'd rather, like, Kai'Sa ult in, you know? I'd rather, like, there's so many cooler ways to get in than just be like, pew! Thanks, I'm here now.
Look, you can slow when you jump. It
It's
resets
a boring
like
kit, man. It's a I'm gonna go right out and say it. She's got a boring kit, dude.
Okay, it was a lot more fun when it was AP and the E was like a dot, so you would just like buy Leandries and you would just like burn them down from 100%. That was my favorite part of it. But you know, things have changed. Tristana has become a mid laner for some reason. She's also a little bit of a top laner. I don't know if Chim was really going to be the one to kind of pull it out on this one, but so far we're seeing a lot of priority for the bot lanes, and between these two, Sleepy Link, Skytex, Wizardish, and Hollywood, they have a lot of blood. These two love to go at it when they're fighting, especially the Bethany boys. They are ones to fight. Let me tell you, every time the level 6 wake-ups, they go for these super aggressive plays. And so, seeing what they've picked up for themselves, this is kind of like bread and butter, almost expected for these guys.
The Orianna pick as well. I do love me some Rel. The Rakan is going to be the lock-in there with the Tristana. You know, you got a lot of that mobility moving forward, but it makes it a little bit accessible for if Rel decides to fully go in on this, and there's a lot of damage as well going to be coming from the Kai'Sa there, but Orianna lock-in, I do like that one. I do love to see me some awesome shockwaves, a lot of good wombo combo potentials, especially having the rocket jump available, having the charm from Rakan available there. And the Shen, though. But the Shen, all right? I like this for Solura. That's that weak side champion that is going to be not just in a weak side lane. That is going, you're going to have a lot of power early on. You're going to have the stand united that's going to come in huge as the game goes on, along with those teleports and easy movement around the map. So I like the Shen lock in here. Now going in the second ban phase, we're going to be focusing on top laners and junglers. So Lee Sin banned out there by Bethany. And yeah, lots of strong ones are gonna be locked away here. The Aurelia taken away from Bethany.
Yeah, some interesting things already showing up, right? We're just going to lock in the fact that Tristana is going to be sitting in bot lane. They have a pretty okay matchup for themselves there. The Shen, I know we've been talking about a top lane, but Hunter is a jungle extraordinaire. He plays everything, man. He has a Nunu tucked away that I'm waiting to see on the stage. He's been kind of teasing it every now and then that he's going to bring out the Nunu. My heart's breaking every time I don't see it, but if there's ever a time that he can bring out the Shen jungle, he can be that guy that's just looking to just permanently camp one of the lanes. And you see that Western trying to take away some of these long-range mid laners here, maybe setting up for a specific matchup with their Orianna.
I like this hover the Wizardish has right now with the Nico. I mean, that's a lot of damage. They've already got a considerable amount of take. You know, right now they're going to be looking more for heavy damage, mobility, engage champions, and they're actually going to lock in another tank right there. So it's going to be the Udyr. I mean, just so incredibly powerful right now. Very, very strong in the meta. Certainly one of those Udyr and Olaf. We've been seeing a lot of them, seeing a lot of bans towards being able to just get in, lock somebody down, and let your bottom lane or top lane or mid lane, whatever it is, clean up after you. Makes it to a nice easy jungle there for Hunter. So you know, it works. I want to see a little bit more damage. Luckily, they do have solid damage from Shen and Udyr. It's not as though these are solely tanks, but the Kayn! The Kayn is the bane of my existence! The Kayn of my existence right there. You know how much I don't like Kayn, Alec. We've casted enough that you know how much I personally don't like Kayn, but it's only because Kayn is always on the enemy team, and it's always been blue Kayn. Recently, it's been a lot of blue Kayn.
It's always blue Kayn, and one shot you, it's magic damage.
And it's infuriating, because you don't see him come through. He's riding along the walls, and all of a sudden the Kayn pops in, and you're like, cool, all right. No communication is going to get me out of this. You know, there's nothing we can do about it. But the Urgot is going to be the final lock-in. So that front line, a little, not lacking from the Mustangs, but just a little less there. It's going to be a lot of the aggressive, the execution type of kills. They're looking for heavy, heavy damage and really quick fights. They're not looking for these full-on 5-man fights that Bethany is going to be facing with the composition they have chose to choose.
Choose? Cheese? I never know. For Western here, I think there's some interesting things going on, right? You have the Urgot that's going to be really, really nice into Shen. Bethany have a much shorter range composition. Corki is kind of their longest range member, utilizing the rockets. We've seen Bradley play it before. He's done a really great job when we were doing the EFU show match, but I don't know, man. Like, oh, this is such a difficult thing to call. Like, you have a really good bot lane here for Western. Mid lane, it is just like, this is as close to Corki Azir as Loyal's probably going to get without straight up picking the champion. And top lane, there's a lot of kill potential onto Chim, but he should be able to control the wave for the first few levels. So Laura needs to be able to play that early lane, find that window for himself, and needs to kind of open up the map for his team.
And, you know, we'll see where Hunter decides to keep focus. I'm assuming just because of how the meta has been that we are going to be witnessing another top side game, especially based on the fact that Colomer wants Bethany to be focusing on that top side to give Solura a little bit of play time, a little bit of time away from that island, which it isn't really so much of anymore, but that's kind of what they've been playing forward with as this team. So I like this engage heavy team that we're seeing from Bethany. I mean, once you decide for these 3 tanks to jump in on this fight, there's not a ton that can be done by Western, and this is kind of one of the dichotomies we saw in yesterday's games of having good range on one side, or you know, better range and really good engage. And in my opinion, a lot of times that really good engage, as long as the poke side or as long as the heavy damage side doesn't excel very quickly in the early game, that means that the more time that goes on, you're just kind of handing the game more and more over to these engagers, these tanky champions, and there's going to be a lot of damage coming from them as well. So it's going to be Western looking for this early game, looking to get as much poke, as much pressure down, and as much focus on these objectives and control over objectives before Bethany gets the chance to really get tanky and really be able to make this their game.
Yeah, I see one problem for Bethany though, Jolly. The short range I was talking about, they have very limited ways of engaging. It is literally just Hollywood goes in and leads the charge with the cavalry.
Package ult from Wizardish. So at least you have those 2 methods of, like, they're long range to get in. So that's the nice thing, is there's so much of this aggression, these 3 champions who are going to be looking. You've got the Stand United, who can come in onto either, I mean, anyone really here. You'd assume it'd be somebody else who's engaging the Udyr or the Rel. And I mean, you've got all these abilities to pull them in, and then all you need is a W from Kai'Sa, Voidseeker, and then an ultimate to follow it up, or a Corki package to be right in on the action. So while they do have short range, they've got really big range on the 2 long-range champions they have. It's massive.
It's skinny but tall, right?
And
then the Mustangs here, they're short but very, very wide.
Yes,
so
very wide.
For these guys, they can do a lot of things.
That.
When you look at Western, you were talking about, you know, they can kind of leverage some of their longer range abilities. They can utilize kind of the Orianna to keep people out of chokes. Same thing with Tristana and Rakan. You can just call for that snap engage. What I'm looking for is how do Actor and Chim kind of link up in the game, because if this Urgot is a menace, he comes into the backline, and Bethany are all using their abilities pretty defensively. And even with what you're talking about, utilizing the package and the killer instinct, if you go right into Loyal and there's a shockwave waiting for you, it's doomed. You've just used all of your defensive toolkit to die instantly. So very, very dangerous here for Bethany. I think that this is kind of the place that they want to be, as weird as it sounds, considering what we've seen from them in the championship and in CLoL. They love to play super on the edge, and I think this is basically in their wheelhouse.
It certainly seems to be that way, but I do like how up in the air this is. This is a lot less decisive. You know, when we're talking yesterday, and I don't even remember what the games were because we had such insane games. I think it was earlier in the day, so I think it was Illini versus Buffalo. And there was one point where Buffalo just had this really, really heavy engaged team, and there was a lot of decent range on the other side, but there was none of that front line initiation or nothing to really absorb or take in any of the really aggressive engagement from Buffalo. But on this side, Mustangs absolutely are capable of dealing with that. They have the Urgot, they have the Kayn who's going to be able to navigate around. And as you just mentioned, the shockwave from Orianna will be massive when you have 3 members jump in and they're trying to get grouped in, you know, and they're trying to just allow those 2 back members to stay on the backside. But once you eliminate, if you're able to shockwave those 3 tanks in the front line and get a lot of damage down onto them with the rest of the team, that back line is just free money. It's free lunch right there. And so they have to be very careful about how they navigate through this. So I love this. I love both of these compositions. I'm not going to change my choice here I do think, you know, Bethany will still take this 2-1, but so far this is one of my favorite comps that I've seen back and forth because it can really go either way. There are win conditions for both teams here based on these comps, but with how volatile both of these teams can be, they can I mean flip flop in just a moment's notice once the game goes out.
Yeah, that coin flip, right, just comes into effect really heavily, and especially with how when we were talking about the bot lane, Wizardish and Hollywood, they're not willing to go down without a fight. Last week, I mean, Wizardish first game on the stage puts up a pentakill up against UC. So
no surprise.
It's exactly. Berkeley were trying as they could, but I mean, Wizardish is just an insane player, and
with a Kai'Sa, right?
It was Samira. Got the Inferno
Samira.
trigger. He's using the ultimate. He went crazy on the champion. And then they got the interview with him at Wizardish. I know we've interviewed Wizardish, and that guy is like one of the best players to talk to because he is just like
his answers are like, "Yep, yep, we did it. We had fun." It's great
though.
Reminds me
of the Drew Dozer answer from yesterday.
Right? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
No clue. Absolutely. Yeah, we do have some great questions and some great answers today. The players today have really fed us something nice to share with you guys in terms of just how the program goes, what weaknesses they might have, what strengths they might have, how they feel about their collegiate programs. But we're going to get right into it. No, this isn't right.
Whoa. Yo, okay. Bethany in the lead, 7,000 gold. That's what I like to see. Yeah.
We're going to get that refreshed up real quick.
There you go. Okay. Awesome. Everything reset back to 0. You love to see it. Thank you for the wipe. It's just a small oopsie. It happens.
It happens. And I apologize, guys, if I break out coughing at any point. I've got the sniffles. I'm still recovering from this cold. And yesterday apparently did not treat me well. So I apologize if there's a little bit of a cough. Alk, you're going to have to.
It's okay. After, it is Mother's Day. I'm sad to see that, you've already picked up a pretty bad gift in the sense of picking up a cold. It sucks. It sucks. And yesterday you got a really bad pre-order gift. You got a bad pre-order gift from yesterday too. I hope you're doing better with the burn there.
I am, you know what? Honestly, because I had ice on it for like the last 3 hours of casting, it stopped hurting as soon as I put some aloe vera on it. So I've still got a couple of blisters there, but you know what? None of the flesh underneath is burned because I got that ice on it. You gotta be smart about burns. All right, here's our first beautiful question of the day. This one is to Wizardish on Bethany Vikings. So, is your family involved in your college League of Legends career? Tell us about them. And yes, Wizardish says no. My mom wants me to quit video games ASAP. And as I say that, Solera gets popped up here in the top. This is just the start of these magical answers that we have gotten today. They are all spectacular. So
okay, there we go. Yeah, we have a couple more of them queued up for later on in the series, but that is kind of how this goes. And Solera, I mean, both of these top laners just lost out on the first couple of minions there, so neither of them really come out ahead. There's a small trade, and most importantly, Chim and both of them have already blown their health pot, so the D shield is going to grow in value as we continue on in this lane. But already, we were talking about the top laners. Solera saying, "Hey, look, guys, I might be able to find a solo kill here."
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming from Shen, and I think that's something that a lot of people don't acknowledge early on. Is yes, he's incredibly tanky, he's incredibly helpful when it comes to the later game stage fight or later stage. Wow, words are very hard already today. It's just the beginning. The later stage team fight game part.
There we go.
So when you get there, I mean, yes, he's very effective there, but my goodness, people do not give him enough credit for the amount of damage that he's capable of doing early on. Having that taunt as well, once that's picked up here, I mean, that is level 2 for Solera, but there's a lot of damage coming out of this champion, and even with the Doran shield here on that side, you said that D shield is going to be gaining its value here, and you've got the sword on the other side from Chim, so you gotta have a little bit of trepidation moving forward as Chim, based on the amount of damage that was taken there. We've already got so much pressure though from that player because they will have the advantage in pushing in the early game that Bethany might have an easy move there from Hunter to be able to get a gank in the top lane after a couple of levels.
Yeah, right now what we're looking at is kind of how the draft has kind of already shaken out, right? Lynx and Skytech are just slamming waves in bot lane, and Chim, same thing in top lane. Loyal has just got pushed in by Bradley, but for right now, Bethany, they kind of need to work with what they have. Like, mid lane can roam, but need to be careful, Actor. There's no dash for Solera here.
Yeah, Solera already moving up into the mid lane here. That is going to be a dash forward, but Solera makes it out fine. That was a nice, a flash expended, but totally worthwhile there for Solera.
Yeah, there are some Kane orbs that were just picked up for a little bit, so might see the red. He's also picked up the Conqueror, so we're probably going to just see Rost coming out here.
Whoa.
And Winston, the jungler here. What would it take for you to pursue a professional career in League of Legends? A fair chance, not playing remote with 100 ping, and an org that ruined my first Proving Ground split. That's really sad. I'm so sad for all the players on Solifide. They are, I mean,
Yeah.
Tuesday is a fantastic player, and just across the board is a really awesome roster. Hopefully we'll see them in the next Proving Grounds, which will be starting at the end of this month, actually.
Yeah, I mean, yes, a team that had some great players on it, and it was an unfortunate way for that team to go. But, you know, there's still a lot of opportunity here. Winston is a great player. We all know Winston, and so to have that as an answer is, you know, it's a little disheartening to see. All right, yeah, you're feeling it hard, but at the same time, hey, if that's the incentive, then that's the incentive to try to do well. And if you can do well on 100 ping, imagine what it will be like when you're down to like 30, man.
I remember when we were queuing up for all of the Proving Ground stuff, there was a discussion about all of the Proving Ground teams and all of the Academy teams having to play on like 30 ping on Tournament Realm, and then they have to come to play Proving Grounds on like 60 or 100 ping. It was a very fun discussion, so I'm sure that's what he was having fun with. But you know, speaking about Winston, this guy went from playing on TSM Academy and being one of the better teams in Academy, and then coming into amateur and having a really fantastic team to back him up as they rode to basically what was second place right under No Org. So awesome to see that, you know, Chim and Winston have come back to collegiate. They will have a little bit of fun here, and hopefully looking to kind of right the wrongs of 2019 Western, where they were taken out by Maryville, trying to look for some kind of championship, maybe a trophy there.
This is the way to start things. So Bethany has started the Dragon here, Infernal. And let me move this bottle of aloe vera so I can see my mini-map.
Okay.
No vision.
All right.
No vision around this one. Look at the deep Bethany vision that we've got, though, around that Dragon Pit. Clearly a priority for them. And this is kind of what I was talking about, though, that Western needs to take advantage of these things, like the control over these objectives, like getting some early ganks in and some early kills in, and having that Dragon go over to Bethany isn't necessarily the greatest start. They have had pressure in a lot of these lanes. They are doing well in a lot of these lanes, and at least staying even in terms of creep or pressure here. But that Dragon, that should have been a priority for Western. There should have at least been some vision there. Actor's gonna jump in here. Solura on the top side, but then realizing, hey, Hunter's in the wings, maybe this isn't the best time to engage.
Yeah, this is a really tough ask here. If you look at Chim, the wave is coming into him. He's saying, okay, look, this is a pretty long lane we can play through, but he got the level 6. He said, look, I probably just need to reset. And interesting that, you know, Actor is not just going to go for a reset here, trying to pick up. I guess that he doesn't have a ton of gold in the inventory. So since he already has the Iron Spike Whip and the boots, he's just going to have to walk all the way down. While the entire time, Hunter is just slowly starting to continue to build steam here. He's done his entire full camp. He's backed. He's gotten his scuttles. So right now, you know, we're talking about the early pressure here for Bethany, but Western, they kind of need to get the ball rolling a little bit. Bot lane is even in CS, and when you have a counter matchup like this, you need to be able to kind of leverage that in some way, and without a Dragon there to answer, it's a very, very difficult thing. Chim, I hope his Spidey sense is tickling.
No vision here. It is the level up, so we're going to get the flip and the stuns by Solura onto Solura. Chim is going to flash forward, but that's a lot of damage coming from Hunter. Can Solura and Hunter pick up this first blood? It will be Solura who gets the first blood. Colomer wanted something for Solura, and hey, how's a first blood there in the top lane against an Urgot feel?
You love to see it. Weak side be damned. I'm just going to take it.
Right?
They will sacrifice their bot lane here. A few camps trying to make sure that, you know, they can get this in, but they're already making a move for the Rift Herald. This is something we've seen time and again for a bunch of teams. Their bot lane's going to move over. This does mean that while this vertical jungling kind of exists for a little bit, that Tristana is going to be able to pick up a ton of gold and the bot lane won't. So this is still somewhat of an even trade here for Western. Need to be very careful and see what they do with this Rift Herald to try to cash in later.
I mean, you know, I like to see how even things are in terms of creep and gold. You know, you got a little bit of a sway in the mid lane in favor of Bethany, a little bit of sway there from Western because of that push for the top side. But nothing too insane. You've got Shen down on the bottom side right now as well. The teleport is still available, as is Stand United. So just trying to get a little bit of responding pressure down here. And a move down as well from Bradley, because Kane, actor, Winston, whatever name we want to give him right now, has been consistently trying to do a little bit of this vertical jungling. And now we'll get jumped on here.
Uh-oh.
W package away. But, I mean, it's still Western all up in this jungle.
Whoa, this is a really weird rotation coming out from Weston. They're trying to overload onto the bot side to get all of these camps away from Hunter. And in the meantime, Kai'Sa's just farming away. Chim is now sitting in mid lane to pick up the farm. That's another plate going down in favor of Kai'Sa. So some really interesting trades coming out from Western. I think that they were trying to trying to protect their jungler, but because of that play, they actually let Bethany come out ahead. They need to find this kill onto Solora here.
Gonna be a tough one, though. The charm does come through. The flash away from Solora. Hollywood is in the wings, but it might not be enough time. Solora trying to get back to the tower. That might not have been the best strategy. If you have tower shots available and you're at full health as a Shen, you want to try to get as many of those incorporated into the fight as possible.
Hollywood.
And Hollywood now might be in danger here. Loyal is also on the way here. That is a lot of damage that Hollywood is taking. Skytech takes a couple of tower shots, as does Actor, but nobody goes down there. And if Shen had gotten at least one more tower shot off on anybody, that could have been a different story.
Yeah, that would have been a way different potential there as we get to see the replay. I was wondering what Solora was going to do here. We see Hollywood is already making his way down. Does he try to play in the taunt field? I think that is potentially, something that you can do there if you're playing under the turret. I kind of figure this is what's happening. He's in calm. He's like, look, Hollywood is in bot side jungle. Hollywood's like, dude, walk up to me. We can maybe try to outplay this. And they get the dismount. You see the charge. They're just trying to get whatever they can. Really, really close turret aggro juggling coming out from Western. So I love that the Legends and the Mustangs are getting that out from them. But they did trade out on the top side a turret and almost half of that tier 2 away in favor of Wizardish, collecting all of that gold solo.
Absolutely, yeah. We actually saw Hunter move up to help out with that. As soon as you see so many members down on the bottom side of your jungle, you might as well get some responding pressure on the top. And that means that the first tower goes over to Bethany, so they're going to prox themselves or set themselves up here for this dragon.
Nice.
Western really not in any position to do anything about it. Even though they were just in this jungle from Bethany, they didn't actually prepare for the dragon. They weren't focusing on the objective. They were just trying to get kills.
Yeah, they wasted a ton of time in the bot lane, so they then had to come back out onto the map, relieve some of the pressure coming in from the top lane. And because of that, it ends up haunting them. They're able to get a second Drake here for Bethany. So in 10 minutes time, potentially, we have a soul here, an early soul, and it's Ocean Drake, which, I mean, you look at Western, that's going to be really detrimental to try and pop through all of this. You're going to have to pick up some grievous wounds, which I'm sure a lot of people don't want to have to spend 800 gold tax for. As Solora should be able to get out of this top lane. Hunter's here to back him up. This should be danger close here if you're Western.
It is. Solora and Hunter want to go in here on Actor. Actor's going to get the dash away. Hunter decides to instead go for Chim, who gets flipped and stunned, but that's a lot of damage to the taunt onto Chim, who will be the target. The TP by Loyal comes through, and Loyal's going to do a lot of damage, but Hunter is still on Actor. The shockwave to pull Hunter back, and the flash forward. Thanks for the stand. United Hunter stays alive, and they are able to disconnect from this, so 1-for-0 in favor of Bethany.
Okay, that is fancy footwork, and I love how they timed that out. They say, okay, look, we have the stand united, just back up out of fog. They're going to chase you anyway, Hunter. If they chase me, then it's doomed. Might be going on to Sleepy here, Wizardish.
Skytech gets ulted there by Hollywood. The exhaust comes out. Sleepy Link's taking a lot of damage. But that is a Tristana, and you got to be careful going forward.
Yeah, they use all of their summoner spells, and a good trade here for Western. They get the summoners out from the Bethany bot lane, so they'll be able to return to this in the next few moments. This should be the turret going down. It's a minute before the turret plates go off, and Western, they want to force for this. It's 2 plates left on this. We'll get a replay of this really awesome fight in top lane. Oh, it's just them okay, there we go. So it's them walking away after the kill. It happens. But yeah, this should just be Western trying to make good on that play they just made.
Now a little bit of pressure here. They are going to get the responding tower, one aside for each of these teams. This is kind of Bethany, I mean, as soon as that happened as well, and even after getting the first top tower, they're like, all right, we're sacrificing quite a bit here on the bottom side. So if we lose that tower, if it's going to happen, it's not the first tower of the game. We're going to get ours first because of the responding pressure that we were able to get on this top side. So we're kind of okay with it. There's 20 seconds left on plates here. They have still gotten 2 plates from the mid side as well. So they're feeling pretty good about their gold lead. It is 1 plate over Western right now, as only 1 plate has been taken from the top side. So a little bit of a gold advantage in terms of plates. That's going to be over to Bethany, but only 1K differential here at this point in the game. And we're almost at 14 minutes. That's with 2 dragons. So really, I mean, still just a very, very even game across the board.
Yeah, when you look at plates, it is literally Western have 6 plates. They got 6 plates for themselves, and Bethany got 7. So literally 160 gold difference between the 2 of them. A lot of this is coming from the farm differential that we're seeing from the mid jungle here. Hunter and Bradley are popping off right now. 30 gold there, and you look at it, is 1,100 gold for Bradley, and they're both 0-0-0. So it is literally just a full advantage that he's gained for themselves. We see the pings. Bethany want to make this attack onto mid lane. They want to try and force out onto Sleepy Lynx, whose flash is just coming up now.
Sleepy Lynx has to rocket jump away from that one, though. And this should be another tower here for Bethany. Not really an opportunity to engage here. Now this is 3 members pinched between 4 of all 5 members here of Bethany. A stun, and Wizardish will get the first kill here. So Laura trying to follow this one up. Chim on one side, Skytech and Sleepy Lynx on the other, but they're going to break apart from this and instead, you know, take what they got from it. The Rift Herald, no, they're not actually going to go for the Rift Herald here. They're just going to recall.
Yeah, they need to be careful with this bot lane here. If this bot lane becomes untenable, it's very difficult for them to try and defend on the mid lane, and for them to also continue to contest for this dragon that we set up that's coming up the next 50. So they'll be able to reset. That was a super dangerous position for Western there. Your mid laner is bot lane. You do not have TP. Maybe we just don't go for that. So Actor caught out in a little bit of an oopsie there. They're trying to contest for mid priority here, and they want to stop this Drake Soul from being a potential win condition here for Bethany. But they're resetting. Okay.
They are.
We're resetting. It's 30 seconds, guys. You do not have time to reset after this. You will not get back out onto the map for this Drake.
Okay, they're not going to. They're going to set up some vision here. They're going to focus on this. This will be soul point for Bethany if they manage to pick up this dragon. They'll be at soul point. So certainly something that they need to focus on. They're going to move up again into this blue side jungle. Only 2 members here of Bethany in the mid lane. The remainder are catching up. We got 5 seconds on this dragon. All 5 members of Western poised to take this and begin a fight here. We got a recall from Solura, who has Stand United available. They're going to start up the dragon here. 4 members of Bethany want to go in, and blue team instantly just takes the dragon out. No response there from Bethany. The charm of the ultimate from Skytech on the back line. In the meantime, Bradley's going to have to flash over the wall after being charmed. They're going to take out Loyal on that side. Sleepy Lynx gets exhausted here. Wizardish will pick up a kill. Solura decides to stop the fight against Chim there. They might have lost the dragon, but they picked up 4 kills for it.
Oh my god. Okay, so Bethany, really great job. I think that they were a little bit hesitant. You're talking, you know, our theme for casting the last 2 weeks has been trepidation. What happens when you just take a second? They're not able to get into the pit. I think it's a really hard kind of play to make as Hunter if you know you're going to just get immediately Tristana ulted out of the pit. But they find an entrance here. They're kind of waiting for Bradley, waiting for when this the package was going to come through to kind of split up the team, and we see it does massive damage there. Also a lot of chaos, especially with Wizardish immediately popping into the backline with the fellow marksman. So really great job from Bethany. Western, I'm glad that you're able to pick up this objective. Maybe you're able to pick up this Rift Herald now that you're coming out onto the map a little bit stronger and a little bit earlier than your opponents with TP from Loyal. You need to be able to start to eke out some of these advantages, because as we get further onto those team fights, it is slowly eking towards Bethany. So Laura is doing really well, and we haven't seen much from Chim, who, I mean, has been honestly a little bit spot this game so far.
Yeah, certainly has, you know, gotten into some sticky situations. Bethany has been focusing on that top lane. We were kind of expecting that, though, with what Colomer had said. So trying to get Solura as far ahead as possible. And I mean, looking at Hunter, too, who has been just such a great kill feeder, you know? 0-0-7, has the chem tank, so is going in just to try to get lockdowns and try to ride the secret agent, just trying to get as much for the rest of his team. It's working out so well. 100% KP, so he has been involved in every single kill kill that Bethany has gotten across the board. And the people that you want kills on right now have got them. 3-0-1 for Wizardish, who's one of the most exceptional players for sure on this team. Not somebody that you want to get ahead if you are Western, and that's what it's looking like. So not even the tanky members being the ones to get a lot of the engages here. It just seems like Bethany is waiting for Western to make a mistake so that they can capitalize on it.
Yep, they're in position for this. They'll see them on the Rift Scuttle here. That's kind of sitting for them, but this should just be Bethany. This should just be Westerns all day. I mean, the top lane's not really in position. You see them, they're trying to push for mid. And speaking about bullying out onto top laners, they're going to make a play on either side of the map here.
Soloria is going to get charmed by the ultimate there from SkyTech. Flashes away from the shockwave, though. Solora might stay alive here. SkyTech has tower aggro. The flash forward from Actor. He's going to use the ultimate onto Solora now. And Solora's just trying to get back to the next tower. The pop-up will be enough. And Kane will find the shutdown onto Solora. But a 1-for-0 is all they will get and lose their mid tower in the process.
Oh my god. Okay, Western, they have to force for that play. They waste so many resources. And on the opposite side, during that entire play, Bethany, they're slowly moving their vision and moving their players across the bot side. If we could toggle vision real quick for Bethany, it is literally with red side wards. It is blank for blue. You look at Western, and you look at Bethany, it is ward, ward, ward. Every single one of these bushes, thank you to the Ocean Soul. But they're trying to control this side of the jungle, force Western to try to walk into Fog of War, and now that they'll be able to reset back out on the map, they have a minute before this Drake. It is a really deep push here, potentially, for an Ocean Soul point in Bethany.
They're certainly going to fight for it as hard as possible, but we can see how quickly Western can take down these objectives. Big part of that, thanks to a Tristana, who is fantastic at melting those objectives down. But Bethany do not want to allow Western to take this dragon. They do not want to allow them to be poised to have another successful fight. And again, I mean, I'll keep saying the farther this game goes on, the more in favor it will be of Bethany having those frontline engagers and having the outside damage to accommodate.
Oh, they're just doing this.
Bethany, they're just going to start right up on the dragon. There's
not
no
another
vision
sneaky Baron.
Here. Western does not have any idea what's going on. They're assuming that Bethany is probably poising and lining up for this dragon. But no, instead, they are going for the Baron. The ping's coming out now from Western that they need to make a move on this fast.
There we go. They're putting down the vision wards. They get the Baron. Here we go. Here's the play, potentially.
The Shockwave pulls 3 members back. SkyTech tries to go in, has to E back out. The teleport coming in as well from Chin. Salura and Hunter are very low. Actor will try to get over the wall here. Hollywood has to re-engage and will go down to Sleepy Links. Wizardish is now fighting Chim. A nice double dash away to escape the flip there, but that's a lot of damage. A flash forced out of Wizardish now, and that will be a shutdown going over to Sleepy Links. I do believe that is the first death for Wizardish in this game. So a nice chunk of gold going to the pockets of the Western players.
Okay, and now that means that they also have a numbers advantage. This Baron for Bethany came at a large cost. They'll not only give 2 members, and they'll give their bot lane for it, but they should be able to grab this dragon, and if they really want, they can have their Tristana sit in mid lane. They might be able to try to find something onto Hunter here. This is a really large boon, and Bethany hand in the cookie jar a little bit there. They got what they wanted, but it came at a cost.
Did 2 members lost out on that push, and not having Wizardish as one of those members certainly hurts. But there's still 2 minutes of a Baron push here. That's going to be another dragon going over to Western. 2-2. Hunter here is on the hunt as the teleport comes through from Bradley. This is 5 members of Western, though. The 3 of them coming through as the Stand United engages them. Oh my gosh, the package will come out. Hunter on the backside is taking a lot of damage, but dealing just as much, allowing Bradley to get some solid pokes down. And all of Western has to run away from these members of Bethany. It's too much damage, and it looks like they might be able to find themselves more pressure here in the bottom side.
Okay, some really weird. I'm going to just say that that was just a misplay from Bethany. If they're able to get the package and scoot some members over to their side of it, that is a definite, certain amount of kills there for Bethany. But Western, they're able to get out a little bit scot-free. They have to use some of their summoner spells there to try and get away from it. But really, Western, they got a dragon, and then they weren't able to get all that much. They did get the TP and the the Stand United out of Solora, so a potential thing to look for if he's going for the split. This is a really nice back and forth coming out from Western, not quite wanting to lose their grip in the game. They didn't get to push into mid after that dragon, but using this Rift Herald, they're able to cheat some mid priority and even start to take some of this camp. Solora, be very careful, buddy. Your mid lane is no longer yours.
There's a red tower down, a blue tower down. Shelly will not be able to take the second, or get another hit there and take that second tower in the mid lane. Still 20 seconds left on this Baron push. And there's a really solid push in the top lane. They're going to be moving down in the mid side now, so Chim can try to get some response there on the bottom side. But no, it will be a recall here as
fast.
Bethany decides to go for Skytech. Yes, Hunter is very fast. The ultimate coming out there from Wizard is so much damage, and Hunter just needs to find this champion out to be able to take the kill. Hollywood is going to get that one, though.
Oh, what? Come on, man. He pressed the E. They get the stun in the middle of the grand entrance, but they find the kill. What are they looking for when they get this? So obviously by getting rid of their support, they will get rid of a lot of the vision potential here for Western, and they're still trying to choke out this bot side because they know that top lane is not likely going to be re-entered here by Western. They're just trying to make it so that Chim continues to be starved of resources, but he's making fine for himself. 50 CS up, and here we go, a dive.
Chim is going to be jumped on all 5 members of Western here. A flash forward, trying to get away. It won't be enough, and Solura's going to go in, taunt Skytech, who's going to have to W back. Takes a couple tower shots, but that is okay because now Bethany has this pressure in the bottom lane. It has forced Orianna to push back in the top side, but they're okay with that because they keep sending these players into different lanes, and then they keep moving as a 5-man team and beginning these fights and poking down 1 to 2 members, and they are more than okay with continuing to gain their gold lead in this manner.
Yeah, the Bethany death ball right now is certainly in effect. They are trying very hard to pick out one member and then move across, grab whatever objectives they can, and kind of rinse and repeat for that. However, they are losing a little bit out on the map. Yes, they have all of the outer turrets, but slowly, piece by piece, Western members are picking up gold. They're able to push in this mid turret. They're able to push in the top turret. If Bethany were able to fix their waves, make sure that they were safe enough for them to kind of work across the map, then this would be a really deadly combination as Bethany goes on in the series. But it is currently 9-5. It is 6-3 in turrets. A ton of that gold, a ton of the standing gold is gone. It's going to be up to Western. They need to be able to kind of find their way back into this game. It's going to come off, I think, of Chim and Actor finding that backline, getting into there. And we haven't really seen a Fear Beyond Death so far.
No, actually. No, I don't think we have seen a single one, really, not even an opportunity. Chim hasn't really been involved in any team fights, though. It's been Chim kind of caught out solo, having to try to run away. You're not going to be able to get anyone to 25% health with that. And now we can see Chim just sitting here waiting for this bottom lane to push out. It's forcing Western to waste a lot of time. They can't be moving forward, even trying to clear out the vision in their own jungle, and we can see how Bethany has the split on the red side bottom and their own red side top there. So vision very much in Bethany's favor, and they're looking for another fight here.
Some very shallow vision from Western. This is a package from Bradley available. They have the ultimate with Shen. They could wait for this. 20 seconds on the Drake. Try to force Western's hand. Put them in an uncomfortable position. And look at this. They're trying to sneak through the river. Trying to sneak through the Drake. That is a lot of damage onto Sleepy.
Very fast as Hunter. Skytech's going to have to dash over with the shield. Actor taking some over the wall from Bradley. Hunter is going to flash into this. The blast cone used for Winston to get out of this fight. And they were able to successfully disconnect. But now they're on the top side here. They're going to go for Baron. And oh my goodness, Bethany's just going to move straight down over to the Dragon Node. 4 members will go to Baron. They're going to leave Kaisa alone on that Drake as Chim is trying to split here. So much damage coming from Bradley. The big one does not hit. But they've pushed Western away from this Baron and still able to pick up the Dragon. Bradley's going to burn that package to get over the wall there. Hey, and that's a successful move for them.
Okay, Western, this was their time. They're going to start up the Baron yet again. They know that Kaisa's here in mid lane. They're waiting with Skytech. They have vision of Chim as well. Hunter, not quite here. They know there's no package. Actor's going really, really low. And now Western in a very dangerous position, pinned up against the Baron. Do they try to do it? They're going to get killed. But now they're also going to get corralled out of the top side of their jungle. If they ever find a member, Bethany come out huge in this fight and potentially a Baron for them. Loyal and Sleepy, they're in danger territory.
Sleepy might be okay, though, on the other side of this wall. Hollywood will be found out there by Sleepy. Actually takes a lot of damage from Wizardish. Now Skytech is going to have to use the stopwatch there. Hollywood will likely go down here to Sleepy Lynx on the backside, but Wizardish finds one. And Actor and Loyal are on the run. They're in the enemy jungle now, in the enemy lane. Bradley will be the one to go forward. Has to flash away from this as Actor and Chim are both there. The shockwave will help, but it won't help save the life of Oriana, who goes down here. Salura now trying to force out Actor and Sleepy Lynx as a double kill goes over Wizardish here, thanks to that Flash Hunter. A nice little bit of movement speed, but the Tristana is going to have to use that ultimate in response. The taunt onto Actor means that Winston will go down. Sleepy Lynx, the last surviving member of Western. It will be an ace by 1 second before Skytech comes up.
There we go, and Bethany finally rout them out of their jungle. Western, they do a whole yakety sax. Can we just take a minute to note that it started at Baron, they went through their top side jungle, then they wrapped all the way back onto Bethany's side and came right back to the ramp into blue buff. What a really long fight there. 11,000 gold. Bethany now with Baron and with a Ocean Soul to their backs. This has to be their game. They're playing incredibly aggressively, and Western kind of feels like they've lost themselves in the game a little bit. Their top lane not having a fun time, and Wizardish and Hollywood have been a fantastic kind of duo. We even get to hear from Hollywood himself with this question here.
Yeah, a little bit of actual reasoning here from Hollywood. What do you expect, I guess? When do you play your best? And Hollywood says, I play the best when I'm not under a lot of pressure. It's good to be serious during matches, but being relaxed but focused is a good balance. And that's a hard balance to achieve as well. Yes. So I'm happy that Hollywood has been able to find that balance between being able to play professionally. I mean, even as casters, we have that, like, are we being too casual? Are we being too professional? How do we, how do we move forward with this? So being able to find that balance is such a nice place to be able to say that you've gotten to as a player, especially, you know, if somebody is Hollywood and has to be backing up someone so crazy like Wizardish. They might be trying to go for an engage here, but Bethany's able to just kind of walk away.
They're going for this.
Skytech will engage the ultimate there from Rel. The W as well. Void Seeker to do a lot of damage, but there, finally, Fear Beyond Death will come out, and Jim will take down Hollywood. Now Bradley and Salura are doing a lot of damage, trying to top this one in. Down goes Chim to Salura. 3 members are fighting Salura on the backside from Western, and oh my gosh, Skytech is so dang low. The Void Seeker will find out Actor. And oh my goodness, they still got a minute and a half almost on Baron Nashor. The only person to lose that was Hollywood.
Man, Fear Beyond Death does not care if you have 1,000 plus shielding. It will execute you. It's not enough, though, for Western. They lose their top and jungle, and now they're going to continue to lose their base. No one is able to access his backline. Bradley and Wizardish, you said it amazingly during that fight. They're untouched. None of the members of Western are able to get in that backline and cause some chaos. And we're seeing now Bradley, level 17. We'll get to see how much his rockets are doing. Look at these auto attacks as they go on to Chim, or Chim goes onto them. They're trying to find this and use so many summoner spells, so Laura's not able to get in this. And the important thing here is Bradley's trying to max out damage. Wizardish already Gale Force backwards, and just look at how much this Mirror Mana is doing. Auto attack, big one onto 3. There's nothing for them to get here. They have they still have their Baron waves, and really with top and bot starting to kind of stack in favor of Bethany, this map state is getting worse and worse for Western.
And so they wanted, Colimer wanted this, Colimer being the coach of this team, Bethany wanted Salura to be able to play this game. And oh my God, is Salura playing this game, doing such an exceptional job of peeling away a good majority of the front line from Western, so that that Bethany can be safe in using Wizardish and Bradley to do as much damage to the front as they possibly can. And Salura is still continuously getting out of these alive somehow after peeling away 3 members, getting a kill, getting hit by the Tristana. I mean, just exceptionally played here by this Shen. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a respect band take away something as powerful as this, because Salura is doing a great job on this champion. Now, though, Bethany has decided, all right, we've broken into the base, might as well keep as much pressure down here as possible. We'll just let Udyr take over this dragon.
Yeah, they're slammed into their base right now. If you're looking on the side of Western, they could look for TPs. There are some wards. Bethany have not quite, they're skipping some steps. But honestly, talking about that Hollywood clip that we just heard, that we just got to see a little bit ago, that definitely sounds like Bethany, right? They don't take a lot of things very seriously. Really, some of the, even Bradley, even Wizardish, they are literally the most chilled, laid back dudes. And while Hollywood's like, hey guys, we may need to focus a little bit here, it definitely is in line with some of the culture there on the team.
Yeah, it's not like you've got this one voice of reason, They're all having fun. And Hollywood, as the support, has to have a little bit more of that. Has to be a
Sometimes
little bit.
you gotta be the bad cop.
Yeah, exactly. Be the bad cop by being the good cop here, really, honestly, for Bethany. But it is nice to see that is something like that Hollywood has really been able to find out here. Now, Actor might be trying to go in on Hunter, but Hunter's just too dang fast. You can't get any pops here. Chim's like, all right, I'm going to move towards this mid side, see what I can do against Allura, but it's got to know that hasn't gone well for him in the past.
Yeah, look at this. They're putting a full court press right now. They're just abandoning top lane at this point. They're trying to continue to escort minion waves into mid lane. And the more and more that this happens, we're seeing it now. The gold is starting to slowly funnel into some of the bigger members here on Western. Loyal is at a massive CS discrepancy. Even Actor, he's trying to pick up what he can, but most of this is going to be on the mid and AD carry to really start to clear out these waves. We'll have to see. Maybe Western try to make an attempt, but they have no heal cut, and there's Ocean Souls ticking away on these guys.
The amount of damage that Bradley is able to get off of these ults, not even the big one, off of just straight auto attacks, man, the positioning is great. And all of Bethany, this whole front line, these three members I was talking about, and Hollywood, Hunter, and Salura, they are all ensuring that Wizardish and Bradley stay as safe as possible. It's insane how much damage they are able to poke off without taking anything themselves.
Yeah, look at this. They're constantly pushing for this. Chim has to use the disdain backwards. Bradley is still here poking out damage. This could be the fight under the turret. Actor takes a ton, but it is 20 seconds to bear, and I can't imagine Bethany are going to stay here much longer.
Nah, they're like, we'll poke down some damage. We'll let them see how little we can do around their tower. Let's recoup a little bit and go for that. That is, they've got Soul Point already, Ocean Soul, and they're looking for eventually, once 3.5 minutes, if they can even get through 3.5 minutes to go for that Elder, though, with this Baron pressure and the amount that they still have in the mid and the bottom side. Also, now the top completely collapsing. I mean, Western is just having to reactively force back as much as they can. The teleport is coming in above. The Baron is very low. Chim is going to try to go down onto Bradley, who has to W away, gets flipped back and charmed. So much damage. Bradley goes down there to the Tristana. The jump over the wall by Sleepy Wizardish finds the kill on the other side. The double kill. Hunter's going to find one. Give that a triple kill over to Wizardish. And now Sleepy Links, once again, the last remaining member of this team. Hollywood's going to flash forward, try to get this pop. The stun will go down, and a quadra kill over to Wizardish. That spells the end of the game for Western.
Dude, what is up not only with Bethany, but also this Upsurge Esports stream? We are just permanently quadra kills and triple kills. Yesterday, we got a ton of them. The inhibitor will save Western a little bit of time, so they'll have some more time in the fountain to check out their base falling around them. But Bethany with an insane team fight. That Ocean Drake got so much use in that last fight, and while they're able to find some of the members here against Bethany, Wizardish trying to his damnedest to run into the fountain before the game ends. 21-8 and a large gold lead for themselves. That was Bethany almost the entire game there for them.
A lot of the game was in control by Bethany for sure. I mean, it wasn't even, the early game lead that kind of we needed to see from Western with this composition. We talked about it when that first dragon was taken, and Western wasn't even aware, didn't even have anything set up around that. And then a little bit late started to focus on those objectives. But Bethany had already kind of had control of that. And then looking at the vision as the game went on, you could see that Bethany was in full control of the map at that point. And as Western, when you were forced to 100% play reactively, you're just not in a good position for yourself and your team.
Yeah, bot lane did not get off to an explosive enough start, and this Urgot ended up kind of being a little bit of a liability. It ended up kind of really having a hard time dealing with how much mobility the enemy team has. You really can't lock down. You need to be really far ahead for this Urgot to kind of be a menace and kind of force for some of this enemy team to respect you. So Jim might need to hit the need to hit the building blocks there yet again. Might have to switch it up a little bit in the top lane. We've seen some really interesting stuff. We got to see Nocturne top from him, for crying out loud. Let's get some really awesome counter picks against Salora and see if the top lane is going to be kind of the brawler's island that maybe we would have expected.
Well, luckily, these are best of 3 games, so we get to see
Yes.
how round number 2 goes. We are going to take a quick break, so everyone go use the bathroom, go give your mom a kiss, go grab your drink or refill that thing, get some refreshments, stay hydrated. We will be right back after a quick break to break down that first game and go into number 2 between Bethany and Western.
And Bethany, right off the gate, did not disappoint. Now, let's sit off the board, because some of us were predicted Western, but this first game, honestly, has genuinely put down a staple and stamp, signaling to us what they're here to do. So, Kari, looking at you first and foremost, let's just break it down with what they did starting off with the early game from them.
Yeah, I mean, let's focus on the positives. Bethany had an incredible showing from their jungler Hunter on Udyr. I thought that was the way that Hunter really felt comfortable getting these seamless ganks off, especially top, and aiding to. And we mentioned during the pre-show that Solura does have an incredible Shen, and the fact that it didn't get banned is very surprising because Shen is also extremely good on this patch. So shutting down Chim with those big jungle plays and getting Solura fed became an extremely important part of this. But it wasn't just top lane, it was also bot lane. Hunter would just stop by, say hello, and just grab a little something there. And it's crazy because the culmination of all of this, we have a really fun stat, and I actually I'd rather throw it to Beat for that because it more applies to the end of the game. But for the early game, it's really interesting because Hunter killed it, absolutely killed it, locked down every camp, locked down every lane, and I think that was really a strong showing for a jungler.
I couldn't agree more, Kari. And one other reason I want to highlight, you actually touched on it just briefly, him spending a lot of time topside, really harassing Chim, making sure that he cannot stay ahead. And why I think that's important is not just in the fact that he's playing Urgot, who's a champ you absolutely want to kneecap and not let get the slightest bit of a lead. But if you look at the draft as a whole here for Western, the Kayn pick, I think, is a little difficult to run for Actor, especially in this particular situation, because of the fact that Rost is not the greatest of frontliners, especially when you think about Shen, when you think about Udyr, and when you think about Rel. So what ends up happening is because Urgot is behind, you can't win team fights for Western unless you're the ones who start them. And you're going to see a pretty solid example of that here in this clip, because now they are the ones who are on the aggression here. They're the ones who are starting to pick up these kills, run them down, because that's the kind of stuff that Urgot and Rakan and champs like that are really good at. But you only have so many chances when you are from behind like this, because what ends up happening is that when you don't have control over your jungle, when you're the one losing all of your towers on the side of Weston, what that means is you are rarely getting to objectives first. You are more often than not face checking into a composition where I would never want to face check into. Again, 3 tanks who are so difficult to actually take down. And what that ends up meaning is there's no way for them to actually get the team fights that they want. And to make matters worse, they double down even more so, because as the game gets later and later, they are still looking for Chim, even while he's just trying to get some measly side farm on his side of the map, no less. And that's just really smart play from Hunter and the rest of Bethany as a whole, because they recognize that, okay, the biggest threat here to allow Sleepy Links on this Tristana to actually get the space to do damage is this Urgot. Well, if Urgot never gets to farm, he never gets to play.
2 things off the bat, based on what you said. Firstly, yes, I agree, man. Hunter absolutely came out with extremely strong showing too. One big thing too was that he had 100% kill pressure as well in the beginning. I believe in the first 20 minutes he was 0-7, not taking anything for himself, bro. All for his laners. My man was a savant with it, consistently being like, no, for you, please, no, go on. Or I believe as Rhea says in Valorant, for you, Hermelita. It's just pass it out over. It's beautiful with that. Secondly, they picked Corky, bro. They did it. Finally, my man in the copter finally gets some respect and the things he deserves. I absolutely loves it. And Freeze also had the most damage in the entire game as well. So, beat down. Tell me again how, just how bad Corky is, bro. It's like, I don't know where you
I said Corky ADC is bad. And where was Corky again, Robbie? Where was he? There, and there it is. But I'll give you that it was a good showing there from Freeze, and the fact that it kind of made Kane's life even harder, that the only 2 squishy targets he could go for are Corky and Kaisa, 2 of the most mobile ADCs in this game.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you do also have a stat on Wizards as well in that game, because going on the later stage of the game here, beat that you saw just how much he's able to pop off, kiting and moving around the entire team fights consistently, so much so making sure to get all those 4 procs off each and every single time to pop everything's in front of it. Like you're talking about a little bit before about, going on switching targets. Man, Corky has shield bow, bro. So like it don't even matter. He wasn't even that squishy, B.
Even the few times he got on top of freeze, you see the shield bow pop, and you have such a limited amount of time, even when you do start engages for Western, where it's like, okay, we got a couple seconds, someone has to die right now. And when they don't, well, then the whole fight falls apart. And sometime towards the end, you saw, even when they did get a pick, it didn't matter. Bethany were too strong. They had too much front line, too much beef. They were thick, one might say.
With 2 C's, even
3 C's for the 3 tanks.
Oh, you talking about 3? So she's damn. That's what we like to see here, man. And one big point that was raised by the cast as well. You saw the pressure that was extended by Bethany all throughout the bot side jungle, giving them Baron and Ocean and Ocean Soul as well. They were just so far ahead at a certain point. You see the latest team fights, it doesn't necessarily even matter, right? Only nullifying so much of what Western wanted to do. One quick thing that they also called out, bro. Fear Beyond Death doesn't care if you have shields; it still gets the pick, which is stupid, in my opinion. But all you got to see it once, unfortunately. But looking forward in the game, no, it doesn't matter. Apparently, looking forward into the next game, though, Kari. What do you want to see out of Western to possibly, make maybe my prediction come true or beats come true? I don't know.
Let's talk about the jungle, okay? I know that Actor is capable of an incredible performance. Hunter and Actor both have deep champ pools. They're adaptable, and they are capable. Unfortunately, in this game, Actor had a 12 creep score in the enemy jungle versus Hunter's 40. So think about the disparity there and how much of a difference that makes in the game. You have total control over the enemy's jungle, their camps, everything. And I bring this up a lot, but I mean it this time very seriously. You cannot be responding to Bethany. You can't be on the responding end. You become the problem. Again, they're creating the problems. You're answering the question. Whoever's answering is the loser in this case. Lead Bethany around by a leash. Make sure that you're causing problems for them. And I think you'll get a little bit of a better shot. Control, you're the one in control of the game.
I couldn't agree more with you, Akari, all right? You want to make sure, like you were saying, you can't be pulled around no more, bro. Western right now has to be able to step it up, go onto the rift with their chest out and say, yo, we here to play here, man. We're not going to let you play by your rules, because we were saying before that Bethany right now are playing fast and furious, and not only Tokyo Drift style, I'm talking about the entire series. So let's see who's got the brakes to this. Western can perhaps speed it up on their own and punch down on the NOS. Will lead up to Jolly and Arc Battery to let us know about that. I'll take it away.
We're back. All right. Thanks for breaking some of that down, guys. All right. Apparently, Ravishing is very much a fan of Corky. You guys didn't get that from all of that. My boy, he kept calling him my boy. So right off the bat, you know that's part of Ravisha's hood, her crew. Sorry. So like, I mean, you got a really big following here. Corky is, yes, he's great. I wouldn't consider him bannable. I wouldn't consider him. There are a lot of great other picks that we have available there. So yeah, I respect the love for the Corky. But I don't think we have as much here on the caster desk as the analyst desk might.
I'm trying to find the skin, because there's like a skin of Corky where he has like a little like twirly mustache. I'm trying to find it now. But it is. I don't think it's Toboggan.
Red Baron, he's got the big one.
It is Hot Rod. It's Hot
Rod. Yes.
I think of Hot Rod Corky. When you say part of his hood, I just think Hot Rod Corky. He's just riding around.
Right.
He's having fun with the boys.
Revving up.
I can expect that.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. We're gonna stick with the same bands though. Start things out. Western again on the blue side. Bethany on the red. Do we actually know what was the order? Do we know what the order of pick was? Who started? Who won the flip?
I think it was Western, because Western had side selection.
Okay, all right.
So
Western
Bethany
picked first.
red side.
Thank you so much. Western picked first. So they picked blue, and Bethany this time has stayed with the red side. The bans are going to remain the same aside from that ooh dear ban. Bethany is not going to get that again, so Hunter gets a respect ban away, and Western is going to instantly pick up that Kaisa as well. So they're like, hey, we'll show you, Wizardish. It's going to be a hard one to beat, though.
Yeah, and Wizardish has just been playing all of Kaisa, and really, their answer to this, just pick Samira. It would be a really early pick on for them, so I wonder if they'll try to kind of delay that 80 carry pool from going on, but they have been showing a lot of love for Rel. I was hoping we might get to see some Hollywood on Rel, or on some enchanters, because when he first made his transition from mid lane to support, he was playing a ton of enchanters. He's like, wait, this role is broken. This role is broken. We should just play this more often. It was a little bit weak at the time. We hadn't really found anything with Moonstone quite yet, but I'm hoping that maybe later in CLoL, if they do get this rel taken away from them, that we get to see a little bit deeper of Hollywood's champion pool.
Moonstone is not quite as powerful as it once was. I mean, it was completely broken. Yeah, the staff, Moonstaff, Moonstaff, the combo. So Moonstone, Renewer, and then Staff of Flowing Water. It's Moonstaff was what everyone called it because it was just so broken. It's still very viable. I mean, if you're going to buy the Moonstone, you might as well buy the Staff for a lot of those champions that utilize it, but it's not quite as broken as it once was, and champions like Rel, like Leona, have been really powerful, though several. I mean, we see a lot of Lulu enchanters like that. And so I mean, we've seen her banned out in a lot of these games or picked in a lot of these games. I'm kind of surprised that she hasn't really kind of shown up so far this week. But they're going to stick with the row. Yeah, not for us. That's true.
She's making appearances in top lane. When we were doing the Unified EA stream last week, she was showing up in mid lane a little bit, I think, from one of the other games. So she's floating around. She's avoiding us, sadly.
Apparently she is, even in the bans. So we saw a lot of that last week. But the Shen remains on the side here for Bethany. I love that. They've got Salora back on that champion. That was one of the ones that I was assuming we might see a respect ban from. But Western has locked in the counterpart that I mentioned to that kind of style, the Olaf, who has been very strong and was banned away in the second ban phase of the last game. So nobody was able to pick this up. Western has decided to prioritize their jungle here, though, earlier on than last game.
Yeah, I also like this because, one, it's a little bit more straightforward. I don't have to play Kayn, who is like arguably one of the weaker junglers and is just kind of a counter pick. I can just pick this, and now they've also grabbed themselves the Poppy, which I really, really love. Has some flexibility. I think that against this bot lane, this is a really killer combo with Kaisa against the Rel and Samira, and even, like you said, it has a great matchup into Shen. So I would love to see what Western's able to do with this and how much flexibility they have between Skytech and Chim.
So we're seeing the Karma and the Lulu band out there from Bethany. They don't want to see any of that. So those casters that we were talking about, and those are two that we've seen primarily. Yesterday we saw a lot of the Karma, whether it was in the mid lane or the support lane. Very viable in both of them because she offers a lot of damage, and that shield is just so, Mantra shield is so OP. The Corki will be another respect ban, though. So there you go, Ravish. You were looking for some more respect for Corki. That right there is it. We're not going to see the Corki in this game. A Draven Hover. This is just them messing with us.
Yeah.
But it is dog hair everywhere all the time. But it is very possible that they will pull something cheeky out. They're going to go with the Volibear, and I'm a big fan of this one. Volibear was my first main ever. Actually ran him up in the top side. You know, obviously way before the rework. But Volibear in the jungle right now is very strong. A lot of the same kind of style that they were going for. The initiation, the hard engage, but lots of tank and lots of damage to follow it up. So still resilient damage.
Yeah, you know, when we were talking about it yesterday, it hurt my heart to see Fiddlesticks lose. That was my first champion. I didn't get to have a lot of fun watching that one. But it happens, and when we were looking at Western, they had to be able to blind something. So now we get to see that to show their hand, it is Vladimir. I was wondering what Skytech was going to bring out. He's been pulling out some different champions. Nico would have been actually really, really fun into Bethany's comp, but they've decided double AP solo laners here, and this is a hard draft now for Bethany. They can pick what they want. They're going to pick up the Gwen here for Bradley.
Love it. I love it. The Gwen, that's going to be, you know, I mean, going into Loyal here on the Orianna again, so might be a little bit of a struggle early game, but Gwen is so much fun to play.
Yep.
We've seen quite a bit of her. Michigan in particular was picking up the Gwen or the Viego in the last 2 weeks. Unfortunately, they lost out yesterday, but that means that we get to see some more Gwen, just from another cheeky meme type of team, Bethany, of course, who are still in the fight. I love the Samira. You called it the Samira would be the response here to the Kaisa, and that's what we're gonna see. And I'm wondering then if this Poppy is staying.
Yeah, the Poppy has to. She has to be bot lane. Like, you can't. We have this joke in normals when we're playing with me, Smacks, and maybe a couple other friends. We're sitting there and it's like, oh, they have like a Fiddlesticks and they have like an Orianna. Well, Fiddlesticks has to go to jungle, right? And then it's like, yes, of course. How did I not see that it's Fiddlesticks mid and Orianna jungle for some reason?
Yep.
I would really, of course, I guess I must be just like the village idiot for some reason.
Yeah.
Bethany. I'm really sad we don't get to see any flexing. I would have loved to have seen like Hunter be a little bit cheeky and tried to take up either Gwen or Shen, and you just have Volibear sitting in top lane versus Vladimir. That one doesn't sound particularly fun for Volibear, but you know it would kind of lean into their tendency to be a little bit of some jokesters here.
And this makes the matchup a little more difficult for Shen as well. So it's not going to be as fun of a game for Solora. Hunter is not going to be able to get in there quite as quickly as he was with the Udyr, just a little bit slower for those clear times, and a little more damage that you take early on as the Volibear. So the Olaf, however, you got a lot of easy ins. Honestly, I can tell you, I have seen Olafs jump in level 2. I've seen the most absurd rotations coming from people who play Olaf because you can just be so darn aggressive with this guy and really help out any of your lanes. All you have to do sometimes is throw one of those axes, and as long as you get the slow, you get some of that damage down, and you're like, all right, cool, glad I can help you guys. See ya. Back to the jungle for me. You know, the early game, I do think, is going to be a priority for both of these teams. Bethany had a much better job of executing the early game in the last game, even though I kind of assumed that Western would have more of an advantage to the early game. So Western's going to have to try to step up the early game in this one because, I mean, similar kind of story. Either of these... Similar in that if either of these teams gets a really heavy sway in the beginning, they will likely be able to snowball out of control. But now, in the late game, it's not decided by one team. The last game, it was certainly the later the game goes on, Bethany will be more in control. They have more tank, they have more engage. But now Western has leveled that out here in this game number 2. So as the game goes on, it's up to anyone how they decide to engage, how they decide to move forward, because whoever finds success is going to be able to utilize that. And no one really has that sort of advantage that we saw last game.
Yeah, Western, they have some really nice tanky bits, right? They have the Olaf, who can be a little bit more of a bruiser. Poppy's playing support, so she won't get as much gold, but that passive on her W, when she's, I think, below 40% HP, she doubles her armor and magic resist, becomes very, very tanky for a short time. But a lot of this comes down to, where is Vladimir in the game? Is Vladimir down 0-3-1 like we saw in the Urgot from last game? Or is Vladimir even or even ahead on Solora? Because if that Vladimir becomes a problem, Samira has no answers for it. Hollywood's going to have a hard time locking down. You have a point-and-click stun, but Hunter, you try to land the bear slap, and all of a sudden he just goes right into the blood pool, and you're not able to hit him. Gwen's going to have a similar problem trying to stick onto some of these champions. So Bethany, a little bit of a harder time to execute here. In Western, they need to protect their top laner. They need to protect these solo lanes, because Bethany very easily can start to run away with an early lead.
Yeah, it does seem, just based on these compositions, that you got a little bit of a slower early start from Bethany. But again, last game, that's kind of what we expected. Bethany went away running, though, right off the bat, or they took off running right off the bat. So, you know, I would kind of expect the same kind of style of play from them for this game. And if they do find themselves that early lead and prevent it from the previous one, you know, there is a lot of opportunity for Bethany to take this one away as well. I think we've got a quote though from Colomer, coach of Bethany here. So, Alk, why don't you cover this one?
How do you ensure that your players are well rested? Do you have any interesting team policies in this regard? Colomer says mandatory curfew for Bradley after Galaxy overslept our first 2 CLoL matches. Yeah, he's done that a little bit recently too. So I'm sure Colomer. I was talking to Colomer about it. He's like, I am on him to please wake up on time. You do not want to mess up our chances of a round of 8.
Yeah, there was a recent one too. It was, you know, and it's certainly, and it's great because it's a curfew, I'm sure, where Colomer has to text everyone, be like, you're home, right? You're actually going to bed, right? Because sometimes
Lucas,
it's like,
can you like knock on his door and go grab him, please?
Yeah, right. It's like, make sure this person's actually sleeping. Can we slip some Z-Quil into their drinks or something? Because
oh no.
Because a lot of the times it's like, all right, okay, you know, someone was up late doing something stupid. They weren't out. They weren't like getting drunk and stuff. They were just like too busy on their phone. You know, they just chose to stay up a little bit late. So it's like a parenting kind of thing of, all right, guys, everybody go to bed, lights out right now, 9 o'clock. And that's got to be
It's a
fun
military
for Oliver.
home. I never thought that Lucas would be one. Lucas Freaky, their director. I never thought he'd be the one to lead a military house.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, I can't imagine Fricky is like texting all of these players, but I know Colomer is very, very close to them, and they spend a lot of time together, and so
yes,
it's one of those things where it's a little more casual. And yeah, I'm sure Coach Dad can get on them and be like, "All right, time for bed, you guys. We're not gonna risk it again. It's a lot on the line for this one."
I cannot imagine Wizardish getting tucked in at all in my brain, even if it's Colomer. Colomer has a little bit of a more forceful hand. Yeah, but Wizardish is just like, he's definitely the unruly child.
Wizardish and Bradley as well. We got another one.
Speaking of Wizardish, there we go. It's Wizardish.
And it's the same.
Yeah.
It's that Wizardish quote. Yeah, family involved in League? No, absolutely not. My mom wants me to quit League of Legends ASAP. And not just wants me to quit, but wants me to quit right now.
Man, he's okay. Is it? I just want to make sure of the quote. I'm gonna go back into our some of our assets, and I want to see if when I look at this, it says video games. Okay, because I was gonna say, if League of Legends doesn't work out for Wizardish, Mordhau. Mordhau is his game. Every single time we get an interview with this guy, he is repping that game. Every single time. It is video games as soon as possible. So he won't be able to have his #1 ranking on Mordhau for much longer.
Yeah, that's true. He's got pretty high ranks in multiple things. And yes, talked up Mordhau so much. We got a loyal quote here, though. Toughest competition at this event. This is probably my favorite one. And of course, it's from Loyal.
Really
so Western thinks that the toughest competition is going to be Mary Noob University, Illanoob Redbirds, and Winth Noob University. So Bethanoob isn't even on this one. And we'll see how Western stands up against him.
Oh man, that's hilarious. It's good banter. You love to see when players are willing to kind of take part in having some fun, talking between the two teams.
What those teams have all been doing quite well themselves up at the top. I would say most teams would put them towards the top 3. But I mean, these are some teams that are very close behind them. They're right on the tails, and we got a Chim quote as well.
Oh, for you, what is the most surprising thing that has happened about playing League of Legends Collegiate? The fact that teams with school funding can be beaten by us, who have none. Western Legends, come on. I remember when they were doing the 2019 Chim taking a pretty heavy trade here. I remember back in 2019 during CLoL when they were doing interviews for all of the players, that even back then they were talking about not having being funded, but making it all the way to collegiate finals, being able to play in the LCS battle arena. So still to not have that, I just wish, like, hey, maybe if you're able to win that trophy, you gotta prove to them, hey, maybe this is a thing. As Wizardish.
Ooh, a stun to Skytech. The 2 teleports are coming in. Hunter and Hollywood trying to poise for an engage. Skytech flashed away, but the ignite was used. Hunter is now going to find the kill in first blood.
There we go.
A nice big chunk of gold to Bethany, and they find themselves an early advantage.
Oh my god, okay, so they not only pull a ton of resources away from the mid lane, but Bethany, they get away with the kill. There's no first blood here for Western, so a little bit of a death blow there, using all of their summoners in the bot lane. We were talking about it when we were coming into the series, that Bethany love to play aggressive with the 2v2. They are ones to fight over a minion wave, whatever it is, they will play it to the death, especially once they get to level 6 with the champions we've seen on them so far. And coming into this draft, we were talking about Poppy. How dangerous is this champion into all of these guys, right? There's no Shen dash that's available. Samira can't ever really get away from her or really use the Inferno trigger. But early on, we're seeing Western are trying to make the plays and ends up kind of backfiring there with that first blood.
It's still recoverable. Very small gold lead. It did go over to Hunter. So, there's some consolation, but also a little bit of worry there on top of it, because Volibear can be very, very volatile here in the later game.
My god, Skytech.
Skytech might find out Hunter here. This is very, very deep, and Actor's going to follow it up. No red buff available there.
He is level 2, and, the good thing here for Western is Actor, who has, during that fight, he said, well, Hunter just got a kill and had to reset. Well, I'm just going to take a bunch of camps now. He has a lead for himself. He'll get the Gromp there. He is level 2, and look at how Bethany are responding to this now. They're trying to find something onto him because they're saying, look, you cannot be this far out of lane and without us getting something on the return.
Not even going to be a stun there. Bradley's even going to move down just in case as the pings are coming around towards this red buff, trying to get some deep vision down. We know Bethany absolutely loves to do that. It helps them with so many of these aggressive plays that they like to be able to get out of or do their best to get out of. Now pings around the Dragon Pit here from Western as Bethany moves in that direction. Already started.
There we go. Olaf is coming off of a reset right now, and the wave just slammed into the turret. So Bethany trying to do this as fast as possible. They don't have a lot of damage here. This might be a smite fight, and right now they're down a level.
It's definitely going to be a smite fight, but more members of Bethany join in. Loyal goes around the other side, so Laura is going to engage on this. The double taunt there. An extra pop-up from Hollywood. Wizardish dashes in with the extra damage, not quite enough to get SkyTech, and now Wizardish is going to be the target here for Sleepy Link. So close to dying. A dash over the wall, a jump over the wall from Loyal. Wizardish makes it out with gotta be single-digit HP. Is stun on a SkyTech, and Bradley will pick that one up, but Sleepy Links will find a consolation prize and a kill on Hollywood.
Oh my god, so many blinking health bars. A single reset there for Wizardish could have meant that Bethany take that fight, but the TP from Solora, they're trying to get what they can. They get the Drake, they trade 1 for 1, but we're talking about Chim coming into this game. Chim is just slowly farming away. He's got to play it for himself. He surely has a CS lead because of where Solora had to leave the wave because of that fight. And while Bradley's able to pick up a kill for himself, this is still a somewhat even game for Western. They may have lost the Drake, they may have lost a few more summoners in bot lane, but I love the proactivity that they're working with their bot lane, and SkyTech, I think, has really done a fantastic job so far.
And there is, you know, a lot of pressure too on Bethany for this one because there is a bit, you know, there's a pretty big elo gap, an LP gap as well. You know, really, really high rankings on the side of Western in general. So I know Colomer was very, very proud of his boys after that first game, and especially including losing matchups for some of the lanes there. So already starting out with a positive beginning for this Bethany team, I'm sure is going to put a lot more oomph into their play style here. And Western needs to figure out how they can really push things forward, how they can make big plays like Bethany is making, because we've seen them try to make some solid rotations. We saw the movements around by SkyTech trying to incorporate some sort of pressure in the mid or even the top side there, and it just hasn't been quite as effective as the responses that Bethany has had.
Yeah, and you know, they have been doing really well, and a lot of this is starting to stem from some of the solo lanes. We're talking about, you know, right now, Bradley had a pretty massive lead on that reset. About 15 seconds ago, it was literally 18 to 48 CS. Now, Loyal has been able to pick up some of this and try to mitigate it, but the fact that a melee champion is having such a good time up against, you know, against Orianna, it's a little bit worrying. We'll have to see what happens in this series. Remember, we're 1 game in already, Jolly. So if we don't get another one, then Bradley definitively is really starting to show his colors. And you're talking about there being a little bit of an elo gap. Yeah, Winston or Actor is really, really, really good. Chim is really high ranked as well, but Bradley and Wizardish are like top 30 for sure. I know Wizardish, he kind of tends to float around top 15. Bradley on LFT, he's been really grinding on solo queue. So, you know, it's starting to show a little bit there where our really good players are here.
Right. And I think a lot of the concern, too, is for Solora, you know, who is facing Chim in this one and, you know, facing generally losing matchups, or at least matchups that he has to be kind of careful with here. A little bit behind in creep score as well, as we can see 70 to 48. So he has been pressured very hard in this lane, but hasn't yet gone down. No first blood, and we're almost no first blood. Hasn't got no first blood in the top, I guess. No deaths in the top lane there. We're almost 9 minutes in. And that just tells us how much focus as well the junglers have had on this bottom side instead. And now, as I say it, even more, 2 members here, Hunter and Bradley, both invade. And that's going to be Sleepy Links, the first one who has to flash away the stun and the electrocute there. The shockwave comes out on the backside as Hollywood gets popped up. Bradley takes a couple shots but gets the kill there. And SkyTech does take down Hollywood. There's still 2 more members. And the Stormbreaker comes out. Loyal gets taken down by Wizard, and SkyTech will follow the deaths. And that is a very successful fight, only losing 1 from Bethany.
Yes, exactly. They're taking so much damage. They're trying to kill more and more of these members, and that is a huge investment coming out from Western. Yes, it is another few plates going over to Vladimir, but Sleepy Lynx, using the flash, I think at this point, you're just dead, buddy. Use the Killer Instinct, it's fine, but now you don't have a Summoner spell, and in the next 4 minutes, they can come back and re-gank you. They have the Stormbringer, they can disable this turret, and Skytech and Loyal, they're trying their damnedest. They're trying to escape, but Wizardish is able to get some resets, able to dash out from under the turret, and that turret dive was excellently played by Bethany. They'll find themselves a little bit more gold, but they're still equal. I mean, it's almost 1,000 here for Bethany, but look at what Western are able to get on the top side. They're going to look to break open this turret. They're going to look to unlock Vladimir, and finally we'll start to see what Western Legends and Chim can really start to do with this lead that they have.
It is a pretty massive one now. It has only increased 95-51.
Yes.
And then also the jungle, because Hunter has been so involved in this bottom lane. I mean, we've seen like 3 ganks maybe from Hunter, and one of them was very, very early in levels. So sacrificing a lot of that, that gold, but has participated in all 5 kills. One of the kills, that first blood went over, and then has gotten assists on all of it. So still a lot of experience, a lot of gold. Now the second dragon of the game going over to Bethany. A lot of pressure from Western, yes, in this top side.
Oh
they will find themselves another tower here. So that gold lead will go in their favor now. Not just creeps, but tower advantage.
Okay, I need the observers. What is his top lane differential right now? Because he's doubling his CS pretty early on. Oh my god, okay, it is 2,800 to 5,000. So Chim is looking to try to influence this. If they can, there might be a TP behind these guys. I know that Western, they're probably, okay, look, they just cleared out some wards. We have to back up. We just have to take the Krugs and just say, look, whatever camps we get, whatever kind of creeps that we can get, we'll take those at this point. They're trying to get as much vision as possible, but Bethany doing a really good job of hammering away on this bot lane, trying to force through the objectives. I can't imagine that Western are going to want to play on the back foot for much longer. They have really good engages, and despite it all, they are still really heavily looking to try and fight for this, even coming off of a reset from Bethany.
They want to get these fights. They need to take advantage of this top lane pressure that they have. Yes, but at the same time, I mean, you're looking at 0-0-0 for Chim, 0-0-2 as well for Salura. So even though you're looking at almost half the gold of the enemy player, Salura has not gone down a single time, but has participated and has been able to help out with a lot of these fights. Stand United is almost up again now, and the teleport is up for Salura too. So you've got a lot more opportunity to continue to engage in these fights, and even though you're kind of behind, you haven't forced yourself farther back than just being behind in creep, and that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not when you look at some of the items. When Salura is able to finish the first couple of items, it's fine. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
Western now, they're trying to prep for something potentially bot. They're gonna look for an invade, try to pick up another few camps. I think that when we're looking at the jungle, we've been talking a little bit about Hunter, but Actor has had a fantastic job so far, not only trying to attack the bot lane, but has really been utilizing, even last game, a little bit of his bot lane's pressure to then go for invade. So I like how a little bit aggressive he's playing, and I haven't seen too much of the Olaf, but I can't imagine. I'm feeling it a little bit. They're starting to make the move, and I think this is where Western maybe has a little bit of a wake-up and needs to be in this window now.
It is about a 4v4. You got Chim up in the top lane. Salura, who just recalled, there are teleports available.
Oh my god!
No way! Was that was stolen.
Lynx.
That was ridiculous. Sleepy Lynx throws out the Void Seeker, and it managed to find exactly what it wanted, stealing that blue buff away. Beautiful.
You know, it doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. It is Kaisa. She doesn't use her mana, although, I mean, maybe if Lynx is just like, is just spamming down his Q, just like relentlessly off cooldown. But it certainly hurts a little bit. It's like, oh, really? We just got it stolen by a basic ability. They're going to try and make a play on both sides of the map here. Chim.
Hemoplague does go down. So that's
oh my god,
Wizardish. The ultimate coming out from Wizardish there. Sleepy Lynx is going to die to an auto. It was not the Ignite, so Hollywood doesn't pick that up. It's a double kill. The ultimate coming out from Hunter on the top side as Chim tries to take some damage there. Bradley moving up, but finds a Vision Ward, so no kill towards the top side, but they did get a flash and the ultimate out.
How does Wizardish ever press ultimate in this game? It should be illegal. We'll have the replay here. Let's watch what happens. Oh no, Skytech does not use the E on Wizardish here. And does he ever get to use the ultimate? No. So they're not able to stop the Inferno trigger from popping. That is huge for them. This matchup should be unplayable. But Western, not able to play it out. And so far, Bethany, they're taking the lead to them.
3-0-4. And keep in mind, Wizardish was playing a perfect game up until the last 2 minutes of the previous game. So once again, finding a perfect game early on, 3-0-0 as well. Bradley has been utilizing this very well. Just had to teleport back into lane, but has still been finding every advantage possible and is very far ahead in creep. So while Western has been playing aggressively, the players that really need to be fed on Bethany are getting fed, and that's going to be the unstoppable Ragnarok player. Wizardish using the ultimate. These are 4 members, though, and a flash forward is going to come out from Wizardish. The heal still available. Bradley is going to be sent back away by Sleepy Lynx, who might be able to get out thanks to the speed boost from the E. And this chase, I think, ends right here, but they're going to find a tower for it.
Yeah, they're going to get a ton for this. They'll get Dragon. They will also get the bot turret here, 20 seconds. They could try to look for a reset here if they're looking for it after this mid push, but with bot lane being in the position that it is and with just how much they had to spend to get out of that, Bethany now looking to take their lead a little bit further now. The gold has all but wrapped up at this point, and you would think you look across the lanes, you're talking, you're like, okay, top and jungle are looking good, but bot lane is really kicking in for Bethany. They'll be able to put themselves at soul point, and Jolly, we have a potential Cloud Soul here at 21 minutes for Bethany, where you're really needed on Stand United.
You are really needed. And you know what? Laura's absolutely ready to go in with that. I feel kind of bad for Chim having such a big gold advantage and really not being able to get anything from it, not losing out on a ton, still maintaining pressure on this top side, but 0-0-0. I mean, just the shared experience between Western has been very minimal. And then looking at the vision across the map, we can see how far, once again, Bethany is intending to go with the vision placement and where they already have been able to go compared to Western, who has minimal vision, if any at all, and it is all defensive.
Yeah, I love the way that they're posturing for this. Western, they need to be able to get this Rift Hill. They want to cash in on some mid lane. They want to try and break down this mid lane and make sure that's safe for them. Bethany, a little bit of hesitancy. They're trying to get over this wall. Bradley's here. They're going to defend the Rift Hill. Someone has to pick it up. It looks like Chim's going for it.
Ragnarok coming out on the backside. Chim is going to go into the Sanguine Pool, and that's a lot of damage from the Hemo play, but Wizardish is on the backside with the ultimate. The bump away onto Wizardish, but it doesn't matter because he's going to continue this fight, and another triple kill goes over to Wizardish. The solid and clean ace from Bethany means that they have finally found their success here.
I'm sure over on Bethany, they're like, guys, come on. I know that Wizardish, we were talking to him, he's like, I really don't care that if I get like a Penta or Quadra, it's cool, but like, hey, for us on the casting desk, we're like, come on, come and get it. But they grab the Rift Hilt here. This is such a huge fight. They're not able to stop Wizardish. A lot of their crowd control abilities just go off either a little too early or they're not patient enough, and they really kind of have to execute at that moment. They need to call in for that damage. So you look at this, Western now, another 3,000 gold swing here for Bethany as they try to, come back from that fight. This is similar to last game. They lose the objective, but they win the fight because of how far ahead they are at that time. They're playing really well. Wizardish, I think, is doing a fantastic job, and while Bradley is kind of taking a little bit of a backseat compared to last game, I gotta say, Bethany as a whole is looking really, really strong now.
I mean, they're 10 kills up at the moment. They have all 3 dragons. Western has been keeping themselves in the game, though, and has not allowed this gold lead to get so far ahead, which is spectacular for them. They need to be able to staunch everything that Bethany is taking right now, though. This is kind of their last chance because they have been ahead on creep almost across the board. They have been ahead on towers now, just getting the first tower down on the bottom side for Bethany after like 2 fights ago. So no real damage and a lot of constant push on the top side and the mid, meaning it's going to be hard for Bethany to crack into things even if they do find successful fights. But after getting caught out here might not be helpful. Hunter is going to turn onto Chim. The teleport coming through. The Ragnarok won't be able to save Olaf from Bradley. The ultimate play coming out. Chim takes so much damage there. The taunt as well from Salur after using Stand United gives a triple kill over to Bradley. Skytech now on the run, and Bethany again find themselves a clean fight.
Oh my god, Bradley. Please. The W was too sick right there. The Shockwave misses because she's not in the zone.
Yep.
The new champion here. They're trying to find this kill, potentially even under turret. This is exactly how Bethany wants to play. They'll play in between turrets if they really have to try and get some kills. But we get to see this once again. Watch what happens here. Chim has his lead. but not able to actualize it into some damage as this 1v1. This is why she is just so deadly to fight against right now. She already has a fully on Hexmaker already, and it's just so dangerous at this point. Look at this, just true damage across the board. It doesn't matter that her Rift Maker's done. She is just way too powerful, and kind of the icing on the cake there for Bethany is they get to watch this shockwave go really wide.
And, I mean, being able to, as Gwen, just say, hey, Olaf, I can 1v1 you. Like, you're dead. 2 levels up, 7-0-2. And that's, you know, not a lot of tanks still yet built up on Actor, who decided to go with the Gore Drinker there. A lot of extra damage. But, you know, it makes things really difficult when you've got someone like Bradley, who is sitting at 7-0-2, that Riftmaker, Nashor's Tooth already finished up in the short boots as well. That means that Olaf, yes, can be 1v1'd by Bradley, and he absolutely knew that. So going in, using the ultimate, spreading that fight apart, that's what Bethany has been really good at recently. It has been just control over how these fights play out and where the enemy players move around. It's just full control of their team and the enemy team.
I will also say that Bethany are just working with their kits really, really well. They might have a little bit less gold than some of their members, but their kits are just so robust and so strong that they're able to kind of make out like bandits in some of these situations. I mean, look at this. They're literally just going to start at the dragon on spawn. Western are nowhere in sight to try and contest for this. So also, it's not really all that important for their team. I mean, Samira ult is literally a 1-second cooldown, but obviously the caveat is they're passive.
Right.
So not much there, but, you know, it's just nice to have. You get a bunch of movement speed after casting, and when Samira ults herself, she then slows herself. So that movement speed, she's going to be moving like a real devil.
That is a very good point, actually. So she'll be able to bounce around while using that and getting off as much damage as possible. And Wizardish has found the lead here on Crete. That is something that Sleepy Lynx had advantage of most of the game. But you know what? When you're 6-0-6 and when you find extra pressure everywhere and force Western to just simply play reactively, that's going to work out really well. We can see Western is, you know, playing cheeky here, trying to find Solora out. There's going to be a dash in by Skytech. You realize there's a 5-level difference between you and Skytech, or between you and Solora, right, Skytech? So they're going to immediately try to run away from this. Bradley is going to start up the needlework. Might not be able to. There it is. The second one is available. There's Skytech doing everything he can. The ultimate not doing anything to help him really there. Stopwatch zone is being utilized, and every single member now of Bethany wants to help out with this fight. What looked like Western trying to poise for a fight turned into them running away and losing a member for absolutely no reason.
Oh man, they're trying to get out of this. They need to try and turn this. This is basically the end of the game if they give this Baron over without much to say. Loyal's on the flank here. Maybe tries to find a shockwave. Gotta be careful with this. Chim's here. This is a great old spot if they can get it.
Oh, why did it tab away? Oh my god, the fight going! Hollywood is going to re-engage here on the backside to get the Sanguine Pool. Again, a nice amount of damage there from the Hemo Plague, and then the Shockwave to pull them back in, but Bradley and Solora still staying alive. Wizards on the backside gets absolutely melted there, and a double kill over to Bradley on the other side, and now Hunter is caught out by these two members taking a little too much damage. Hollywood trying to re-engage, but Bradley is the one that needs to be there to do the damage. Skytech is the target here. 4, 5, 6 levels down, and now the last surviving member, Chim, has the Sanguine Pool out, but it only lasts so long, and another double kill over to Bradley. Woo-wee.
Yeah, Bethany, now they're just chasing Western out of this game and out of this series right now. So far ahead at this point. They're going to grab themselves a Baron. I loved that last fight, not only because like there was just some mechanical misplays coming out from a lot of the players, but just seeing Gwen run at you with like open scissors. She's just watching this little doll run at you with her E active. She's like, come on, let me get my auto attack so I can have increased auto range. They're
And get the
TPing in.
ultimate
They just
off
want to
as
protect
well.
this.
And the additional needlework, you need to actually have the hit in to be able to get the second and the third shot of the needlework off, so keep that in mind. So that was why it was such a nice push back, but immediately it didn't matter. Bradley was able to get back in there, get that auto, finish up the needlework, get the kill, and then just push everything out. We're looking at the kill spread is currently 4 and 21. So just considering that, but looking at the gold and seeing how much, how close it really is, considering the kill spread and soul for the Dragon Soul. You know, it's been a great job of Western mediating things, trying to keep things as even as possible and just not allow the snowball to really occur too quickly. That is going to be SkyTech running away now from Hunter. The Ragnarok burn to get away from Bradley, but oh my gosh, all it takes is one needlework, a few autos, and Bradley has destroyed Actor, who is supposed to be this unstoppable Viking.
He is just super deadly, and I mean, Bradley, what can I say? Congrats to Bradley. I want to, you know, this guy's 13-0-2 on his stage for CLoL. If there's ever a competition for kind of some of the best mid laners that we have here, I'm sure that he's starting to slowly climb in the ranks of a lot of people's minds.
Slowly.
If not already there. I was going to say, yeah, he's sprinting up to the top right now. He's trying to make his way up the leaderboards, but
he's
Bethany,
climbing vertical walls,
7,000
man.
gold. Exactly. He's doing like the wall jumps off of both sides. He's going for everything. He's got his full Spider-Man costume on right now.
You're right. Straight Spider-Man, full-on parkour, dude. No stunt double needed. Does all his own stunts right here, all right? Bradley doesn't need anybody to help out and keeps finding out this Olaf, too. The Ragnarok isn't going to help you, and burning that ultimate just leads to another death. 0-4-3 is poor Actor. What poor Actor is currently sitting at. And again, Valdemar doesn't even care about the creep. They're like, yeah, go ahead, do whatever. I've been participating in so many of these kills. I've been helping out so much, getting so many objectives that you guys are fine with continuing to farm out, trying to do your best there. I'm going to keep winning fights and getting pushes.
Yeah, they're just constantly pushing out on this map. And for Western, I need for them to turn their gold into something tangible. We need to see this gold lead for Actor and Shim kind of start to be realistic, because you're 40 CS up on this guy, you're 10 camps up, and you're still down 500 gold. You look at Chim, it is still about a 2,000 difference between him and Solora, but I mean, the levels are the same. It doesn't really matter if you're 80 CS up. You need to turn this gold into something, otherwise it's just useless. And they're fighting. SkyTech's going down early.
SkyTech is certainly going to go down early. Wizard is on the backside trying to find out Sleepy Lynx. The ultimate coming out. Loyal goes down. Hunter finds one on the other side. Sleepy Lynx now just running away from Wizardish, and they are going to pinch them perfectly. Solura takes down Actor. The needlework comes out. Bradley's not going to be able to get that, but will dash over the wall, and Sleepy Lynx might make it out alive. But I'm not sure how much of a consolation that is now for Western, as Bradley just decides to invade the base.
Yep.
Take a few tower shots. Why not? Absolutely can. I can 1v1 anyone on this team, and we're going to see it right here as Jim takes a lot of damage. Stand United helps Solura avoid a lot there in return, but Sleepy Lynx has rejoined the fight here, recalled back to base, so things might end now.
Yeah, they're just gonna go for a reset. They notice that everybody's respawning here, and Western, I've been asking for you guys to really start to wake it up, but you have 1 second before you're able to respawn. Bradley is literally 1v2 at this point, I think.
6 levels up. Yeah, 6 levels up here. You can't really go in on that. Bradley's going to continue the engage. Sleepy Lynx takes a lot of damage. This Sanguine pool. Hunter ults over the wall, gets stunned, doesn't care about it. The double kill over to Gwen. Give us a pentakill. Come on, the Ragnarok in response there. Holly will go down. Solura might be the next one. Bradley gets stunned up against the wall there by SkyTech. Flashes away and finally gets taken down there by Actor, I believe. And oh my goodness, what a bounty to hold 1,000 extra gold in your pocket, Actor. You better do something with it.
How very Bethany of them to do that. That is a huge boneheaded play. You're giving a ton of gold over to Western, and that would have been your Elder Drake right there.
Yep.
But Solora will be up in 20 seconds. Can they do this? Can Western do this in time? They don't have a ton of damage. They're going to try and force Hunter out of the pit. And this is super, super dangerous. Wizardish is going to have to pull off a 1v9 play. They're going to try and kill Hunter before they start this up. But all of their members are alive for Western now. They can try and take this Elder Drake and potentially look for a turn here.
Wizardish is here, though. That is Hunter will stay alive just barely. Wizardish almost has the ultimate available. There it is. Look at the speed with that ultimate dash forward and a triple kill over to Wizardish. I'm sorry, what Elder Dragon was not Bethany's, because it looks like it's falling into their hands now.
Guys,
that was Western. Western 100% decided, let's go for the chase. Let's go for the chase all the way up almost to their base. And that's not going to work out when you know how far ahead Bethany is.
They're able to get back out onto the map. All of their members respawn. And, you know, Bethany, they said, look, Sleepy Lynx, you can take the blue buff, but you're not allowed to take our Baron or our Elder Drake. That would be very sad. That would make us very upset. And the needlework coming out. Elder Dragon burns away the AD carry of Western, and I mean, we're at 30, we're almost at 30 minutes, and this should be Bethany's game to take in their series.
This is over. This deserves one final solid push from them. Honestly, I feel like they can kind of group on the mid side right now and really just push for the win. They're going to take as much as they can get before that. The Baron is going to be spawning soon. I don't know if that's going to be something that they don't need the Baron, but it looks like they are going to poise around it to get started here. Western moving in a group.
Oh,
in
Western, this is really dangerous, guys.
Let's see. There it is. The ultimate to come out from Hunter to start things off. Sanguine Pool away. The Ragnarok as Salura finds that one out. Skytech is certainly going to go down here. Bradley finds the kill. Salura still on Actor here in Hollywood, trying to pinch from the other side. Salura doesn't go down. A double kill over to the Gwen. A nice shockwave there is going to give a triple kill, though, over to Bradley, who's still alive. Uses the Zonias to survive Sleepy Lynx. Loyal will be the next target here. Not a quadra kill as Hunter picks up the kill on Loyal. Sleepy Lynx almost seeing an opportunity there.
Bethany close out the game.
One member alive. That should this is the game. Come on. This is the game.
Okay, awesome. Bethany, they finally find their win. 35 kills in 31 minutes here. Only 10,000 gold, and I say that to try and make it a little bit nicer for them. Wizardish, of course, trying to go for our last play. Finds 2 kills there with the Elder Soul right as the game ends. Western, they will not have their attempt at another championship here in 2020. For 2021, and man, oh man, Bethany, they move on to the round of 8 after not even making it to CLoL through their conference.
Sweet 16, they blew through the Sweet 16 right here.
Yes.
My goodness. And I will say nobody on the desk predicted a 2-0 in Bethany's favor. Nobody on the desk predicted a 2-0 whatsoever. It was all 2-1s just because, you know, I mean, this is such a coin flip. Both of these teams are both exceptional, but have had a couple recent changes. So either way, really great games, but Bethany pretty heavy-handedly decide to sweep this one out, and there's not much that the Mustangs could have done about it.
Yeah, Western, they had some, you know, they were playing with some new members here, Chim and Actor coming in the last few weeks of CLoL, but not enough to really kind of save this roster coming into CLoL championships. They had a good game last week, but all of the leads for Chim and for Actor really never came to fruition, never really kind of came to head in this match. He was literally double up on Salura's gold. But hey, that's what happens with Shen. You're like, okay, cool, you got me out of lane. Awesome. I just get to ult and get to protect my carries. I do have the real winner of today's match.
Oh, yeah?
Come on, Grace. All right, so she won.
Gracie, she predicted right. She did.
She predicted Bethany, so she's a good girl.
Yeah, we
Grace,
didn't get Monty's prediction on this because we did some videos previously. So Monty had his prediction yesterday, predicting the underdog. So both of our dogs are victors so far. Feels good, man.
She's a
Feels
great
good.
dog. You know, good dogs. There we go. You love to see it. But yeah, that was an awesome match, and I'm ready for the desk and whoever they've got to interview. I think it's Hunter potentially.
Probably Hunter, yeah. And then we saw, nope, Hunter can't be it. He died. He died once. He
finally got his first death. It's due.
Probably gonna be Hunter. I do believe we are going to just, let's just toss it over to them right now, see how they feel, and let's get that interview underway.
Yo, let me just say real quick, right off the bat, first and foremost, bro, I'm never not seeing a 2-0 again for anything ever. For all of you feeling me for never seeing 2-0, stop it. I'm done. I'm not. My prediction stayed true, and of course, the absolute biggest shout out to Bethany for a monstrous performance here, bro. I did not think for a little doll to be that terrifying, but Wizardish made it so, bro. I was terrified the entire game. Hold on, Freeze made it so. Sorry, I should make it. But Wizards also pretty good in that game as well. See, thank you. I know I saw the look, and you were like, "See, I got you, bro."
Hey.
Right, man. But let's go talk a little bit about that game. The Cardi starting off with you with that early.
Yeah, so it seems to me that Western may be suffering from a dynamic issue with the loss of Gorka, and I think that is a perfectly acceptable thing to have a team that lost one of their star players, and they need to kind of rebuild the dynamic and refigure out how they kind of work together. And so I don't think that this is, some sort of shameful loss as a result of, ill practice. I think that this is just life. I mean, the whole reason these programs exist is to set up their players for professional careers or, give them a good time in college. There's a couple of different reasons, but to have one of your players actually promoted to, any sort of LCS org is a privilege. So even though Western lost this one, ultimately, I mean, they funneled one of their players into LCS, so they win in the long run. But Bethany had an incredible. Here's the craziest jungler, Hunter. It displays some incredible selflessness, some incredible control. And this roam from Bradley is absolutely disgusting, by the way. This is like this is overkill. Like the stop, they're already dead. Really unfortunate. The attempt to run too, there was no running from this. There was no anything from this, especially, it's not new, but this iteration of Volibear makes it impossible for, you to get away when they're setting up that turret dive. So, yeah, good part on the part of Bethany. Really, really incredible, dominant performance. But like I said, Western has so much potential. They have a great program. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of them in the future. But man, Hunter really he was the cake baker. He was the cake baker. He was the MVP. He was really setting it up. He was baking it. He was putting it together, and then he just served it to his team. So very impressed.
And I'm really glad you brought up Hunter, that clip. And I'm actually glad we had that clip too, because I was worried we weren't going to see it. And the thing that's so interesting about it that I wanted to highlight as well, you might have seen that Solura committed to Stand United as well. And that's not the first time we see Bethany try to get him out of the top lane, even though he's pushed in, losing wave after wave. And they committed that to facilitate those dives on the bot lane, to ensure that Wizardish became the nightmare that we saw towards that mid to late game. And it made it that much easier for Bethany to win out these team fights. And it's really impressive to see them, game one, they play from through top side, shutting down Chim. This time it's through bot side to facilitate their ADC. And it just allowed these fights that we're seeing here become that much of a bigger problem. Hunter is 2 levels down, but it doesn't matter. Look how strong Wizardish is. The team fight here is just too good because the gold lead has already been solidified at this point. And because of that, it did end up being a worthy trade. You saw that Solura ended up, I'm pretty sure, getting Flame Horizon, but it didn't matter. And that's why we see Colin praising him for being that team player, being that weak side top laner. It really shows in a game like that where you lose out on so much gold and XP like that. But playing someone like Shen, it's worth it at the end of the day. Those Stand Uniteds came in so clutch. It made it impossible for Western to really either survive dives or come out on top of these team fights. And also, why didn't you ban Shen, man? Why?
I said it.
You did. I was there.
I pointed it out. You don't have to watch the broadcast because if you're playing, maybe you don't have time.
That's
but
true.
I did say it. And it's incredible because I was just glancing at Twitch chat and Solura is 300 LP below the person he was against in lane. So that's somebody who absolutely that is a scrappy underdog Naruto level triumph here. And I really think that that's something to be what a try and weak side. That's not his specialty. That's not his natural deviation. It's just incredible. So the Shen, ban the Shen, okay?
It really does make me tear up, man, when we see a man who just stuck weak side come out on top, bro. People talking about him as he contributed to his lane, his team. He gave up all of his waves to, like you mentioned, to stand together and stand united with everybody else there, bro. Makes him want to tear up to end the matchup with him. By the way, that was absolutely so unfortunate because he was stuck along against the Vlad, which
did anybody else see Baron Nashor just show up? That was weird.
What happened?
I don't know.
They probably didn't see that, but they probably saw me get Nocturne ulted. So, okay, I'm back.
Oh, hey, you okay? Whoa.
All right, at least I survived the dive.
Production is another story. So
unfortunate there, but as you saw with that little clue and little clip, we do have an interview for y'all with a main man, bro, from Bethany, ready to go. Right, we do have Hunter on the line. So now, production, if you could cue us in with Hunter, that would be extremely ideal. So Beatdown doesn't have to just go away like that. Beatdown, this is great. Thank you for coming by, man.
Hey,
Appreciate
thanks,
you.
man. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, bro.
I'll miss
It was a
you.
lot of fun.
I'll miss you too.
I
Wow.
won't.
Fair enough.
Hunter, welcome
Hey,
aboard.
how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, man? Well, firstly, is that a proper mic in front of you that you have right there?
It is. It is.
Is it the Yeti? I have the Yeti too. Here we
Yes, it is a Yeti.
are.
I'm so happy for you, man. You were the first player I've met who was genuine setup, and that already makes you like you even more.
Thank you.
Shout out to you, man. So I'll start us off right here. Firstly, GG's an absolutely massive win coming out from y'all, though I know many of us didn't see it coming. So tell me a little bit about your mentals going into the game beforehand. And if you could tell me a little bit more about your pathing within that game, considering how you just kind of played around your lane opponent, because it seemed like you knew exactly his own timers and you took opportune moments to make sure your lanes are always ahead.
Yeah, so I think as far as our mentals go and everything for today, I think this was kind of the most confident we've ever really been as a team going into a match. We all got up early and we were able to enjoy like a nice Mother's Day breakfast. And so the mood was just good overall as a team. And then as far as the game goes and pathing and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I knew that Winston's like a really good player, and I would kind of have to do some uncharacteristic things in order to impact the game in a different way than he may be used to. But yeah, I mean, it was a good fight overall, and I thought it went well.
Really did, Kari?
Yeah. Hey, listen. This is a kind of a weird question, but in my opinion, when you're jungling, it's kind of like a micromanagement game, right? Like you're keeping track of your timers, and you're kind of just like trying to figure out how to maximize your benefit. Is that kind of your estimation of it as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a push and pull factor. If you're trying to make a play on one half of the map, you got to assume that something's going to happen on the other. And so it's really just keeping composure as a team and keeping calm while that's all going on.
Yeah. Do you have any like other games that you like to play that kind of help you stay on top of that like micromanagement, push and pull, like doing multiple things at once, map awareness? I'm just curious if that's something that you.
Not really anymore. I used to play a
Yeah.
couple other games and stuff, but with school and everything, I'm just too busy. So not at the moment.
Yeah, it's just League of Legends. That's how you become a good
Yeah.
jungler. It's just League of Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I also okay. So another question: do you feel like the role of jungler is relatively thankless and very selfless? It's going through a lot of changes right now, and it's got a weird reputation.
I mean, I know people always say that jungle's really broken and all that kind of stuff. But I think the way that I play the game is kind of different than most. I'm kind of known as being the tank slave who's there for their teammates. And so I don't know. I kind of just ignore what everyone else is saying, and I just kind of play my game. So I don't really worry about that.
Yeah. Do you think that has something to do with like other people chasing prestige, whereas you're kind of playing a team game?
I mean, I guess, but at the end of the day, we're just playing video games, and it's just about having fun. So that's
It's true.
whatever.
Really are just playing video games at the end of the day. We're honestly, where life is a game, and how we choose to play really becomes the outcome. So I'm glad y'all playing it as the best you can and with the strongest mentals you can too. Looking forward past this though, man. You are facing the next Canadian team as well. That big University of Ottawa. So talk to me a bit about that matchup there. How you guys feel going into that? Just to kind of prep you're done, and also a little bit about how you feel just destroying every bit of my Canadian pride as all the teams just came on down.
Yeah, I mean, as far as going into the next matchup, personally, I don't know too much about what's going to be going down. Don't know much about the team, so we got to do our research on that. But finally, we can really get some good practice in. I know a lot of the guys have been busy with finals recently, and so in these next 2 weeks, we can really get down and get to work.
Yeah, I mean, I like it with UFT. I mean, with the way they're looking, I'm excited to see how y'all play against them. This should be absolutely fantastic. Y'all are a top 8 team, and y'all definitely showed up and showed out. I know many, I know a lot of people called y'all out, but man, this was a genuine statement, and y'all definitely deserve to be here. So GG's to y'all. Extremely well played, really well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Good stuff, though. Appreciate you coming on. That'll do is us. That'll do it all here from us for the desk for now, though. We'll be back in a little bit for our next matchup of the night. Which Cardi, what is that, by the way?
Our next matchup?
Mhm.
Let's not.
You right. Yeah, no.
Alp's not here to save me. You can't throw it to me like that.
We will be having ASU versus CC next
kidding.
up, so y'all make sure to stick
I
around
know
for
it's a
that.
matchup.
Hunter, appreciate you coming on, man. This was super dope.
Hunter, why didn't you save me, dude?
Come
I'm
on,
just kidding.
bro.
I'm just kidding. Great job today. You did all the work you needed to do. Thanks so much for the interview.
Yeah, thanks. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Y'all, we will see y'all in just a little bit. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Matt Cubby Samuelson once again joining me for yet another Riot interview. Pretty exciting here as we got the top 32 with CLoL. A good chance to talk with all of our friends over at Riot in the collegiate space. We had Tizza week 1, week 2. I've got Matt Trinity Nashua, the head of amateur and scholastic adventures over at Riot Games. And Matt, how you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, hey, we appreciate you joining us to share some of your thoughts on what it's like kind of behind the scenes at Riot, talking about especially the collegiate scene, as we do have the top 32, now the top 16 heading into week 2. And I just kind of wanted to start off with actually not as much that, but yet kind of talking about how you got in your role individually. And I know from talking with you, you actually started out on the team side of things. Can you kind of talk about how you ended up getting into the esports space as a whole at first?
Yeah, it's a good question, and one that I know a lot of people are kind of interested in because they want to figure out, hey, how do I also get into esports?
Yeah.
I'll say like not everybody's journey is definitely the same, but for me, I really looked at my skill set that I had outside of esport, and I looked to see, hey, what positions are out there, and how can I utilize my skill set that I have to kind of help complement an organization. So for me, it was with CLG at the time. They were hiring what was a director of esports. They were really looking for somebody that understood team building, understood and had experience in collegiate or professional athletics, and also too could really manage people. So my background is actually in clinical psychology as well as traditional sports. So I was a therapist for 6 years, was doing therapy, and then also too I was a co-commissioner of a collegiate league that kind of resembles a lot of our CLoL league, which has been pretty awesome to kind of come back to college and to really help work with all these players. So yeah, at the time they were just looking for someone with that skill set. Apparently I fit the bill, and I had an awesome 4.5 years at CLG, but excited to be over here at Riot working with you all.
Yeah, that's quite the experience to start off, working for one of the orgs, one of the franchise orgs too in LCS. One of the most long-standing orgs we've had in League of Legends throughout North American history as well. Not too bad to start off. So for you, going from that, what ended up kind of moving you into Riot Games in the position that you have now? Is that a choice where it was like, hey, this seems like a good next step for me? Or like, what was the process that went into your decision-making in terms of kind of swapping over to the game dev?
Yeah. So obviously not a decision you just make overnight. A lot of conversations, with my family, people around me as well. And so, it really came down to, like you said, next best step for me, made a lot of sense for me personally as a career choice, but also to more in terms of like just who I am. Like I really wanted to get back to working with aspiring players, college players specifically, and really, help establish the system that's currently in place and continue to evolve it. And then furthermore, really wanted to really focus on a particular project at CLG. Great experience, wouldn't change it for the world. But I was pretty spread thin across multiple titles, multiple projects, a variety of different things. And so taking this position at Riot, it allows for me to really focus my attention solely into one thing, which is really exciting. And like I said, really want to give back to these aspiring players. and have greater impact. In this role, obviously putting the system together, you impact more players than you do at the organization level. So yeah, a lot of went into it, but really excited to be here and taking this on.
Yeah, I just keep on thinking. You said being spread thin at CLG. I was like, being spread thin in esports. That's a pretty iconic duo right there. As
Yeah,
yeah, pretty
definitely.
common. Yeah, it's kind of what happens when you get a space where it feels very startup-y with all these orgs kind of trying to come in and kind of make their mark. But yeah, so moving over to the game dev, obviously you end up landing in the head of amateur and scholastic. So really focused on player development. So kind of now diving more into that. I know you said a specific project. One thing that's for sure, at least for the fans looking at amateur and scholastic, it looks a lot different this year with the addition of Proving Grounds and then also moving the collegiate championships from 8 teams to 32 teams. What was the main motivation for you and the rest of the team behind these rather significant changes?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start with amateur. The team, funny enough, I was a part of, obviously on the LCS side, working with Riot and providing feedback on some of these systems. So it's funny to actually now be here and in charge of it. But yeah, the team over here at Riot, I think there's a couple of things, and it's true for some of the LCS teams as well. Really just wanted to continue to create more opportunity for players to compete, with the academy system. If you don't make academy team, how do I, get into being a professional? And so creating more of an open system, Riot putting its hand in and providing more support, creating more exposure, giving the LCS teams more opportunity for scouting, getting exposure around these games, which historically have kind of been hard to find if you don't look at the right places or know the right people from the LCS side. And so, with that being said, it's really an opportunity to really put these aspiring players in team environments, which, in scouting grounds we do, but it's for a very, finite time. Whereas here in the system, we are giving opportunity to players to compete within teams for the duration of the season, and believe that process will be far more beneficial for development as opposed to, like I said, like that finite time that we see in scouting grounds.
Yeah, and I know that, like, at least with amateur, being a caster for a lot of the Proving Grounds tournaments, that was a smashing success too. The fact that we now have the ability for those amateur teams to actually scrim the academy teams, like, really wasn't happening before because of the schedules just weren't lining up, and the amateur teams are good enough to beat them. I mean, we had no org win at all, which is really fun. But yeah, kind of going back into the landscape of collegiate, I think one of the things that's really unique and cool about collegiate is that everyone has a seat at the table. Whether you are a club team that has a team of silvers and you want to, represent your school, or you're Maryville or Harrisburg giving out full ride scholarships to really talented players across the country, everyone's able to compete in the same tournament at the start. But also that kind of leads to a really big differential between the skill that we have for some of the collegiate teams. Like, we have teams of silvers, and then we also have teams like Maryville or Winthrop who actually participated in the amateur space as well. They were that good. And I'm kind of curious, like, in the long run, is that something where you expect more crossover between the two, or something that you want to see from Riot's perspective, where you have some of the top collegiate teams that are good enough to compete in amateur going over and competing there as well on top of CLoL?
Yeah, it's a good question. The answer essentially is we create an open system for amateurs, so theoretically anybody can participate. And as long as that continues to be the case, we don't intend to prevent the schools from participating in that type of system. The bigger question really around this is how do we create better competition at the collegiate level? We also have a diverse range of players. To your point, you have varsity programs, you have club programs, which is great that we've created the system where anybody can effectively participate, but also looking at how do we also make this a fun and engaging experience for the participants as well as the fans that are watching these games. And so with that being said, like, there's a lot of conversations that we are having internally around that. I think Tiza might have referenced this in the interview with you last week. And so with that, that is something that we're actively looking at, and how do we create those types of systems. So yeah, on the amateur level, sure, these schools can't participate. System is built that way. And so yeah, it will continue to be. So we'll see how it goes long term. Amateur has only been in place for one split. So we don't have a huge data set to reference, but we'll continue to monitor and make adjustments as we have. You saw it reflective in our new academy schedule. We'll continue to iterate and do what's best for the community. But also wanted to answer your question around the expansion to 32 teams. Kind of falls a little bit into this around continued opportunities. As the player base continues to develop, we get better teams. We want to create more opportunity. I think March Madness has done an exciting job of 64 teams, and you get these upsets that kind of demonstrate how teams can beat one another. UCLA basketball is a good example. They made it to the Final Four and weren't the strongest seed for this particular
They were
season.
playing. Yeah, they were playing
Yeah,
team. Yeah.
exactly. So really exciting. And we've already had some great matchups in the early rounds, as well as the incorporation of the selection committee, which has been awesome too. And just want to continue to give exposure to these schools, allow them to demonstrate to their schools for those that aren't receiving maybe the level of investment or resources that they would hope. And say, hey, look at us! Like, we're on this broadcast, we're doing these cool things, and we're representing the school. And so we just want to continue to support the system where we can.
Yeah, and I know it's awesome. Like, I know I mentioned that some club teams, are lower ranked, but also we have club teams like University of Western Ontario who have been in the last two finals of CLoL and have also, placed players like Gorica, like Winston at the next level in academy as well. So it's really awesome in collegiate kind of see. It's kind of tough to get your school to buy in. I've been there with Miami, Ohio. We had to get them over the brink to have them support us as a varsity program, and definitely some tough conversations to have. But I'm actually kind of curious from your perspective on that as well. Like, what do you have to say to a couple of those colleges that are trying to push their way towards being a varsity program or getting their school to try and buy into what they're doing in terms of not only league, but also just esports in general?
Yes, this is the part that's super exciting to me around college esports specifically, is a lot of people focus solely on, hey, how do I use this as a system for a path to pro? And there's so much more that you can do here. You can segue into other esports related roles. You can take the skill sets that you learn through this experience and apply them to other types of working, other jobs essentially. And the way that I would answer this question is if I'm a student currently and I'm a club, I am pounding the pavement, I'm doing the work, I'm learning kind of the business acumen, and I'm developing my case for myself, and I'm working my way through the systems internally at the university to continue to get that support. Knowing that it may not happen or may not, and that you may be laying the foundation for future players and students that represent your school. I've seen a number of these individuals that have done this and essentially created what they wish they had when they were players, but now it exists for the future student body. And so with that, like I said, comes with a lot of skills that are learned that you get to begin to apply, and that you take with you. And that's really exciting to me because we're doing more than just creating an awesome competitive experience. Like, we're helping people in a number of ways.
Yeah, I get that, man. I definitely fall in the boat of I wish I had these things as a player to like build the program and help out the kids in the future. That's cool that you guys look at it that way as well. And also collegiate, it can be used like it's great to see a program like Maryville, send 2 players to the pros. We mentioned that UWO sent some players to academy as well, but also for a lot of the non-scholarship programs, I mean, this can be used to get a job in the space. And if you want to work in this industry, that's great hands-on experience that you get in college. Working with your program or working within the space to try and, build up those skills to land a job. I'm curious, this may not be, the perfect, region of expertise for you, but hey, given your background working for both CLG and then now Riot, like, is there anything that you kind of have to say to those students who aren't looking possibly to, go pro, but just want to work in the industry and are participating in their collegiate clubs and programs? Like, what are some of the steps that they can take to try and get their foot in the door in the industry?
Yeah. So a couple of things come to mind. On the organization side, this is probably more true a few years ago than less now. But on the organization side, look at the challenges that organizations are facing. Look at yourself and your skill set and how to use problems and make that known. The people that have really entered in the esports space that were, let's say, cold emails or just connections that were made. It's really them demonstrating to me like, hey, I'm going to have this conversation with you. I'm going to demonstrate to you what I can provide and what's my value to help you solve some of the challenges that you guys are currently going through. And that has been probably the number one way that I've seen people enter the space. There's a variety of people that have been programmers and they said, hey, I'm building this tool for you. Here it is. This is what it would look like. And then they start there. There's a number of ways that this could look. And then beyond that is if you have a very clear aspiration in terms of what you want to be or what you want to do, um, let's name an editor. Like I want to be an editor for an organization, right? Go out there and really, pound the pavement, do the work, do the montages, whatever it is that will help build and demonstrate your skill set. Go out and get jobs in other industries. Provide that learned experience and opportunity that you can then come in and complement for an organization. And so yeah, with that being said, I think esports gets this, hey, it's this thing and I don't know how to get into it. But I think people would be surprised at like how many people are currently getting jobs in esports that had no background in esport, and they just demonstrate a strong skill set in the need that is provided for either the company or the organization at the time.
Yeah, I mean, experience is key, right? And you can get
Yep.
that a lot of different ways. So yeah, that's good to hear, kind of coming from the background that you have too, being on both the team side and now the game dev side as well. I know a lot of the students competing and watching the games that definitely a lot have aspirations to work in the industry once they finish college as well. But now, kind of moving from college to actually different topic. I noticed that your title, it's the head of amateur and scholastic. So I'm kind of curious about the high school scene, as a
Yep.
lot of fans have been talking about getting league into high school. Personally, I think it'd be a great team sport to have at a lot of high schools, a good way to get a different group of kids to kind of build up those life skills that you can get from a team sport. I'm curious, like, what actions has Riot taken in the past to try and encourage this within high schools? And also, like, do you have any plans moving forward? Can you like give us any hint as to what those plans might be if you do? I'm kind of curious about what you guys are doing with the high school scene.
Yeah, so we have a partnership with Play Versus. They run and operate our high school programming, and so right now we're seeing continued growth year over year in terms of participation, which is great. Actively in conversations with them around continued promotion and awareness of the programming and how we can continue to impact the high school students. To your point, having a team in itself, like just being in a team environment, again, goes back to what we were talking about earlier around learned skills and just learned opportunity. There's also students and players that are unable to play traditional sports for a variety of reasons. And this gives them an opportunity to have that experience like you would in the traditional sports setting. So, yeah, totally agree with you. It is something that is important to us, something that, we're currently engaged in. And, we're not done in terms of what it looks like. It's not just, hey, we got this programming, we're just going to let it be. Like we're actively engaged with Play Versus, and we're looking at continued opportunity to complement the needs of that player base and making sure that these students have a great experience.
Yeah, I was actually on the broadcast for the high school state championships in the fall. I was really surprised with some of the players too at high school.
Yeah.
There are a couple pretty high level kids that were moving into college, and I've now seen them kind of poking around their heads around the amateur space as well. So not only a great opportunity for those kids to compete in a team sport, but also, hey, also move into the other parts of the pipeline that you guys have been working on for years and years to build out now. I know that one of the big things for collegiate, talking with Tizza, is the fact that traditionally the top 8 has been at the LCS studio. Obviously, this year with COVID, that's not going to happen or be in the cards still. I'm kind of curious, with your experience of having bringing out those top 8 schools in the past, what were some of the highlights for you at Riot for bringing out those college kids? Because that's a pretty big investment for you guys to make from a game dev spot. But I know that Tizza said that it's like the highlight of his year. So I'm kind of curious, if you have the same experience seeing a lot of those college kids come out and compete on the LCS stage.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I personally haven't experienced it because I started with Riot back in January, but I'm very aware from the CLG side that
Right.
experience has happened. Funny enough, Exogen was our former academy coach, and we had hired him, and he was like, "Hey, by the way, like I have to actually coach, CLoL event championships because obviously, he has a great team." So yeah, totally aware. And for him, kind of like hearing from him, like what that experience was like, is a great opportunity for players. You go from being at your school and representing the school to physically flying to the publisher, to the studio, playing in the LCS studio where all these pros are. Yeah, I couldn't imagine, what that is like for them, but I would imagine it's amazing opportunity. So yeah, I'm bummed I'm not gonna be able to experience it this year, but yeah, to Tiz's point, like I'm definitely looking forward to it. Hopefully in 22.
Yeah, I like how you also brought up a third Matt on the call, as we got two Matts sitting here with,
Yes.
with Sojin, and his experience with Maryville. That's pretty cool. Matt, I don't have much else for you in terms of asking. I'm just wondering, do you have any closing thoughts, shout outs, or thank yous that you want to give kind of while you have the floor?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for all the students in schools that participate. Obviously, this wouldn't be anything without everybody's participation, dedication. Definitely feel the passion, and it's exciting to be a part of this. Also, the fans that support both local schools and the college scene at large. Of course, Battlefy, who we've been working with for years. And then, of course, the RSAA board, who works with us in terms of advising and kind of being the ground on the floor for us, or ears on the ground rather for us. And of course, JT Tiza does a ton. He's awesome, and the rest of the Riot team behind the scenes. Yeah, just appreciate and thank you all.
Yeah, well, hey, I appreciate you kind of sitting down with us and talking through a lot of the process that you guys have around both amateur and scholastic. And a huge shout outs to you for putting together this top 32 tournament. It's been really exciting week one. I'm excited to see what happens going into week two. And Matt, thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another round of CLoL interviews. Today, I have with me the head coach of Arizona State University, Michael, aka Miko. How you doing, man?
Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well.
Hey, I'm doing good too, thanks. Really excited to have you on. First thing on the docket that I want to ask you about is, I guess, the big question with 11.9, that new patch coming through recently. What's your take on it personally? Like, what do you think is strong right now? Roles, champions, etc.
Mainly, I think top lane hasn't changed too much except the introduction set. Like set has a total increase of like 40% in terms of all AD ratios all across abilities, which is nothing to scoff at, of course. Boozer items are still somewhat okay, despite being hit multiple times. Boozers are still very viable. And I don't particularly think that tanks are not necessarily the best fitting for like a CLoL style at the very least, which is very raw heavy in during the mid game stages, and tanks don't really excel at that after like the first mythic. Other than that, I think the major change this patch has been the AP jungle update, where it's been so strong to the point that Red side traditionally bans Morgana and Rumble, which are the best ones out of them. Like Diana, I don't think is particularly the best. And yeah, like mid lane doesn't seem to have changed too much. And I guess the last thing is like in the bot side is that Cog has been pretty strong, and also Lulu has been pretty strong as well. One thing about Lulu is that it could be flexed into other lanes as well, which is quite valuable.
Yeah, Enchanters in other lanes is something people are probably grimacing about, but something we're probably going to see a lot more of soon.
It is what it is, right? We don't really get a choice to pick
Yeah.
like what we get to play. We just pick what is strong and what is good.
Yeah, it's all about getting the wins. I can respect that. So, second question too is going into this weekend, how have you planned for success for your team over at ASU, and what do your specific contributions look like?
I think one of the things that what I have to shout out my players for is that they've been very willing to play a lot of games and then put in a lot of practice blocks within a short time. They just finished up school, so this week was the week that we were the freest out of all of us. I personally am going through a little bit of finals period, but I had this week free as well. So I think this week has been the most productive and the most successful prep week that we had in my time at ASU ever since August last year. Mainly my role in the team is just teaching them like specific macros, specific movements in the map, and then including all of that into the champion matchups and making sure that we are on top of the meta, with me being able to constantly watch games not only within pro scenes but also with Academy and Scrim and LCS scrims as well.
Great. So, and the last thing I wanted to know too, and it's funny, you mentioned it, being the head coach since last August. How do you feel about the team's improvement overall since you joined last summer?
I think the reason why I was really interested in working with Arizona State, there were two reasons. One was logistics. I live in California and they live in Arizona, so the timeline is like much better than working with like a northern team or an eastern team. And then another was because individually, I think there's a lot of potential in the players. They're not necessarily the most highest ranked, but I think they have a lot of individual explosion and potential in both mechanics and in terms of the way that they improvise during the game. And it constantly catches me by surprise, pleasantly, of course. I think the reason why I like the team so much now than before is because we relied upon their individual talent to win majority of the games in this snowball fights. But I think by adding a little bit more structure and then allowing them to fight in times that are more favorable for them, I think their original identity just got honed up to something even better than before. I still think that we're one of the most brawl-heavy teams in CLoL. We're most likely the one that will not cower away from a fight ever. But at the same time, like there has been a little bit more patience, a bit more calculation in terms of the fights that we pick and how we specifically pick them. So I think every viewer should be entertained watching us at the very least. No guarantees that we win, but it will be entertaining matches.
Well, you did say the brawl meta is pretty much a big thing here at CLoL too, so maybe that does play in your guys' favor as well.
Yeah, of course, because frankly speaking, it's very difficult to like sustain long stall games and like low states for a very long time. Even for LCS teams, it's very difficult to resist that temptation all the time. And this is also a region where there are plenty of mistakes. Nobody plays perfect. So when there are small windows, then like I am more than happy to see my players try to take that opportunity and then try to enlarge their lead.
That's great. And we wish you the best of luck going into this weekend and beyond, Miko. Thank you so much for doing this interview as well.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody, to the CLoL interview. I'm Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man of the internet, and I'm joined here by my side by the weak side king, Mr. Aizo. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Well, let's talk a little bit about you and your journey at Columbia College. Right? Considering you made it to round of 16, talk to me a bit more about your role there, besides being weak side top, and just your overall communication structure.
Yeah, so I joined the team in the fall. It's my first time playing on like a actual setup team. It's my first time playing in collegiate. I came into basically a roster of veterans, like these people know what's up, and so I'm just trying to absorb as much information as I possibly can about how to play competitive. And I think for my first year, I've come a long way since I came in to basically the first semester in the fall, where I was only playing a few champions and wasn't sure as much about macro, but nowadays I feel pretty flexible and I can move out of my comfort zone for a lot of things.
Now, within your first year of competing in CLoL 2, and considering all the changes, is it everything you thought it would be, or is it even more than that?
Well, my brother Lycamos on HU, he's their mid laner. I've watched him play in CLoL for a few years, so I sort of knew what it was like going in. I had attended HuFest twice as a spectator, just watching him play, and I actually watched Columbia College win the first HuFest against my brother's team. But playing and competing in all these tournaments is super fun. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and then with this, especially being, like you mentioned, it's my first time competing too. How have you established your role within the team?
Hello, everyone. Matt Cubby Samuelson once again joining me for yet.
And welcome back, everybody, to the CLoL.
Trying to flesh out how I am as I'm not like a shot caller, because it's pretty hard to shot call the map from top lane when I'm not really involved in most of the plays in the early to mid game. But getting confident in my decision making for myself is something I've been working on. So if I see the play, I go for it. If it doesn't work out, at least I try.
And that's what matters, bro. That right there, like, at least you tried. I too keep that mentality just across the board. But moving forward past your win and going into the round of 16, right? You guys are facing Arizona. Talk to me a bit about that matchup there as well.
Yeah, so we haven't played against Arizona in a while. Obviously because they're in a different conference from us.
Yeah.
We did play against them in HughFest in the fall, and I'm pretty sure it was a close match, but they beat us because Fire Theft picked Vladimir and they got the scale. But I'm really excited to play against ASU because my matchup is against Fire Theft. I'm really good friends with him. We have some banter whenever we play against each other. We play in some tournaments sometimes, but he's a good top laner, and I'm always excited to play against him. So we need our revenge for what they did to us at HeatFest.
Bro, I'm with him, man. All you gotta do, literally free his pick, bro. If he picks Vlad, literally just pick Silas. Like, just run him down. Like, let him know.
I got some dark tech. I've been doing some interesting picks lately in scrims.
Can we get like a couple of them? Maybe just like a little exclusive.
I mean, if you've seen my solo queue, I've been experimenting with some Rammus top. Is pretty good. Not into Vlad, but if anyone picks like Renekton blind against me, they better be ready for some potential Rammus. But we'll have to see if it's actually good for the draft. But I've been experimenting.
I'm suddenly so hyped right now, bro. That's.
But I'm sure he won't blind pick Renekton. Everyone's on the LS Kool-Aid train for the tier list, so we all know LS is not like Renekton. Everyone's putting heavy stock into some Lulu top.
Which, to be fair, bro, Lulu Cog right now is broken.
Yeah.
But all jokes aside, though, look. One thing we also been talking about is like, one great thing to come out of all this is that Riot is now also putting a lot more eyes on CLoL, right? And making sure that that so many matches are not broadcasted, they're actually investing into the amateur scene. So talk to me a bit more about your experience of looking at the pipeline, especially from your Buzz's point of views, and like your point of view of, players trying to ultimately make it somewhere into Professional League of Legends.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that CLoL is getting to be put on like the Academy stream, and that all these players who normally have never even thought that it was possible that they could be on these pipelines or streams so early that they can actually get their play and names in front of people for once is really cool. For me, it's my first year playing. I have big dreams and aspirations of pursuing pro play. Obviously, you have people that are gonna try and tear you down and make it difficult. So it's always really exciting when Riot Games puts any amount of effort in to increase the amount of viability for people like me. Because I mean, I'm able to pursue my college degree and go for a potential career in pro play at the same time, which is really awesome. I've been looking forward to competing in front of people for a long time, and it's really cool for me.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic to hear. And considering now that all these eyes are on you, you're competing in front of all these people, I want you to pitch this out to me. The scouts are watching. What are you telling them that makes you different or better or an asset to a team?
I think I'm the easiest player to work with in all of League. I think if you can ask anyone who's ever played on a Clash team to an amateur team to a weekend tournament to anything with me, that I am extremely motivated, confident, and I've only been playing for 1 year, and I went from a Maokai one trick to competing against some actual good names in amateur. And obviously, I don't think I'm there yet in terms of raw skill or knowledge, but I definitely think that I will be, and I plan to continue to put in the work. And yeah, I'm just excited to improve because I think I've done pretty good for my first year, and I plan to keep upping the tempo for my next few years.
I like it. Thank you. Absolutely beautiful answer, and I respect it. But moving on forward, on to the most important questions of the day. So, if I were to ask you about one of your favorite voice lines in League of Legends, could you do an impression of that for me?
I love Darius, but I don't have the confidence to pull him out like Dragoon. But and if anyone ever picks up Darius, he just goes, "They will regret opposing me."
That's pretty good. I was actually pretty solid up. Then he claps her eyes up. Nice. Alrighty, man. And I, of course, do want to ask, I'm obligated to do so, if you would be comfortable doing a league spin.
We can do like my gamer chair goes pretty far
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Super crunches, but it's not as fast.
Alright, with all that being said though, Izo, my man, do you have any final call-outs, shout-outs, or fighting words for us before we end this off?
So my parents both have been very supportive because they have two sons who played collegiate and high elo. So me and my brother like him was at HU again. So my dad's IGN is Father Moz. He plays League. He's a Garen one trick. And my mom doesn't play League. She tried it out, but they both made their IGNs back before I had made a name for myself. So my mom added on to Mama Moz ISO fan. So if you see them in Twitch chat, those are my parents. And so I just wanted to say Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Aw, that's beautiful. Bro, shout out to your parents, man. Bro, when you have an actual support system for chasing your esports dreams, I do not think you could ask for a single better thing. Biggest shout out to your parents out there, both Father Moss and Mama Moss ISO fan, for doing their thing, bro. That's what's up. But ISO, that's gonna do it here for us today. Appreciate you coming on, and good luck with your match on the weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh man, thank you, bro. And it is time for the final matchup on our stream, at least, for the Collegiate League of Legends round of 16, right here on Officers Esports. I'm getting Ravish shown here by my co-host, Ms. Kari Wave, and of course, our honorable guest for the evening, Sir Beat Down Boulevard. I gotta say here, y'all, I did not think we'd make it, but now that we hear it, it almost feels far too surreal. Beat Down, share some of your thoughts and feelings. I know how long you've been waiting for us to really experience this as a whole.
I think the most surreal thing about this is by you saying my name. Clearly, you've shown that you can read, and yeah, I'm excited for this too.
Ha!
Yeah.
Ha ha!
Mhm.
Thank you for that, Cardi. Please share some of your inner monologues with us, please. What's going on in that beautiful mind?
Oh, gee, I don't have anything good to say, but I would like to talk about ASU, if that's okay.
You know what? That's fine. You know, that's okay. It shows jumping the
You wanna
gun
be
right
on
away
the-
that you
Yeah,
show
I
in the matchup, bro. I respect it. Like, if we have to, I guess.
I know, I'm a freaking nerd. I get it.
The
Listen,
glasses.
I right. I try really hard not to have bias, but I do have a history with ASU that I would like to disclose to the judges. And I'm
Is that us?
just saying that I think that this team,
okay.
despite the departure of many members, has a lot of promise, and I think that it's probably thanks to the veterans on the team, which are Snoopy and I am Bako. Snoops, not Snoopy. I'm Snoops. I cannot apologize enough there. I have clearly not had enough coffee. But the stuff it. the veterans on this team are definitely calling some of the shots, helping guide the newer members, and keeping this team in a very, very competitive even keel. So I'm really excited to see the matchups that come out of this one. But you can probably get a little more detail from our friend Beat down here.
You just put that down. Yes, that's me. Beat down. Talking about Colombia. I'm so sorry. So the thing that's most interesting to me about Colombia is the way the dynamic between their top laners. One, you have on the side of ASU, you have Fire Theft, who plays the more bruiser split. Very aggressive kind of champions. They're your Aatrox, your Camille's, and similar champions of the like. But on the opposite side there, you have Izo, who is strictly a tank player. I know Ravi and also Alk, who's casting today, says that he's the Maokai one trick of their hearts, I believe was the term that they referred to. And it is really interesting in that he plays more for the team in that regard, as well as you have their mid laner, who Cat loves to play for kill pressure, plays a lot of those diving mid laners, the assassins. Think Silas, think Echo. And I think that really makes for a really aggressive and interesting early game from them.
Mm-hmm. One big thing out of all this too is that, you know, if you look at the Columbia Cougars roster should beat that, you know, a lot of these guys are from Rovex's Simps, right? So that's also like an old school roster that plays the UPL as well. They were the champs previously, and like most of the rosters did it. But one big thing is this is also Izo's first year competing alongside them. So talking to him, he mentioned about how he's there to just absorb as much information as possible, considering a lot of these guys are seniors too. So he's like one, looking to continue the legacy of Colombia, and two, you know, just be the best weak side top laner that he can, because since now that Maika is, well, bad, he has unfortunately expanded his chat pool, but it is genuinely for the better, which I'm all for. Like, but looking on the other side here, though, Cardi, like you were mentioning, talking a little about ASU, what are you expecting to see from them going into the game against Colombia?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out there was actually a proposal made in Twitch chat about our two top laners, Fire Theft and Izo. Their moms versus each other as a Mother's Day battle, I think would be really good. So Twitch, cast your votes, Izo's mom or Fire Theft's mom, okay? But other than that, I think that for the matchups today, sorry, you wanted me to analyze the matchups for this particular one?
That is technically a matchup.
That is technically a matchup.
Right.
Yeah. So which of the two moms would you favor right now, looking at the play styles and history in League of Legends?
You know what? I'm going to sit this one out. I don't think it's fair for me to make a
understand.
prediction when I do lean like a particular way. It's just because of like a previous, you know, relationship with this team. And that was the first game I ever casted. So I've got a little nostalgia there. I think that CC is going to impress us. But how much is up to you to decide.
Wow. Well, you know, B-Town, as the overall unequivocal third-party analyst here, who has no connection to either of the teams, talk a little bit. Talk to me a little bit about ASU here. Educate me. Expand my mind from 5 to 7 head, please.
All right, Robbie, I'm going to need you to get ready. Hands on your forehead. No. You're not writing anything down. I'm going to speak directly into your mind.
I'm ready.
Okay. ASU are good. You feel that?
Go on.
That knowledge? No, that's it.
Oh my
ASU
God.
are good.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, is there something about them that makes them good? That secret sauce, that Szechuan flavor within them?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
That was like ASMR. Like I really I got
Chills, right?
yeah.
That's the
But
point.
somebody has to stand for CC. It's not fair. I would like to apologize to you.
Me? I talked about CC. Hello?
Whoa. We just spent so much time talking about how fantastic CC are. Veteran roster. ISO's weak side. Rovex's Simps. UPL champions. A roster defined players. Nintendo has the best name in League of Legends. Prove me wrong.
I mean, today they'll probably prove you wrong.
Sure. But on the other end, though, I do also want to call special attention, like we were talking about before, to Fire Theft in this top lane match. The Fire that we saw just last week, right here at Upsurge as well. This man plays absolutely out of his mind. No matter what he plays to, he's genuinely gapped every topic that I've seen within the match or two. And Eyes was talking about as well about how both him and Fire Theft are good friends. So he's genuinely he's looking forward to going into the matchup, and seeing what can happen. He's already DM'd it beforehand. Yo, good luck today, man. Yo, you too, bro. I'll see you on the riff, fam. And I believe there's also even tweets about it, which I should have grabbed for this, but I will try to get them later on for you. I promise.
Please.
So that is going to be something that will be playing close attention across the board, right? Beatdown. You also talk to their coach CLG Vico as well. Talk to me a bit about your experience there, and any sort of tidbits of little nuggets of insight you can pass along to us, maybe.
Yeah, so you might have seen the interview. You were watching the stream, but both talking to Miko and watching some of the VODs there of ASU. So it seems like the team style as a whole does lean a lot more towards more hard engaged team fight compositions. And it's very interesting too, especially because you mentioned Fire Theft. They still pick Volibear, even though he is somewhat fallen in priority due to the very powerful AP junglers that are now meta. They both play it in top and jungle, so it's a really nice flex that's available to them. And it's still a really good diving champion as well. So if you do have this kind of team style where you play for these team fights, you play for dive, I think that would be a good thing to be able to bring out. Nocturne is also on the table for this team, but from what Miko has said, especially based on the recent patch, they do really enjoy the strong AP jungle types, like your Morganas, not your Nocturnes, your Dianas, and your Rumbles, of course.
That's going to be the biggest thing, right? So we'll see if the Rumble can actually lay out the red carpet based upon the competition that they were able to have. If he's not obviously just picked and banned every single game. It is the hell that he is unfortunately stuck in. Bakari, going to this one, do you think you could possibly throw away your bias, forget your history, and be present in the moment with us here right now? Explain to me your predictions as to who you have going today.
Sure. You know what? I think that both Azo's mother and Fire Theft's mother are great, and I hope they have a wonderful Mother's Day. And I think that is beautiful, and I think they should be proud of their sons, and I'm very excited to see what happens in this game.
Okay. That's fine. I understand. And that's how you got to play. I will question you no further. Beatdown, what do you got for me?
2-0 ASU.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's very easy. No connections. I don't feel bad,
Exactly. See, just the benefits of having no history with League of Legends, right? It just makes it that much better.
That's right.
Going into right now as well. I'm also put her off the board. I said before I made a mistake by not going 2-0s, so I'm gonna do 2-0 right now. You know what? I'm gonna make the boldest prediction that I have today. I'm gonna say 2-0 to CC, bro. There you go. I'm gonna be different on the desk. I'll put it out there as of this moment. As I know, y'all make sure to get your water like the one that I just knocked over, because this is about to get.
I hope it was closed.
This is spicy.
Now, with that being said, we're going to cut it to a very, very short break. And when we come back, we'll have game number 1, which is ASU and CC. Y'all don't go nowhere. I'm going to be watching.
What's up, gamers? I've got a brick wall now. That's Alk. No, that's Alk. He's got a wood wall because he's lame.
Okay, all right, TJ. I see you one-upped me. I wasn't really expecting you to one-up me like this, but this is.
You
this
can
is
huff
definitely
and you can
impressive.
puff all day, baby, but you can't blow this house down. Let's talk about our upcoming game. It's Arizona State University versus Columbia College. And of course, we did just have a minor power outage for Arizona State, but I'm told that it's been sorted out and we're headed into game.
Yeah, we'll be getting underway soon. This is a super fun matchup. The Desk talked about it already. Columbia and Arizona, they have a ton of history for Columbia. They've been around CLoL for a really long time, and with their new roster, looking to kind of shake things up and get back to that spot that they coveted for so long.
I'm excited. I mean, okay, full disclosure. I was out for a run, I came back, I was kind of living my life, doing some work that I'd been procrastinating on, and I got a message that was like, hey, can you fill in? And so I pick up these notes, I'm like, okay, what are these teams, who's playing? And instantly I recognize almost everyone playing in the game as people that have been around in collegiate, that have been around in the amateur scene. These are two very stacked rosters.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Fire Theft. He got to play on Supernova Dark Matter last year. Cougars for Columbia. You've got a ton of players who are doing it. And look, talking about sharing things, TJ, you and me, we're sharing the buzz right now. That usually happens to me. I'm glad that I can spread it over to you.
You know what this is? This is the power of the brick wall. See, with a wood wall, you don't get that. With a brick wall, anything can happen. Can you talk to me a little bit about the situation over here on Columbia between Rovex and Azia?
Yeah, so between these two guys, I mean, Azo and Brovex, they've kind of been a mainstay for amateur for a really long time. Rovex is kind of a build-around player, I would say. Definitely has been kind of moving around some of the amateur rosters and tends to be a lot more aggressive, where you look at Azo and he's just like, he's very calm. You got to see it in the interview with Ravish a little bit ago, but he's literally like, I will be the tank. I will be the stable laner for our team. And I mean, usually calling someone a tank player is kind of a naughty word. Sometimes it's a little bit of a turn of phrase for some people, but this guy is actually really, really impressive and can really kind of hold his own against some of the better top laners here.
I've got great news. If you're like, only one power outage, that's not enough tech issues for one game. Well, we're going to double you up. We got 2 tech issues. One of the players just blue screened. So we are going to go back to a break and we will come back with the game right after this. Don't go anywhere when we find our 3rd tech issue. Welcome back to beautiful San Francisco, California. My name is TJ, joined by one Ulk battery as we finally head into game. We had a power outage, a blue screen, somebody's Discord stopped working, my computer almost installed an update against my will, but against all odds, Dimitri, we have made it.
Thank you. We actually literally every single obstacle we have found just immediately taken care of. Hopefully, the rest of the series doesn't go as bumpy to the start, but Arizona on the red side here, I find it really interesting giving counterpick to Fire Theft, the incoming freshman for the team, who has been really aggressive, and like Miko said, this team is looking to brawl all of the time.
A very aggressive team, and I would say the favorites in this series, so a team to keep your eye on as we head into the draft. It is going to be Thresh, Lulu, Camille, the bans for the Cougars, targeting that bottom lane, targeting the supports, and also, of course, Fire Theft up on the top side. And then we have two jungle bans that kind of hurt my soul to say they're jungle bans in the Morgana and Rumble, with the Rel to follow through. First pick will be that Volibear to complete the jungle focus here, as the Cougars grab something for Nintendo.
Man, I've been hanging out with Miku the past couple days, and every time in call that we get to see a Rumble, either at MSI or insert in some of these games, he's literally losing his mind every single time they get played. He's like he's like, please, just build right or just do this. It's always fun to sit in and listen to the coaches speak during games, but yeah, seeing Rumble and Morgana, I'm sure a lot of people, if they haven't been keeping up, they are definitely confused about that one.
Well, the Morgana thing was a weird one, because I remember like half a year ago, they were like, we're going to change Morgana so that she can be played in the jungle. And I was like, yeah, right. And then they just kept dialing that up, and we finally hit critical mass where actually Morgana's really good. And she just walks out of the jungle and body slams me for half my HP. So we won't be seeing that this game. Instead, we're going to turn our eyes towards this bottom side of the map, where it's going to be a Kai'Sa Leona for the Cougars. And it looks like a Jinx and maybe the Karma, though obviously that gets flexed around.
Yeah, trying to provide some protection for their bottom lane. When you look at Pseudo, he hasn't really played a lot of Enchanters, so if anything, this is looking like a cat on their roof. He is going to be taking this for himself. Wants to kind of cheat for mid priority, consistently shove the wave under the turret, and really kind of help out Baco, because you look at this Udyr and this Karma, they're going to link up, they're going to be buddies, they're going to hold hands down the river and kind of run at whoever's there.
And we've seen quite a lot of this specific Karma Udyr combo recently, because Karma does both set up so safely in the mid lane with her wave clear, as you were talking about, and you have that added synergy in team fights enabling the Udyr. So a very powerful 3-4 pick there. We'll pay attention to the second round of the bans as we head into it. What are Arizona State looking for here?
Arizona State, when they get rid of this TF, it's kind of calling that they want to go for someone a little bit that's in Fire Theft's wheel. We see the Camille already banned. I wouldn't be surprised if Cougars are trying to force him onto Jace, and Arizona State, they want to protect that. They want to protect the one trick over here on the team.
Arizona on their second ban, as you said, they did ban out the Twisted Fate earlier, trying to bully Rovax, certainly one of the more prominent faces over there. And with the Aatrox banned out, they're not going to match the top side. Arizona State instead full focus here on mid, get rid of the Lucian as well, making sure Rovax has the worst possible time.
Yeah, Rovex is usually kind of this assassin player, right? He loves to play this Echo a lot, also tends to play things like the Yone, and gets a little bit deep in his champion pool, depending on what ends up being the case. And Karma has a fantastic time against these champions. She could take Grasp of the Undying. She could be very difficult to deal with these melee champions. So right now, if I'm Arizona State, I'm picking up my support. We know it's Leona, and Cougars, they're going to have to come up with a really interesting answer against them. They can really, I mean, for Arizona State, they've got a ton of kind of free will in this draft right now.
Yeah, so Braum and Leona here as our support matchup, which is always really interesting as a matchup to me because it denies a whole bunch of agency to that Leona, particularly a Leona Kai'Sa, aren't going to have the early game impacts that they're looking for. I'm really liking a lot of these matchups that Arizona State have managed to draft here. The Kiana is a good hit back for the Cougars, though, because that will give them that assassination potential versus the Kiana in mid. They also grab a Cho'Gath to play on the top side. What do you make of all this?
Okay, so we've got a tank matchup for Azo, which is perfectly fine. I'm sad personally we don't get a Rammus, because I know Azo was talking about, like, I've been secretly preparing the dark tech for if they're gonna pick Renekton pretty early on. But depending on where Arizona State sends some of these champions, when you look at the Cougars lineup, yeah, I'm waiting for the lock-in. I want to wait for them to lock in before I make any good predictions here. But for the Cougars, you know, Kiana, even though she's a little bit of an assassin early, her build path recently has kind of changed, and she's been really, really kind of powerful when we get into those objectives and you're looking for that ultimate, shove them into the wall, and with a lot of great setup for them, Cougars are looking very nasty in the 5v5s.
Yeah, I'm just a little astonished that Arizona are flexing this. But it makes perfect sense if they go through with it. And there it is. So we flex it. You don't want to take the Karma into the Kiana. So you flip it round. You say we can have long-range clear and poke in the top side versus this Cho'Gath. And now in the mid lane, good luck, Kiana. You're playing against an alligator.
Wait, is it? I always forget. What is like it's the snout, right? It's however long. If it's a long snout for determining if it's an alligator or a crocodile.
Oh. I thought you were talking about if you hit the alligator on the snout, it doesn't bite you, and that's sharks. Do not do that with an alligator. That's sharks.
Okay. I don't really advocate for animal violence in any sort, so, you know, I don't want to talk about...
Our producer, who knows this for some reason, says that crocodiles have round snouts, and alligators... Other way around, alligators have round snouts. I don't know what a round snout looks like. Is that an alligator?
Usually,
you tell me,
when you're
producer.
looking down on an alligator or crocodile, it'll either have like a round snout or it'll be more convex.
Top view.
Yeah, so like if you're looking at the nose, so like is the nose pointed or is the nose like a little bit of like a bulge?
He doesn't really have a nose. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just kind of, it's like a shelf.
It's like a shelf.
If Renekton ever closed his mouth on the splash art, he would look really stupid. Let's talk about the draft as we have completed it. Arizona State, I think, got the upper hand here. I like all of their individual lane matchups, and they have some very obvious synergies once we get to a team fight. One of the lesser-known ones is that the Renekton can instantly proc Winter's Bite from Braum. They're a really fun team fight combo.
Exactly. A lot of really great ways to team fight if you're looking on Arizona State. They have a lot of push in top lane. They've got great kill potential in mid lane. And so I'm looking over an Nintendude, and I think he has kind of a really kind of a filled plate at this point, right? He doesn't have a winning topside matchup. He doesn't have a winning mid lane matchup. And bot lane is looking to kind of be very, very standoffish, hold you at arm's length. So where does Nintendude X go to when he needs farm? How do any of these lanes protect him from being invaded? Arizona State, they need to execute though. And from what Miko said about this team, you know, not everybody's playing perfect. You know, he's just there to try and help them with their macro movements. There can be, you know, some windows here for either team to kind of really abuse.
I just got sent a diagram by our producer.
Oh, see, there you go. I told you, it's either rounded or it's pointed.
I'm not following this very well. I'm struggling to keep up. I think Renekton is an alligator, going by this diagram.
Yeah, because his nose isn't like, it's not like super sharp. It just kind of like, it rounds out at the end.
All this and more brought to you by Upsurge. Follow us on Twitch as we continue to blast forward here in the collegiate tournament. This is obviously a very important match for that collegiate tournament because we are in our round of 16. And the winner here goes on to play the winner of either Maryville or Houston. Can I grab your thoughts on kind of the overall state of the bracket here?
Yeah, right now we've got some really interesting kind of already lineups. University of Toronto is going to be going up against Bethany next week. We also have, I think it is ISU versus Harrisburg, which is a really fun match. And the Winthrop game that just happened yesterday, this is, I mean, we have a bunch of teams that if you were to look at CLoL maybe even last year, you wouldn't have thought that maybe all these teams are here. ISU has kind of an outside chance. And even Maryville, front runners for CLoL for so long, don't quite look like the Titans that maybe a lot of people were expecting, especially after their Proving Ground split this year. So right now, round of 8 is starting to really fire up in terms of what teams are coming out of it.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the most exciting parts of this season in terms of collegiate is we are seeing so much more depth in schools and in competitors than ever before, and it has been truly delightful. And that's continuing, I hope, across the entire kind of amateur ecosystem here in North America, because we also, over the course of the last season of Proving Grounds, saw a ton more depth. So we're gonna have some rookies to watch.
Hopefully, especially, I mean, ASU, we got to talk about it a little bit before, but Fire Theft, everybody other than Fire Theft is a senior. So they're graduating rather soon this year. And that would mean that next year, if ASU, they're looking to try to put up a new roster, maybe they try to make a run in Proving Ground somewhere, they are going to have to do a full rebuild.
Yeah. And they're not the only team that's done that. You referenced Maryville. Obviously, all their players got stolen by an LCS org for some reason. Like, got ripped away. So poor Maryville had to completely rebuild after successfully graduating all their players. So we've got a lot of turnover and a lot of really cool stories coming out of Collegiate. Let's get into it, though.
Is the pipeline.
Turns out Collegiate is where the real bangers were the entire time. Let's talk about this game and kind of get a little bit more into ASU, because we talked about Columbia College, obviously having both Azio and Rovax, who are the names that I recognize as having been here for a very long time, performing very well. Nintendo also putting out some good numbers historically. But talk to me about the ASU roster here. Tell me a little bit more about this kind of top side of the map.
Yeah, so we look at Fire Theft Bako, Cat on Thy Roof. These guys have been really long stay members for their team. We even get to hear from Bako. We're looking at the matchup. Just kind of play warm up. Spam Nidalee on full clear before 315. All right, that's kind of funny. But when you look at this, ASU has perennially kind of been a weaker team. They've been sitting around that 5th to 8th place spot in their conference and going into CLoL. So looking at how they play around their newly minted top laner, I think is such an interesting kind of fun way to start off their CLoL careers in this year.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, I think, this is going to be a really important year for the ASU program. I was going to go with smaller stakes, but they have been, as you've said, a strong program for a while, but never one that's been in the top 2. And that's begun to change. They've looked stronger and stronger over the last couple of tournaments. And here, they're playing against Columbia, who's also kind of in that category of strong programs that aren't historically playing in the grand finals. Let's see how that changes.
Columbia did make it to one grand final, and they got swept by UCI, University of California, Irvine. So they made it there, and then the next year they also got stopped. I say that Nintendo riding on the Fire Theft. Uh-oh.
Stun will be found. Poor Fire Theft. Should have a lot of move speed here. He could make it out. He will make it out. Nintendo with half HP, scared away by the turret, and the top lane gang from Columbia goes sadly awry.
Okay, but already forcing some summoner spells away and has access to his top side. Wonder if Cat is going to make the move. Looks like the wave is in the middle of the lane, so not gonna be able to do that. And now, okay, now this is from bad to worse for Nintendo X. He's in trouble.
Stealth shielding, Stun just going for the kill, but can't find the turn in time, and ASU are able to stabilize the top side and pass a kill, first blood in the game, over to their jungler.
Okay, and we get to have the replay of this. This is right after you're saying, okay, this is fine. You just got the flash out of Fire Theft and you're forcing out the TP, but Nintendo, buddy, you don't have any mid priority. You just use flash. He's going to go down. Bako's going to just throw down the flash just because he doesn't want to get hit with the auto. He wants to try and cancel it if it was going through. ASU, like you said, they come out with the first lead. They're going to take a little bit of it's going to be a little bit of a hiccup here for CC because Volibear, he's on the beatdown. He needs to find ganks. Udyr is going to outclear him as the game goes on.
ASU getting an early gold advantage out of all of that trading, and that's going to be something to keep an eye on because, again, I do like their draft a little bit more, and I think one of the strengths is going to be in this mid-game, in this team fighting. If they can get there with more power to bring to bear, before this Cho'Gath, before this Kiana and Kai'Sa are team fight threats themselves, then they're setting themselves up for success.
TJ, I know you didn't mean to, but we have a ton of bears in this game, so I would be a little hesitant with the puns myself. I'm not a huge fan of them. You know, they happen, but we've got literally a bear and someone who impersonates them.
I mean, I think I'm just accepting it. Sometimes your words are accidentally a pun, and that's for Twitch chat to complain about and me not to worry about.
Okay, that happens. I can get
Oh
behind
no! Rovex says he started playing League of Legends because he lost a bet to a friend. I'm so sorry, Rovex. I hope you repay that debt soon and can finally stop. Rovex in trouble here in the mid lane. Oh dear, will be followed through by Mako and Cat on by Roof, but he's able to slip into the invisibility and flash away to safety.
Oh, wow. Okay. Some fancy footwork from Rovex to try and get out there, but ends up making the escape. And because of how they kind of path on over, they're going to start up this dragon. They have priority in the bot lane away from Snoops after a small trade there. So some interesting movements coming out from ASU lead to the first Drake going over to CC. Wow. I mean, Rovex from losing a bet all the way to making it to CLoL Championships. I think that's a really unorthodox way to get here.
And he's going to go right back in and spend the ulti. Cannon by Roof chunked, ignited, diving, dead. Rovex trades out 1-for-1 as Baku will come through. And that's very important. ASU get a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. But
Really
already you
important
can
there.
see some of the power these Kianas are bringing much earlier than I thought.
There you go. And I mean, you look at the summoner spell difference. It is literally Cat, he's playing with TP, Rovex, he's playing with a Knight. He has that available to him. And now that we have the tier, we'll see the Manamune slowly start to get brought out as you know, the game goes on. But like you're saying, the Kiana damage is there, and I don't think Cat on the Roof was really expecting that. You saw how ASU, they were kind of in position, but not really in there. They were like, maybe he can kill me, maybe he can't. And supreme display of talent right there ends up being the deal breaker.
And earlier, we were talking a little bit about Columbia College's kind of legacy here in collegiate. And it sounded like I mischaracterized some stuff. I did just stumble into this game as a substitute. So could you maybe go through and repair my characterization, talk a little bit more about their history?
So they have played in the North, which has always been one of, if not the strongest region for conferences in collegiate. And this year they landed in 5th to 8th, so they were 3-0'd by Purdue, who are on the other side of this bracket. They ended up actually making it by the new committee that was brought in for the season. And they have been someone who's been contesting for being in top spots. Rovex, they're pushing for this ASU.
Rovex gets out again! That is incredible!
You love to see it. Okay, he's got his keyboard on, like, just literally warmed up at this point. He's saying, okay, look, you guys want to camp mid? Well, guess what? I'm gonna make it really not worth your while at this point. We're gonna make you waste a ton of resources. That's the Renekton's ultimate out, and they can go for a kill here potentially.
Yeah, Rovex back in, will miss the ulti this time. Cat on that Roof taking absolutely zero chances, not sticking around to trade autos, anything like that. Instead, going to turn towards this jungle where Nintendo was trying to make a scuttle happen. Fire Theft roaming down 3 players here for ASU. Izo kind of touching in on this fight from the top side, making sure Nintendo can get out, but they're not going to be able to contest this scuttle. ASU do get control near the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they are going to have control of this again. This is just how the lane matchups have been going so far. I mean, Fire Theft has first move off of the wave. We saw that same thing with the Renekton after pushing the minion wave under the turret. This is such a really dangerous, and you know, we didn't get to talk about it because of how aggressive some of the early game was for Nintendo, but the Udyr actually ended up counter jungling, took away the blue buff, so got some part of that 3 quadrant clear, and we're seeing him kind of stick with this lead right now. It's only about 3 camps, but anything in the jungle, is, as clears start to become faster, as you get more items, it becomes kind of exponential how fast you can grow in the lead.
Nintendo working away at this Rift Herald here for Colombia. As ASU did have that Rift Herald, that should have given them vision control, but I think everyone's just been able to sidle past the scuttler pool and will be able to pick up that Rift Herald and get away with it uncontested.
That is a really interesting piece of geography on both scuttles. If you come in from the outer lanes, you can actually sneak past the scuttle and you won't be seen. It's really weird because it doesn't work on the other side, but it's something that I think I like that CC actually ended up taking advantage of. So they trade for top side. They say, look, ganking Karma at this point is kind of a non-factor. Let's just try and focus on this bot side. They have a ton of vision on the side of ASU to try and protect them, but right now, CC, they're clearing it out. They're trying to kind of establish a foothold back in their own jungle.
ASU playing very, very safe across the entire map. They haven't fought for any of these early objectives. Is that a worrying sign for you, or are they just resting in their lane matchups that they know they can win?
Yeah, they are perfectly fine in this situation. I'd say the top lane matchup is a little bit worrisome, just because Cho'Gath will become an unkillable menace if Snoops is ever taken down. There's not a lot of damage threat from ASU onto him, so Cho'Gath can become a very real problem very quickly. But, I mean, they have Jinx. You're looking at a late game carry. They don't have a lot of damage to follow that up, but with the Karma building Shurelias, they're going to have a ton of movement speed to get into that backline, provide a lot of havoc. Really here for ASU, they need to just protect Snoops. If he can live, if he can get a reset off, then Colombia are really on the back foot in this game.
You do see some action developing around this Drake, as Rovex and Nintendo are both setting up vision and control of the Rift Scuttler for the second Drake of the game, which is this Mountain Drake. Trying to make sure that they're able to keep this ball rolling.
Okay.
Go in. Glacial Fissure. Zap to follow. This is all on the Leona, though. Prosperous drops the Solar Flare. Everyone backs away, and Colombia calling the TPs, calling the reinforcements. Nintendo coming in, Pseudo backing away. ASU are here. Fire Theft and Cat on Die Roof roaming in. Flash forward, flash engage. Again onto the Leona. Prosperous will finally fall. Killer Instinct away. Zac stood underneath the tower. Will go down. Nintendo drops the ulti to try and find a response. Rovex will come in for at least one trade, but it's 2 for 1. ASU out on top, only losing Cat on Die Roof in exchange for the entire Colombia bottom side.
TJ, I can't believe this literally all started because ASU, they wanted to push on the bot side, but Pseudo, he makes the call. He says, we're going for this now. Nintendo, he has no flash, he has no ultimate, no way to get over the wall. They might go for this.
They're so
Rovex
low.
has a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're all so low. Azio round one side. No HP on the Drake. It will reset as ASU, I think, correctly surmised they cannot stay and fight that objective.
Okay, and they're going to lose a ton for this. They might even lose the Drake. Nintendo's going to start this. They're going to have to reset. That's a lot of plates for Rovex and a lot of gold injection now coming in for Colombia. So despite the gold lead you guys might see at the top of your screen, Colombia are leading ASU around the map and winning. I mean, even in that lost team fight, they come back out on the map a lot stronger than Arizona.
I mean, you've heard of win lane, lose game. That's maybe the first time I've seen win fight, lose 2 Drakes and a turret. ASU now down 2 Drakes. We will have an Infernal Rift, so that'll be exciting. But ASU will be fighting for it with no HP on their mid-line turret, and into now a quite substantial Kiana.
You know, the funny thing about this, I was kind of hoping we would see a Mountain Soul Rift. This is such a small minutia of the game, but because it's an Infernal Soul, the Rift actually has less terrain, and there's less ability for Kiana's ultimate to knock up.
Well, look, it's like the items in Mario Kart. When you're in first place, like Rovex is, you only ever get banana peels.
That's true. You have no use for a blue shell. That would be a little bit harmful, I think.
So, Rovex gets just kind of nerfed a little bit by the game. And we are on the Infernal Rift. Although, counterpoint, you have like all these tiny small islands now. Doesn't that like make it easier to target? individuals?
Sure, it makes it easier for one-on-ones, or if you find a pick somewhere, you can immediately shove them up against the wall. I would say that obviously something like a Mountain Soul would be really sick because now there's a bunch of extra terrain, and similarly, something else can happen like that. But, you know, all in all, I'm sure he's aiming for the same walls. The large kind of pieces of terrain across the map should be the same thing as Azo. The Halo Blades coming in, trying to take a really deep trade up against Fire Theft here. Kind of difficult for him to hold up against himself.
Yeah, Fire Theft just does the karma thing. Says no thank you and just speed walks away.
It runs.
It's a speed walk. Karma's not fast. Karma's just walking, taking her time.
Well, she has the
Striding with purpose.
Shirelias. You've got Shirelias and you've got the self shield movement speed. I think she's that might be some advanced power walking.
That's what I'm known for. Advanced power walking.
Oh yeah.
The overall map state hasn't turned for Colombia though. Despite them getting all of these objectives, despite them, you know, leading in terms of turret control in the mid lane, they haven't been able to exercise that to control more of the map. We're still seeing a lot of this trading happening straight down the river, and all of the individual lane matchups leaning slightly over to ASU, though that top lane is shifted.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I think ASU are making some different trades here. They're saying, look, we're willing to give some early objectives here, other than that Drake fight that we saw, obviously, but they've been really seeding a ton of these Rift Heralds so far, both of them, for just asking for pressure. You see this right now. Buckzak and Leona are just saying, look, we just need to back up. We're not doing this anymore. We cannot, we don't see them on the map anymore. We don't have priority in mid lane. Let's just back up. Let's just look for something. We're playing the weak side. And so they correctly call it out. This may be the first turret here for ASU, and trading this gold over just means more and more gold for the carry Jinx.
The problem is, isn't this a bottom turret for mid turret trade eventually? Because that's where this Rift Herald's going. We'll have this conversation in a moment as Nintendo needs to blow ulti. Caught by the Glacial Fissure. And the rocket! Snoops for the kill secure. And ASU deny the play in the mid lane. And this may turn into a much greater trade than I'd initially worried.
There you go, TJ. I didn't even have to answer your question. It answered itself. Yes, it will be a mid lane potentially later on, but for right now, ASU, they just want to take the early trade in terms of gold. They want to go into the mid lane, try to punish for this. All 5 members here.
Ooh.
They may look for a kill here.
Brovex pops the ult defensively. No follow-up, just trying to get out. As you know, in similar dire straits underneath the turret, which is now barely alive, as ASU continue to siege it.
Yes, this should be the end of ASU's attempt in mid lane. They're going to have to reset, and maybe coming a little bit earlier than I would have expected, but I mean, Nintendo's here soon. The dragon spawning in 30 seconds. They can go drop down the Rift Herald, grab mid priority for themselves, take down a tier 1 in the meantime, and if they don't get the dragon, then hey, guess what? We may not have a soul point as a potential win condition, but we've now opened up that mid lane for our Kiana to really start to affect the side lanes.
Gold lead still leans over to ASU. Rift Herald still in the pocket of Columbia College. Both those things are going to matter because we're just about to head into the third Drake of the game. We're now nearing the territory where ASU would really like to get one to make sure that soul isn't a win condition.
Okay, interesting answer here for the side of Columbia. They say, look, let's just give up mid lane. They're going to take this eventually. How about we try to match the fact in our hyper carries right now? Jinx might be getting a ton of gold. Well, let's let Bucksack get himself some gold too, as Brovex under siege here.
Stays safe. Will get poked at underneath the turret though. Turret does go down. Drake goes over to ASU. Turret up on the top side will go down. The second one's chunked low as well. So Columbia get one turret, lose a turret and the Drake and their support. As Captain Nintendo go here to the front lines. This could be very dangerous. Zach round the side trying to save the day. Snoops is dead, and they might be able to trade this much better. ASU on the chase here. Prosperous zoning in the front lines while Cat on their roof takes out Bugzak. Rovex stalling up here as Azio gets locked down. Cat on their roof, half HP, middle of the fight, has no regen, will go down. Barco round the backside, will be able to trade. Jungler right back in though. Azio, flash in the pseudo, will get a kill. Azio's got a kite, Barco on the front line, stunned up, over the wall, Prosperous to complete it. 1 HP on everyone, and Barco gets the kill. Shutting down the Leona from downtown. Snoops participates as well. The Super Mega Death Rocket from across the map, finishing the trade in favor of ASU.
ASU, that is pushing boundaries, guys. You are taking so long to get these fights. And that goalie they were talking about, it kind of edges in their favor. But that fight lasts so long that Snoops is able to be the first one to die and come back out on the map. Columbia College trying as they might to get some kills. You saw Azo there. He had to flash ult the pseudo to get something for himself. But they just spread themselves a little too thin. And I think expecting the Super Mega Death Rocket was not on their list.
No, I mean, all of the flashes, as you said, got spent very early by Columbia in this fight. And that meant that it was very easy for Snoops to just line up with the choke point and do this.
Nice. And he gets 2 kills. I mean, it's not the best here for the side of Columbia. Obviously, there was a large shutdown that was given over to Bucksack when he was able to kill Snoops rather early on in that fight. But getting himself a double kill and a little bit of a shutdown there definitely puts a little bit more gold and eases his pockets.
The good news for Columbia is that Snoops does have another bounty on him. So.
Yes. Okay.
Nintendo will kite away at the front of this. Oh, needs to jump to stay ahead of the Jinx trap. Good old supreme display of talent. Stuns at Baco. They will go down. Rovex kiting back. Stays ahead of the Karma leash. In the meantime, Cat on their roof dives the backline. Trying to get onto Zac. Tagged very low. Will be shut down. And Azio has stalled out this fight the entire time. Beautifully played by Columbia College. They split the fight and pick up 2 kills.
It's exactly what I want to see when you have a composition like this with Kiana and this Cho'Gath right now. We saw that they found the pick onto Baco when he's sitting in the bot side river. They immediately split him up, and I love that we saw the crowd control chain come out from all of the members of Columbia. The supreme display of talent, like you said, slowed him. It stunned him up against the wall. They were able to find that kill, split up the map, split up the fight, and continue to kind of press their lead in several lanes. Who is really going to be the one to match Rovex? He has a level lead now. He's getting very, very dangerous in terms of mobility, especially now with that Prowler's Claw. And Snoops, I mean, kind of just getting strong-armed away by Izo and holding 3 members in the mid lane there.
Yeah, poor Snoops couldn't get anywhere close to the people that were dying. ASU, I also think, need to look at how Cat on their roof and Baco ended up in 1v3s consecutively. Because that is, like, obviously there's some very good play happening to create that situation for Columbia. But you shouldn't have both players kind of buying into that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what exactly kind of comes from it, right? Because we're still waiting for ASU to really find their stride. Yes, their AD carry is really strong, but you need some of the other members to kind of be that supplemental secondary damage. Jinx is nothing without her reset. She's a little bit under the curve for AD carries until she's able to get that one. So.
One of the things we need to pay attention to is that ASU don't have any built-in backline threat aside from this Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton's literally the only way they get into. I mean, maybe Udyr, right? He can activate his Chemtech and he's running in there with the other alligator. He's just like, okay, you and me both. It's animal party time. We're going right into them. And this right here is a dangerous position for ASU. They're on the outside looking into this dragon pit. It would be soul point for Columbia. And right now, I mean, you have Izo and this Leona who can stand here as a front line and be very, very menacing for the likes of Arizona State.
And they also have, of course, that constant threat from the Kiana, from the Volibear, of backline access. Something that ASU don't have in response, which means that they need to play defense duty and can't be sure
this is
they'll be
dirty.
safe if they do. Pacing, warded. Not, it's been seen through. ASU, check their notes. Okay, now they're baited again.
Here we go.
Do you buy it? Here's the break off from ASU. They're just running. They're trying to set up this fight further down the river. They'll reset their HP from the Baron damage. Columbia College did successfully force ASU off the Baron, got the reset. Now they're going to take this turret in the mid lane if nothing's done about it. There goes the turret. And ASU have gained nothing for all of their shenanigans.
They're losing a lot on the map there. It was a really nice play to start, but they kind of get lumped into that lost, sunk cost fallacy. They're like, okay, maybe we can go for a little bit more. Maybe if we keep baiting them over. But I mean, CC very, very correctly so goes for the mid lane. They know they have to push in bot lane. They don't have to do all that much. They'll get themselves a Drake. They'll put themselves at soul point. Getting ready for an Infernal Soul. ASU are starting to sweat. Giving so much additional damage to this team is definitely not on the cards for them.
Yeah, I mean, Columbia, I also want to give a shout out to how good their vision control has been this entire time. The part of the reason they didn't get baited there was obviously the Scryer's Bloom inside of, or the Scryer's Ward inside of the pit. But also, they've had a ton of vision just around the entire map. That in that mid lane engagement, when they turned for the Drake, all of that meant that they couldn't get pulled into traps.
Exactly. They're I mean, at that point, ASU is kind of stuck up against the wall. They can't do much. They only have one real exit of escape if CC kind of dictate them across the map. And like you said, that vision is kind of just like a secondary threat for them. They can always know where ASU is, where they want to plan. And right now, CC are in a commanding lead. It may not show in the gold, but they're the ones that are kind of the front runners for this game. They are kind of walking ASU across the map right now, saying you need to come to us and you need to fight us. Otherwise, we're just gonna, slowly bleed you out of this game.
Yeah, I do think it's worth noting at this point that Arizona State University still technically have the gold lead.
Yes.
So the game isn't over by any means.
Yes.
They still have the potential to find a team fight and miraculously win the game off of it. It's just becoming increasingly apparent that Columbia both have a much better draft for and are playing better for the macro play and the objective control.
We haven't quite seen it yet, but if Izo ever really needs to do it, he does have a kind of a backup smite. He has 1,000 true damage on that feast for him. We haven't seen it. They haven't really utilized it all that much, but,
ASU
sometimes
have
the
Jinx. ASU
That
have
is
the most
true.
powerful smite in the game. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is very true. I've done the math. It's 2,800. It's like usually 2,800 depending on how far in the game you are. It is really disgusting, but this is the Baron now, 6,000.
Half HP on the Baron. Columbia started. Crossbreast dropped very low. Will flash away. Dead. Snoops finds the kill. First blood in the fight over to Arizona. Cattle Die Roof just eating so much damage, buying so much space. It's Arizona who split the fight. Arizona who find the kill. And now Arizona who turn for the Baron.
They can still do this. Rovex, he has the ultimate. They have a ton of their abilities still up, so even if the Leona is not available, this is still an entrance from a Nintendo dude. He can use a Stormbringer to come in. Watch Rovex.
Rovex. Oh, a huge ultimate! Rovex with the supreme display of talent dominates the fight. Can they turn it? Zac in the middle, just laying out the damage. Nobody's on Fire Theft, doesn't matter. Yes, Suno and Fire Theft slowing down this fight, and Zac needs to shut him down, so they will. A double kill to Zac, and Columbia College have won the team fight right here around the Baron.
Awesome patience coming out from Columbia College. They'll find themselves the Baron. I loved that they just waited. They didn't quite give up their position on the choke. And we saw there, okay, you got rid of our Leona. Maybe we lose a little bit of our engage. But
Rovex.
a fantastic, a fantastic engage from Rovex. He's sitting here in the camouflage as soon as he throws out this. And then, I mean, Baron pit Kiana. We've seen it from time to time again. 4 members stunned up. And we were talking about whether Cat on Thy Roof was going to be that backline threat. That was really dangerous, even on his flank.
And we were talking about this earlier, how grouped they had to play to kind of protect their backline against this assassination threat. Well, into Kiana, that by no means guarantees your safety, because this is the other thing. Arizona, when they're playing grouped, when they're trying to protect their Jinx from that backline access, well, Columbia can walk in and drop that kind of wombo combo, where you've got the Volibear over the top, you've got the supreme display of talent, and it's just instant death.
It looked like an alley-oop almost because he comes over the wall. He's able to dunk on these kids. It was really nice from Colombia. That doesn't actually happen at the Dragon Pit, by the way, because of the Infernal Rift. But we are in a pause. We'll be waiting for the 5th tech issue. I think TJ is just trying to parse out which one we're going to get out next. He has his full list ready for which one's going to be
I
queued
was
up.
looking at my notes, and I don't actually know what this is. I don't actually know why we've gone to a break, so who knows? But I assume there is another tech issue. The most exciting news for today, Alk, because you guys pulled me in at the last moment, is I don't have any product in my hair, so we're living in our full quarantine life. Should I just live like this more often? I'm in front of San Francisco, just go full hippie.
I was gonna say that is a really nice view. You get a view of the bay. I've never been to San Francisco. The closest I've gone is San Diego, but like,
I think this
it's
is
not the same.
I was talking to our producer earlier. I think this is like 90s San Francisco. I think this is like a couple of years old at least. Because some of the buildings, the skyline's changed a bit. But it is a very nice view. One of the most exciting things about the quarantine, obviously it's awful, but one of the most exciting things about the quarantine is that a whole lot of the pollution has cleared up. So San Francisco is very foggy and a little bit polluted. And now that pollution's away, you get these fantastic views more often. Speaking of fantastic views, Alk, we're back into game.
We're back. Let's go. A quick tech issue resolved. You love to see it. But coming back in, ASU, their backs are up against the wall still. Yes, they have some damage, but we're waiting for them to really kind of come online. We haven't seen this Renekton have much use other than some laning prowess that we saw. Rovex is still kind of being the front runner for this team. And 45 seconds, this is the soul for Colombia. ASU need to be able to find this team fight victory if they want to kind of have a chance still in this game.
Yeah, they're still close in gold, even after that fight. But their fight is so hard by contrast. It's so hard to execute. They need to protect Snoops and keep Snoops within range. And against a team comp like Colombia has built the ease of execution for their ultimate synergy, it's so difficult to execute upon that.
Ooh, and I love this positioning from Colombia right now. They have Bucksack sitting in a side lane because any piece of CC, he can just arrive with the killer instinct. He'll be level 16 soon enough, so he can always push into mid lane. He's going to send that last wave into the turret and now force ASU into a really, really tricky spot. They need to not only be able to execute, but also find an escape route.
And look at Rovex, just looming large around the side here. Splitting the team, engaging on Cat on Thy Roof. Bako, in the meantime, will find the Winter's Bite stun onto Azio, but who cares? Cat on Thy Roof, full flank, groups up, Glacial Fissure splits the fight. Cat on Thy Roof is already dead. Bako as well. ASU are deleted. Nobody survives. It's Zack's in for the cleanup. The Quadra. Oh, the Penta for Bucksack. I don't believe it. Cleaning up the fight and delivering on the finishers.
Welcome, TJ, to the Upsurge stream. You get a pentakill on your first time around here with us. CC, they're bringing it home. They want to take us they want to just take this series rather quickly. It's 30 minutes, but you know, they say, hey, we're going to win the team fights. Rovex was a fantastic position. And even with Snoops having flash, he has the stopwatch at the same time. It doesn't matter. ASU, they get bled out of this team fight. And, you know, we were saying it was even for such a long time, but CC, they kept it on their side of the map the entire time. They were always, it kind of felt, in the driver's seat for this game. Colombia take game 1.
That was really sick. That was one of the coolest Kai'Sa team fights I've seen, like, period. The way that Bucksack was able to hover right on the outside of that fight, just pumping the damage necessary to clean up the low HP targets, and then still have his entire kit up to chase down the final few kills. That's just really, really clean Kai'Sa play. And it speaks to the level of CC and frontline coordination from Colombia that there was never any threat onto Bucksack. There was never any moment during that fight where Bucksack was getting threatened through their frontline. And that opened up, like we talked about, the entire kit still being up towards the end of that fight.
Yeah, just a really fantastic job. And this is some of that inline synergy that we maybe kind of missed out a bit. This is some of the remnants of the Super Sunshine Fruit Basket Warriors, our favorite amateur team of all time. Bucksack, Izo, Rovex. We get to see these guys again. They get to play all over, but they did a really good job, and I think kind of upsetting what some people were going to kind of see as potentially Arizona State running this series. So really fantastic job, and I'm excited to see what we get from them.
No, like I said at the beginning, I really came into this series looking forward to seeing ASU's roster because they have been what I've been hearing people talking about. So Columbia proving in game number 1 that they've been underrated by controlling the entire pace of the game through macro, and then following it up with a pentakill from Bucksack to close out the game. We do have a desk to break down the game. We do have a game 2 and maybe a game 3 in this series. I won't jinx it, so you don't want to miss any of those. We're going to go to a really quick break, and we'll be back with the desk right after this.
Sunshine Fruit Basket Ninja Warriors, also known as Columbia College, came out in this game number 1 here. I gotta say, it was a slow climb all the way to the end, and the payoff was oh so beautiful here, Beatdown.
Yeah, it's definitely one way to look at it here. The thing I was starting off going into this game was I was kind of praising that R5 Renekton for ASU because we already talked about going into the show how Rovex is trying to get kill pressure, trying to shove and roam and have an impact on other lanes. And as things went on in the early game, ASU did a really good job of that. Things were even between the two mid laners here. And then ASU waited and struck. I guess we're not going to see the replay, but there was a fight in the bottom lane where ASU finally were ready to fight, took control of the game here. And it seemed like all was lost because slowly but surely they were just solidifying a bigger and bigger gold lead. And you could see as this fight plays out, already they're going to grab 2 kills for themselves here and start to snowball a little bit. But as the game goes on, Izo gets a little tankier. We all know how Cho'Gath gets. And we saw some, even though Robex didn't get as ahead as he wanted to be, he made a lot of very impactful plays in the mid to late game.
And you saw how that continued on, like you were mentioning before, like going in for the mid to late. This is really where I find CC were able to find their stride, because although ASU were making practice plays around the map, though, as he continued on forward, there was a slow climb, that almost slow build too, because there's also this one kind of like top side fight clip where you think, okay, ASU definitely have it because of how long actually Columbia College kept fighting for. So many of these fights were drawn out. Let's just extraneously leaving just little teeny tiny parts. We're thinking like, okay, maybe I commit to this, maybe this can go forward. And here we have it right in front here to the Kari. Could you break down for a little bit as to what you see as well?
Yeah. The thing I love about these long, drawn-out team fights is that they take forever, and you can kind of just contemplate their existence and what's going on. So this is unfortunately not the best like trade / situation for CC or ASU. I apologize, guys. Because of the choke there, and it puts them out of position and also fractures the team. So it becomes a little bit easier to pick them off one by one. And then just make their way out there. So Izo, I was really impressed with Izo's continual, like, very selfless gameplay in situations like these. Just continuing to make sure, the Jinx ult! Surprise ending for that one there. So
made things that much more interesting. Right? That's the thing, right? Because you saw that how they went back in for Bako a little bit afterwards as well. And it's due to these super like back and forth drawn out team fights that it was never really clear for so long as to really had the advantage. But ISU were definitely trying to increase and keep up in tempo, especially up against CC. And then we go down to the Baron, friends. And then like ultimately things start to break down a little bit more. ASU's looking confident, but CC comes in, struts up with the chest out, decides we're gonna go ahead and try to take this game back right here, right now here, beat down. It's we will have the play for you just a second. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Shout out to production one time, bro, for just like being on top of all this.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Rovex here. This is the big playmaking here. A fantastic supreme display of talent there. So much stunning going through on the side of ASU. The fact that they could not really actually participate in that fight, and the Barons doing damage to them, and of course the entirety of CC are doing it as well. And Izo, again, being that frontline problem, making it difficult for the Jinx to actually be able to do anything in these fights. And Jinx is, like Alec Battery said during the broadcast, the main source of damage to Izo. And if you take him out, if you take Snoops out of the fight, then Izo is in a lot less danger. And it gets even better for CC going forward too, because the thing is, and we're going to see this clip very shortly, you see how CC are doing a really good job at getting to these objectives. First, because they stacked dragons early, they got an early soul coming through, and because they got there first and set up, they had great zone control there, especially with having to face check into a Cho'Gath. And because of that, when you walk into him, it actually set up their Kai'Sa extremely well, and you're going to see it. And if you're watching it, this is that pentakill, because Snoops was going in briefly, and look for Rovex, another supreme display of talent to win the game essentially for his team.
Absolutely gorgeous here the way he came out with it. The exhaust at the end. I don't want to do the accent with it, but like, yeah,
Me neither.
my man cleans it up. But the fact that he was untouched almost the entire time, he came out of it with more health than when he actually came into that fight to the beat, which shocks me to my core, but does definitely warm my heart to see all these guys do so well. The items being very well balanced. I see Shirley is still at the top of the game, and I understand why. But if we're looking forward into the next one here, which by the way, actually, before we go on, this is also, from what I understand, the third pet that we had so far. The second here are officers. There was one also just happened in the Maryville game as well on Academy. So pentas across the board here today. I'm liking that teams are ramping up, and ADCs are finally having their time to shine to show that they can not only click fast, but they can also press Q. Makes it that much better. But looking forward to the next game here, though, Kari. For ASU, do you want them to ramp up their plays a little bit more? Maybe increase the tempo, or like they're thinking, nah, man, slow down a little bit. Much more front to back, easy macro.
I would suggest upping the tempo. I think that the well-controlled style of CC can probably be cracked. Gosh, it always comes back to problems, doesn't it? Where I'm like, just be a problem, just cause chaos, because that's kind of how I live my life. So I genuinely think ASU, I've seen them do a lot of fun trolly things, and I think that they can probably pull that off in the next game. I don't think controlled is the way to go, but I'm open to other opinions.
Beatdown, can you perhaps offer other opinions, as Kari mentioned?
Sure. I think the early game for ASU was actually quite good. Letting go of the first two Drakes is a risk, but more often than not a calculated one. I think the problems really started when you are fighting around these objectives, and again, you're not respecting the supreme display of talent from Rovex's Kiana. That was the big problem there, because that Baron fight that we saw earlier was kind of the turning point here for CC, where now they were starting to get some shutdowns, a lot of gold, and start to reach some of their key item breakpoints, and it made it harder to actually try and face check them, like I was talking about earlier. So the problem is not in that early game. I think from draft to how they played early, I really liked what I saw from ASU. It just came out in the team fighting when, again, even though Rovex wasn't necessarily fed, that ultimate is too fight turning.
Yeah, and I also think that it's a positioning issue for ASU. Just be aware of where you are on the map. Just be aware of, if the engage is not good, don't fall for the bait, especially if your enemy is in a very favorable position. The Kiana ult and the Baron, I really feel like that was something you could have foreseen, but Kiana's not very common, and so I think maybe that taking advantage of that, out of sight, out of mind issue may have led to that failure there. So good stuff.
That is how I choose to live with most things. If I can't see it, it's not in front of me. Let me tunnel vision, Kari. I want to go for one thing and one thing only, but I understand you make a fair point, as all y'all do, bro. But with that being said, I believe ASU, we'll see if they can show up going into the next year, turn things up a little bit, get things more fire thefty, or will they cool down a little bit more? That all remains to be seen, and going into our possible final game of the night for the round of 16. TJ, Arc Battery, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ravish. I was trying to keep up as Beatdown talked. I was trying to take notes here, but I just couldn't. Joined by Alk as we head into game number 2 between ASU and Columbia. The notes from the desk were centered around ASU's strong start to game number 1. Do you think that's a similar vein for you? Do you think they need to just extend their lane phase dominance?
Yes, I want to see a little bit more activation of Cat on Thy Roof. I really want to see how they kind of weaponize their mid laner, because, throughout all of CLoL and their conference, they were doing a really good job of pushing their lane, moving with their jungler to support some of the other side lanes. And he has the counter matchup. We didn't see that activated all that much, as we got to saw in all of those clips that the desk was able to pull. So their laning phase was good, and what we expected from them with that draft. But I felt like they had some tools, didn't quite use them to 100%.
We are into the draft for game number 2, and I think it's worth calling out some of the mistakes we made during the draft for game number 1. Because we were looking at the draft and we were envisioning Columbia taking head-to-head team fights, and we were all pretty unanimously saying Arizona should win the lane phase, and then they're going to look real good in the team fights afterwards. And then Colombia just didn't take a team fight until they were out ahead. And they did that because they were controlling the map much better and playing the macro much better. And it meant that by the time we got to the late game, it didn't matter that this Jinx looked good, because they had so much flexibility and ability to play around the map with these individual skirmishing units over on Colombia. Now, they've picked the blue side here. First of all, do you think they're going to replicate that draft? Second of all, what do you think Arizona need to change up?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, Colombia, if they found some success, I thought Nintendo actually had really great presence in this game against Bucko. So I thought that maybe, hey, yeah, he got off to a little bit of a stumble in the early game, but he constantly was making really good rotations and was able to have a really efficient pathing to find himself on objectives at really good timers. So if for Cougars, they're not pressured really to change all that much. They can band away the Camille like they did last time, pick them another topside matchup if they want. But Arizona, we've already been saying it, they need to change up something. They'll have the same bans as they did before, but I expect them to either change up the top lane matchup or try to get something a little bit different for Cat.
Okay. I'll keep our eye on that bot lane, because Cat did spend a lot of the beginning of these fights just getting caught out. Do you remember the entire early game where Cat spent just 15 minutes eating skill shots and getting to do nothing? But Arizona were kind of falling victim to that, because they were absolutely engaging Cat. They were given those opportunities, and that meant that the rest of Colombia could continue to develop their skirmishing potential, play the map.
Yeah, they were doing a really fantastic job of just, hey, even Cat, even though he's catching all of these skill shots, he's catching all these ganks, he did a really good job of repelling them at the same time. Even as we got further into the game, he was still had a little bit of a substantial CS lead, but not able to really materialize that into anything meaningful in the game. So I want Arizona. They got to get something out of this.
If you're familiar with the LPL, you're familiar with people dumping entire skill rotations into a Leona and then being sad. Let's talk about this. I remember Gargoyle's Stoneplate Leona back when that was just the go-to.
Speaking that hurts my brain.
It looks like we are going to see that Leona again. Leona Kaiser will again hit the bot lane for Colombia, failing any change up here in the draft. They also have a Volibear yet again. On the opposite side, Arizona didn't manage to take away the pentakill securing Kaiser. Instead, they opted right back into their Jinx. They opted right back into their Karma. Arizona believes that it's not broke.
TJ, you know, you're talking about dumping a bunch of skill shots into a bunch of rotations into Leona. They did that at the Baron, and they still won. So if you're the Cougars, you sit over here like, sure, Leona is the call here. It looks like we're just going to get the run back potentially. They're going to keep banning out the same champions. TF should be the next one for Arizona, and the Cougars should be just looking at taking away a lot of the support champions here.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the thing that made the teamfights in late game change around was that Colombia had backline dive, assassination threat that Arizona didn't manage to take away from them. And didn't manage to have any answer to. So that's what I'm paying attention to in the second half of this draft. I want to see Colombia get that backline threat again for their own sake, but if I'm an Arizona fan, I'm thinking, okay, what are we doing to counter it? And or what are we doing to make sure that doesn't happen again? And there's at least one answer to one of those questions.
Okay, so they're getting rid of the Kiana. Okay, so kind of leaving up some answers. You can still have TF. Well, you won't have the best of time versus Karma if they do end up trying to take this for Cat, but I wonder what this means for Arizona and what their mid lane matchup is. Are they still going to try to flex this Renekton early on? Are they going to just have to pick something here for their support? I kind of leaves a little bit left to chance here for ASU.
Yeah. I'm also paying attention. Sorry, it's something stuck in my throat. I'm also paying attention to these patterns from the Cougars as they get rid of both Aatrox and Sen. So they're a little worried about kind of frontline brawling. They're worried about the Aatrox and the Sen from the top lane being that extra fire theft threat that we never really saw during game number 1.
I'm interested. I would have thought that maybe they tried to even move Set and maybe try to flex Set in bot lane because Pseudo definitely would be able to play this champion, and if they want, they could even kind of move this around and give this to Fire Theft. So interesting, they're going for the same comps here. They're gonna have to switch up the mid lane, but I mean, this is basically just carbon copy from our game 1 here, TJ.
Do we get to see like the Echo or something? Because I'm still waiting for an assassin from Colombia, and I do feel like an Echo would fit into this draft well. Also, Rovex plays a ton of Silas, or... Okay! We've got a Viego!
Awesome. Okay, this is something that and we're just getting the same comp from ASU. Renekton is a really good matchup again, so, you know, I will sound like a little bit of a broken record here, but going back to Colombia real quick, Rovex, he's been playing this throughout the end of CLoL, and coming into this from last week, he had a really great performance on this champion. I was going to, you know, talking about some of those other champions you had mentioned, Echo has a little bit of a harder time playing against someone like Karma in the mid lane if they're going to play it, so kind of just locks them out, soft locks them out of that. Also, the Silas, there's not very many ultimates. I don't know if you want to be the Silas who takes Phoenix stance away from Nudir. It's not the most fun that you can have in the game, so I love this from the Cougars. They're picking up Viego, and they're like, you know, it's still a really, really dangerous champion to get into the backline.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by mid Viego. I was just checking my notes on him, so I had a prepped. Full disclosure, nice. I saw mid Viego. I was fascinated by it, and I made some notes on it 2 weeks ago, and I just had to search him up and find him and get ready so that I can tell you about Sovereign's Domination, something I 100% remember and didn't just read off my notes. That's his passive. Alright, so completed drafts. Does the Viego give that backline assassination power that Rovex had with the Kiana during Game 1? Or do you think this is looking a little better for Arizona?
So, similar with the Kiana, he does have a camouflage ability, and it actually does the same thing that Kiana Ultimate would do, so it kind of wraps around terrain. So, potentially, if he wants to get a little bit spooky there, but it's near sight, right? So, if you're next to him, you see him.
Do you mean Harrowed Path?
Yes, Harrowed Path. Thank you, TJ, for correcting me on this. And we're going to get through all of the ability names off the top of your head.
Oh, 100%. I've got build paths in here, too. Nice. I just call it the toothpaste in-game, so it's a good note for me. Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
So, when he spreads that toothpaste around, it gives him a speed boost, and it makes him invisible if you're at range. So, it's basically Viego's engage. There's not really any other way that Viego's going to close distances over a wide distance. Obviously, he has better tools if you already happen to be close. And that is a little different from Kiana, who has the ability to get, over those walls behind you, dance around the map much quicker. So that's what I'm flagging as something to pay attention to. Does Rovex have the ability to replicate his flanking and his constant survivability in the backline on Viego, who is a little bit more of a brawler, who's kind of more, okay, I'm going to engage, and then I don't have the tools to get back out, so I better win the fight.
Yeah, one of the really cool ways to target Jinx without just straight up killing her is take away her line of sight, take away her ability to actually interact with you. So being invisible makes that really difficult for them to try and find you, try to get the auto attack. There you go. TJ doesn't want to get caught drinking water on stream, so he's.
I was just going to say, this water bottle is a Viego ability. It's his
Is it a Harrowed Path? I don't think you're drinking toothpaste though.
No,
it's a little too much fluoride.
I had a friend who admitted to me once, it was like one of those, you're sitting around a campfire at 1 a.m. and anyway, he was like, man, I just really like the taste of toothpaste. And I've never forgotten that. It's just wild. Anyway, let's talk about the game. We're blasting right on, Dimitri. You're okay. I'm going to have to circle back to that later. The Cougars do have that Viego in place of the Kiana, otherwise their draft is unchanged. That means we're still looking for that same kind of engage pattern. They're going to wait throughout the early game, not want to fight too often. Then once we get towards the mid-late, you'll start to see them break out of their skirmishing, the 3v3s that will be their path into the mid-late, and start to lean more towards those 5v5 team fights, so long as they can find access to the backline, so long as they can find access to ASU's Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx is really just the entire thing that holds this entire lineup together, right? We saw it last game too for ASU. As soon as Jinx falls, unless everybody has some blinking health bars and maybe there's a Jinx rock coming in the next 30 seconds, it is a really kind of tough time for them to kind of break through some of the tankier members. Remember, you look at this other side, they still have a Cho'Gath, they have a Volibear and a Leona there. Columbia have a very tanky front line, and I don't know if Renekton really offers that same damage. I need to see them kind of not only activate their mid lane, but Fire Theft as well. We saw him playing that Shirelia's Karma. It was doing well for itself, but kind of you're there to empower your AD carry. You're there to empower some of the slower members on your team. So I want to see how the solo lanes are incorporated more into ASU's team composition now that they get a second time to run it.
Yeah, it's also going to be, I think, a real test of their macro, because we talked about how the skirmishing for Columbia was what set them up for success, and I think that's true.
Yes.
Columbia Cougars were able to find a ton of 2v2s and 3v3s in the early mid game that bridged them to a late game where they could win team fights. And that is in-game macro stuff that can be disrupted this second time round. I'd love to see ASU get scrappier early, force 5v5s around the second and third Drake or so, and see if you can just win out that trading before you get to a game state where those assassins have just been preying on your lanes for 2 years.
Yeah, they've been farming up. They're able to get themselves some nice resources. DJ, we're finally in the game, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what ends up being a little bit of a difference. Does Nintendo get caught out in the early level 1? Do they still try to go for a level 3 gank, which is kind of just Volibear's bread and butter? We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's game time for game number 2.
Oh, this is so smart.
Columbia.
Oh, I love this.
Do they know? ISO.
Oh,
now he knows. Everyone's around them. Nintendo robes up. Fire Theft already connected. Winter's Bite did land. 2 procs. Fire Theft 3 procs. There's the stun. And low HP on Azio. They'll get the kill. Fire Theft will take it, which isn't what they want. But first blood does go to ASU.
TJ, when I said, oh, is Fire Theft going to have the same resources deprived of him level 1? This is not what I was thinking was going to happen. It is a flash away from Fire Theft, but is basically a kill there going over to ASU. Multiple members getting assists. Should only mean that if Fire Theft does take a back now, that he'll be missing out a little bit on the wave, but looks like everybody will just back. They'll pick up some extra pots on the way in, and ASU kind of starting in that level 1 yet again.
Yeah. And just as I was about to, get into setting up this series, game number 2, my question was going to be, how does ASU's early game change? That's the big narrative for a game 2 in this series. And there we go. Already, the skirmishing starts level 1, earlier than I dared ask for it.
Sometimes we get what we want, and that one was a little bit of a gift. I love that.
Sometimes
that is one way to disrupt the early game.
Sometimes we get what we didn't dare ask for, you know?
Yep, that was definitely really good. Now, what are the effects of this? It'll have to come to bear in the next few minutes. I think that mostly it is just going to be the same thing for Azo and Fire Theft. They'll just continue to farm up. Their junglers are pathing away from them. Maybe in about a minute and a half, they'll come back to these lanes to look for something, but I doubt that we'll see much action or much of anything come from this early game from ASU. It's going to be on them to kind of really turn it around with this small lead that they've had.
So, lanes to watch. Top lane, obviously, where the first blood went. I touched on that maybe not being ideal. I think ASU would have preferred that kill go to any number of people other than the top lane Karma. But that's not to take away from Fire Theft, who is an incredible force on this team and didn't get to play game number 1. I want to see this top lane Karma be more than just a soak damage bot.
Yeah, I would love for her to be more than just, hey guys, I caught a wave top lane, I'm coming to the fight now. We're not doing that in this game if you're ASU. I want to see them really kind of step into their own. And, you know, this is a different look for Fire Theft. I will say this is a different kind of comfort level for him. He's more on these bruisers, more on these kind of fight for top lane priority champions. Karma certainly plays a little bit different, and so I understand there's maybe a little bit of uncomfort there, but hey, this is a stage game. You kind of gotta pull through when your team needs you.
Cat shoved back in the
Wow.
mid lane by a full rotate from Colombia. Fire Theft backed up by Bako does find the root from the leash. Izo in trouble yet again. Stunned up. Shouldn't go down here, but the Mantra Q! That does so much damage! And I speak too soon. A second kill to ASU. Can they get away with it? Rovex in close range. Oh, Blade of the Rune King will find the stun. Fire Theft, no HP. Alive behind the turret. Shut down by Rovex. Bako gets away.
Wow, they sacrifice a ton here on the side of Colombia. Not only their bot lane, but they're trying to do this. You see this a little bit earlier on when Nintendo was starting up the scuttle on the bot side. He knew that Bako was going to have to make a choice. That he was already pathing towards bot. We saw him mid lane, and so pulling Prosperous Cat all the way up to top lane for that. That is a really, really tough ask for Bucksack to just sack the wave versus Snoops, but they played it well. They get themselves a kill on the backside for that just to try and make it worth. Wonder what exactly we'll see. I'm glad that I caster cursed it too, that they weren't going to revisit this lane. I feel really good about that.
Yeah, I don't know that was worth it. So ASU with the full rotate, it felt like they were trying to punish the Rift Scuttler play. And they do get the Rift Scuttler for what it's worth. But they don't get the jungler. They essentially trade top laner for top laner. And I think ASU were okay with that, particularly because they did gain priority across the rest of the map. You know, during that time, while you're roaming Prosperous up to the top lane, Zach got shoved back behind the turret. You just kind of had a free farm, massive XP losses here on the top side.
Not only that, but also
lane,
mid lane. Yeah, and in mid lane, right? Like, Rovex had to walk over, and since Cat doesn't have TP, he's just like, he has a little bit of a little over a wave here, over the Viego, so feeling pretty nice about himself. He has control of the wave constantly as this Renekton, but as soon as Rovex ticks 6, should be very dangerous for Renekton to walk up halfway past the wave.
Zap will go wide as Pseudo and Snoops finally break their freeze, trying to get something. The reason they're breaking the freeze, though, isn't just to slow push, it is also to get this Infernal Drake. Cat does have vision over the wall. Here comes Nintendo around the side. 800 HP. Flash forward to try and get it. Rage does not get the steal. And Bako in the middle of this pit is no HP, will be executed. Rovex ults over the wall to find it. Now has stuns to play with, but will be shredded as they engage onto Pseudo and Cat on the roof, who can take those hits. Dominus popped. Cat into the backlines. Will find 2 kills in this fight. And ASU win again.
Really nice job coming out from Arizona State. I love that they finally used their bot lane priority. We were talking about it last game that, hey, Snoops and Pseudo, they always have a really good wave timer, but Bako not quite in the position to pull up on it. So finally, we get this situation where they're able to grab the Drake. And even though a few members are traded over, getting more and more kills onto Snoops is exactly what you want when you have this composition. And look at that. Even Fire Theft is here. He's activated. He's ready. And he gets the Monster Shield, so they not only get a few more kills, they're going to have more control over mid at the sacrifice of their top laner.
Can we talk about how close Bucksack's Void Seeker was to stealing that Drake?
Yeah. You know, it happened a little bit earlier. It wasn't a Drake, it was a blue buff in our last series, but at this point, like, AD carry stealing big objectives, it should be no surprise for anybody watching any kind of competitive League of Legends.
I was casting, of course, Nintendo coming around the side, because that's obviously where the steal should be coming from. And then I realized that this Drake has like 10 HP, and has had 10 HP for like half a second. And there's a Void Seeker on the bottom of my screen. And I had a heart attack.
You see the lineup coming through, you're like, oh no.
Yeah. The Drake's short life flashed before my eyes. It did get picked up successfully, though, by ASU. Take a look at how that affects the gold currently, as they do eke out a pretty slight but significant early lead.
And I like this. They're moving their bot lane over. They've already lane swapped their champions, and they know that Karma's already bought. So it's just a matter of time before the Jinx shows up here. And this is another fight for Colombia. However, Izo does not have the ultimate, so if they're not timing this correctly, they should just be a little bit more willing to give this up. They should be looking to get free plates for their bot lane. But with so many members here, it's very dangerous for Arizona State.
Yeah, that Rift Herald will go down. Colombia, the masters of the Rift Herald in this series, will get it again this game number 2. But it's so much sketchier this time around.
I mean, this time Arizona State are actually contesting objectives. We saw it last game. You said it right there, right? They're 3 for 3 in Rift Heralds in the series already. They are getting every one of them off spawn, and they're just trying to get them as fast as possible. It's just free money, right? You're able to get a lot of damage on the turrets. Structures become very, very pliable as ASU.
Yeah, speaking of free money, Cat on that roof just says, Rovex can't fight me. You know, Viego's squishy early. It's a little bit of a TikTok boy. And you can just spend that time bullying him in his comments section in the mid lane, taking a few plates off the turret.
He does have, his ultimate is called Heartbreaker. That makes a lot more sense. I've never heard anybody call him a TikTok boy, but I'm sure Kari on the desk will have a lot of fun with that description.
I like Viego's look. I'm happy for him. Nintendo.
I'm not. He misses his wife.
You're right. Well, he's sending her TikToks, so it's all good. Nintendo was kind of drifting over towards the top side of this map where Colombia are controlling currently. They did execute that lane swap we talked about. They're trying to get some resources into Bucksack, and I do expect the Rift Herald to be spent here.
Yeah, they might look for someone who's trying to overreach. You can see Viego throws out the path over on the top side to maybe see if there's a roam potential here, but waves coming in. It looks like Columbia College, they're just going to try to trade. There's no one to match the Jinx right now, and so if they're not pushing out this wave in top lane, they're losing a lot after this rotation. It'll kind of even out some of the gold that Bucksack was able to get while Snoops was off of the map, and any free plates that they get for themselves, they also will be able to turn that into control over the Dragon Pit here.
So bot lane in the top lane. The bot lane on the map has been shoved in. Colombia are going to miss that wave as their bot lane in terms of players is swapping back down now. It's a hard sentence to get out. Snoops and ASU's AD carries. Yeah. Snoops and ASU's AD carries are here in the mid lane, setting up for this dragon, the Ocean, the second Drake of the game.
ASU, they're skipping a little bit of steps here. They haven't fully cleared out this Dragon River. And now with Rift Herald, tough position for ASU.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. No HP here on the Drake. TPs are coming in. That's Renekton from base. Oh, stolen by Colombia!
Nice.
And Nintendo just running for their life will be able to disengage. Cat on my roof, off the TP, right in the middle of this fight. No HP, shredded. Has to flash over the wall. Baka will stay alive. Fire Theft burned down up front, but dealing some damage. Those monster Qs slap. And Rovex has to kite away. Flash over the wall. Prosperous and Zac on the side of this, though. Oh dear. They're disconnected, and Prosperous goes in all alone. And that will be the only death in this fight. Colombia steal the Drake, lose their support.
Oh, that fight just takes a little too long for Arizona State. We were talking about the steal there from Nintendo, but blinking health bars is basically like a huge invitation for Snoops to pop off in this fight, but he's sending rockets for so long that ends up running out of mana, not able to do enough damage to it. We'll have the replay here. Just look at just where they're able to stand. And again, we're talking about the TPs here. They get the flank, but Cat on Thy Roof not able to get that damage onto Bucksack. Such an insane steal. And look at this. Look at how slowly this fight is going. They're able to shield out on many of the members. Cat goes in, has to flash back out. And then right here is where it gets very dicey for Snoops. But ASU not able to connect onto a kill until, you know, Leona just decides, hey, our guys, are we able to go back in? Sees the team. Everyone's like, no. And it's going down there.
I thought we were fighting. And the team says, why did you think that? Here's the engage onto Rovex. This is a bad cast of Hard Path. They have nowhere to run invisibly. And that means Rovex is just dead. So ASU continuing to lead in kills here, able to find Rovex up on the top side.
Good. Okay, so that alleviates some pressure. That is a player off of the map. That is the top lane going to be assaulted. I don't think Renekton's going to be able to get a plate, so, you know, Rovex, even if he does go down, the Cougars can't feel all that bad. They won't get a ton of gold lost because of that, but, you know, it is just a solo kill. There's everything will be back up by the time we get to another objective. So, just a little bit of gold into Cat on Nairoos. Oh, no! They miss out on a plate.
Those individual tragedies. Shout out to our observer for finding that. I do think this is where we need to start talking about the difference between Rovex's Kiana and Viego, though. Not because we can draw any conclusions, but because this is the point where the Kiana was already pretty dominant for Colombia. And we're not seeing that yet. Now, Viego, as I talked about, does need a little bit of time to look their best. So we are still going to see potentially a power spike towards this mid game once they complete their mythic. As mid turret's falling though, you're running out of time. Mid turret will fall uncontested.
ASU, they're taking their timers really well here. They'll grab the mid lane and then they'll move right over to Rift Herald. Talking about Rovex right now, I mean, his items are just not as cheap. I don't even get time to speak. We're fighting now, TJ.
Sort of. Zach just kiting. Cat will drop the solar flare. He's going to be rooted by Fire Theft, though. Just dead, Nintendo. You've got to leave. This is not safe. Azu's coming in on the flank. Rovex the other side. Heartbreaker for Bako. Primed. Ready. He misses. Rovex finds nothing. Rovex goes down. Izo needs to run. An entire team is chasing them, though. Even the Cloud Rift won't keep Izo ahead of that. And ASU are going to be able to find 2 more kills, as you talked about moments ago, right as the Rift Herald comes onto the map. They have complete control.
I love this, and they've been kind of teasing this play for a little bit now. When they were doing that mid push, they were trying to look for something onto the bot lane. They were a little bit far up, and with no turret behind them, this is a dangerous position. Bucksack, he's trying all his might. He's doing all the kiting, and maybe this could have been the turn that Colombia were looking for. They're trying to get damage, but Nintendo has to play a little bit far back. They're waiting. Rovex has potential kill onto Bako here. It's such a close fight, but I mean, again, missing the skill shots. And we were talking about the difference between the Viego and the Kiana. Well, the items are cheaper, so the mythic is not there. There's also just a way less mobility on someone like Viego, so not able to get behind walls. When we were talking about in draft, that was the best part about Rovex. He can be in such a sneaky flank position, and there wasn't much for ASU to do about it. But Viego, very kind of front-facing with how his kit works.
I mean, also, just Colombia, I mean, you're looking at that mathematically. They did almost no damage when Prosperous went down. So it was very functionally just a 5v4 that they then opted into. I have to question that at the current game state.
Yeah, I mean, they're just behind. They need to be able to pick up some gold. I mean, there's an item differential that is starting to grow between the AD carries, and Rovex, he's just now finished his Kraken Slayer. We'll have to see how effective this AD Assassin is as we get further into the game, but a second Drake here for ASU and a Rift Herald in their back pocket. It's, you know, it's getting to that point where, hey, how are ASU going to cash in on some of these objectives, and what does CC do to answer that?
Yeah. And you see the difference, right? ASU have drafted a really, really good front-to-back 5v5 team fighting composition. And during game number 1, they didn't get to do any of that. They never got the front-to-back 5v5 team fight until it was far too late for that to be successfully executed. Here in game 2, it's all that they've given Colombia the chance to fight into. We've had all of these fights where you just have your bruisers slogging it out in the front lines while the AD carries, you know, do the math, pull out their calculators from the backside, and ASU win that fight every single time.
Yeah, I imagine the Nintendo and Bako on these tanks are just sitting there like, yes, I have time to pull out my calculator. My TA-84 is in full mint condition. students. They did just have their finals week, so I'm sure that they're somewhere nearby.
I hate those things with a passion.
Really? I love scientific calculators. I may have failed calculus, AP calculus in high school, but like...
Literally,
284s
why?
are pretty sick.
They're so lame. They're not
You can
even
put games
especially
on them.
good calculators.
Don't you guys have
You know what else
smartphones
I
that
can
you
play games on? Literally every other device capable of doing mathematical calculation.
True, but they're like, you can have them in school. I mean, I'm not going to advocate for not paying attention in class, but it is something to do in the meantime.
Rift Herald summoned here. Rovex popping the Harrowed Path just so that they can watch safely, taking some photographs. I want photos of the Rift Herald on my desk immediately.
Parker, you know, he's just barking at them to get these pictures.
It's Rovex.
But oh, my bad. My bad. But ASU come out ahead on that play because now their top lane is going to be kind of stuck in this really long state that more than likely they won't be able to revisit for a really long time. And with how long bot lane has become now, Baron becomes a very real objective for them where they can force out TPs, back off from this call, and keep pulling Columbia across the map.
There we go, Sudo and Paco. Oh, this is a 3v3 with the TP. It'll be 4v4. Now an extra player advantage as Snoops rolls in. Nintendo around the side, though, finds the stun. Cat on Thy Roof is running out of ult time. Can you make anything out of this, Columbia? Rovex is already dipped. Rovex racing back through the Cloud Rift in the jungle. Chase onto Nintendo. All the tanks for Columbia. Half HP or lower, and they're going to need to stay to defend this turret, right? They do. ASU,
yeah.
what do you do with this time?
Okay, they are going to just, it looks like, clear out the top side, try to ward this out. That is one way to call for TPs. I didn't think it was just going to be a fight for the mid lane tier 1, but ASU, they get that resource out of Columbia, and now they're going to be able to do this. Push out mid lane, and either force them to protect this turret, and then walk into their top side, clear this out, because there's still a litany of different wards up in top side. If we can get an observer toggle up into the top side for ASU, this is all blue side littered.
Yeah, and Columbia, even in this game too, where they are behind, are still really dominating the vision gap. They have such good vision control.
They're moving in, and I think I want to give props to not only to the Leona, but also Izo's doing a really fantastic job of being in these really weird spots. That's one of them right there from the Raptor Pit. Definitely not expecting Cho'Gath to be there, but they're making sure that they control this. However, they can make the trade here now. You see that Vigo is pushing out topside. We have the Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. They have a Baron potentially in their back pocket. They do it rather quickly on the side of Columbia, whereas ASU, they can keep controlling the mid lane and do either objective here.
Izo grouping in mid with Cat and Zac. Here's the flank from Rovex on the very top, chasing Fire Theft away, and that's the go signal for the rest of ASU. They know there are limited forces here in mid, and Zac is dead. Snoops just raining in the damage from range, and Columbia lose their AD carry. Their flank does not pay off, and the chase is even still ongoing. Cat over the wall to threaten Rovex by the door to their base.
Oh, and Nintendo, he channeled his recall, but they might even be going for this. They could potentially find a catch onto Cat on Thy Roof. He doesn't have flash anymore. Looks like Fire Theft will escort him out of that. That was a really close call. They still have some damage. Kaisa is respawning in the next minute. If they want, they can start to move into this river, start to pressure ASU onto this, maybe even try to call for a death push here.
So the good news for Columbia fans is that ASU haven't built out a win state yet, right? There was an early Drake take by Columbia, so Soul's not especially on the table as a win condition, and ASU probably doesn't have the control to just force a Baron fight. So if Columbia play this cleanly, ASU are going to have to play out another 4 or 5 minutes at least. What do you do with those 4 or 5 minutes?
If you're Columbia, you have to look for more creative engages, even if that just means Nintendo and Izo are doing that, because we're already seeing that Cho'Gath is getting a little bit of a different entry angle, and while Nintendude wasn't able to do it in that fight, I think if you're able to wreak havoc into the backline, that is definitely a different way to kind of change the terrain for ASU and put them on the back foot for once. But it's kind of hard. We're seeing that Rovex can't have the same effect that he did in the last game. The Heartbreaker is not really finding the same kind of impact as Kiana, and maybe if they find some CC, they can try to teleport Bucksax into the back line and just try to find this kill with the Snoops, but they're running in.
He's so fast. Glacial Fissure lands. Zack's dead again. Prosperous will follow, running for their life and shut down by Snoops. A double kill to the Arizona AD carry. And that's the go signal for Baron.
Yeah, there we go. They can just start up the Baron now. Cat doesn't really need to be here. If anything, he can just go ahead and push out the top wave, but looks like they want all hands on deck on this. They want to try and stop Columbia from getting this. They know that Nintendude, he's made a couple steals, and they have the ISO feast as well, so a flash over the wall from a Cho'Gath could potentially end up in a steal. He has no flash, but the
Nintendude's here.
is there.
Yeah, okay, so Nintendude's here. Rovex and ISO were there. You were right to flag the potential for a steal. But Columbia decide it's not going to happen. Let the Baron get taken. Don't waste any more life or gold.
Right, and they, I mean, rightly so. They just go for the mid play here, right? They, if you're looking on Arizona, that is a way too much movement speed. There is a Chem tank. There's Shirelias. That is disgusting.
And I want to, you know, I'm really a support stan, so I'd like to flag it. Pseudo on the Braum is the entire reason they find that kill.
Yep.
Good zap here, opens things up onto Rovex, can flash over the wall and does so successfully. Rovex loses a flash, very important on Viego, but does not die.
Okay, and now ASU just get to fight up on the turrets. They get to siege onto this mid inhibitor. While the bot lane for Columbia, they were trying to push in a wave, but because Rovex got caught and it led them very close to this, the resets from Jinx make this really easy to open up the base.
Inhibitor gone. What do you do afterwards? Akko's still with a full minion wave, but there's no reason to overextend when they can just siege other lanes. They've already opened things up with the inhib. One problem though, Columbia have done a decent job with their wave management. And so ASU are going to have to go the long way around to get anything else near the inhibs.
Yeah, they are not able to get a lot. I mean, we talked about bot lane, we even talked about top lane. These turrets that were taken so early on kind of are no man's land for both of these teams. We're not going anywhere near them. We're going to just try to avoid that. I say that.
Uh-oh. It happens again. No. Stunned up flash over the wall. Nintendude survives. It was a flubbed ulti. Still got away.
That is the saddest Volibear ultimate. I know in Volibear ultimate, sometimes when you stun Volibear, he starts dancing. And so that one was just
what?
The wall is just a little too thick of that one.
And what do? Columbia, now down all your engage tools, and you keep getting caught out inside these skirmishing plays. ASU were just roaming with their core squad, punishing the fact that Columbia want to go for these skirmishes. Here's another instance of it. You're spreading out across the map. ASU doing nothing of the sort. They collect their core, they take the turret down in bot lane, and they're looking for more. Columbia forced into a full team fight. Could win it. Bucko already down to half HP. Glacial Fissure, Cat over the top. Deep into the front line. ISO shielded up. Will still fall. Nintendo down as well. This could be game number 2. ASU driving us all the way to game 3 in this round of 16 match as Columbia dominated them in game number 1, and ASU are not going down quietly. With the Baron, they close things out in just 27 minutes and tie up our series 1-all.
Man, and you saw right there that Columbia, they were trying to push out on top wave, but by the time they hit the recalls there, they're already sieging onto the base. Arizona State, they say, we have enough Jinx resets, let's just go for it. Our AD carry is way stronger than yours. We'll take that bet 9 times out of 10 on the week. And there we go. I mean, that was exactly what that composition wants to do. They're able to correctly, finally get themselves some objectives early on. And, I mean, close it out.
And it didn't just come from the objectives, it also came from the controlled play over the map. Because they're able to press very aggressively in the first couple of moments, start with those kills onto Rovek, stop any of the backline threats from getting rolling, you're able to define these fights where it is just the math check. It is just AD carry versus AD carry, frontline HP versus frontline HP. And Jinx wins that engagement every time.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch Jinx just fire away on some of these members, but I really liked how they finally were able to punish Columbia College, because we were talking about it in game when we were looking at this draft. There was a ton of losing lanes there, very hard for Nintendo Dex, but he found a way to get into the game, found his footing in that game, and then was able to run away with that. And this time around, we saw something very similar where Udyr gets to have really great pathing, gets to outfarm the enemy jungle, and without Volibear finding those ganks and finding those kind of openings to get back into the game, they just completely shut out the Cougars from kind of having any kind of foothold in this second game.
Yeah, I was very impressed by Game 2 from ASU, and that means we have a series on our hands. Game 3 comes up next. First, though, it's a break. First, though, it's the analyst desk. You won't want to miss that. We'll be right back after this.
And welcome back in again, ladies and gentlemen, to Options Esports, the round of 16 with League of Legends. Thank you very much, TJ and Arc Battery. I'm tired of this, guys. I can't be wrong with every single prediction every single time. It is genuinely getting to be. I know, man. Wish you console me, homie. And I see.
Sure, that's what I'm doing.
I rate you, man. Yeah, that's what you're definitely doing. Because
Oh, yeah.
I know you ain't got nothing but I know you ain't got nothing but support from me out there. So
Of course.
of course, yes. But you know what else we support to stand out here? Adapting and evolving as a team, which is exactly what ASU did. We had the run back of the exact same draft beat, but
Almost.
these two games were not identical.
Not quite. I think it's safe to say the early games are very similar, but I think there's two main differences. One, this time Rovex, instead of the Kiana, is playing on the Viego. A lot less early game agency. And speaking of early game, we start things off here with this level 1 play and onto a very poor and unsuspecting Izo. At this point, y'all saw what happened, and if you're just joining us, well, you're going to see him die shortly after. The thing that's important here is that both top laners in Fire Theft and Izo commit their flashes, and both teams make a point in punishing that over the next few minutes until it's back up. Problem is, though, it's harder for Rovex, who is going to get pushed in by Cat, who's playing Renekton again, because Viego's not very good with wave clear very early on. It's barely a champion in the first couple of minutes. So it was a lot easier for ASU to have that impact on the top side, to get kills into a cat's pocket. And there's a point where 50 minutes in, he's a 5-0 Renekton, and he's just allowed to go wherever he pleases.
And that's what it boils down to, right? Just taking that priority throughout the entire game into each and every single lane, though, making your presence seen and shown. Or like you mentioned, right? As soon as it became about 5-0, even before that, there was so much pressure being handled. It almost seemed though the CCs were just not allowed to get off the ground. And one thing that happened, which kind of did devolve, is you saw they started playing a lot more split. And look at the Dragon fight as well. Although he tries to go for the steal, ultimately did not necessarily go their way. Even at the back, the vehicle does come online. He steals somebody's like body, but by the end of it, doesn't really go in their favor.
No, not quite, because realistically, you still have so much CC available. You can't get the abilities off. You can't get the recast of the Viego Ultimate. So that fight was probably one of their best chances, because things were still very even between these two teams. But even that does not go their way. And again, Viego needs gold, needs some time and levels to really become effective. But when you fall behind the way Rovex unfortunately did, you could see it in a lot of the ways he tried to make plays, tried to have an impact on these team fights, but with no Kiana to fall back on, like in game 1, being that behind meant he couldn't do very much.
You know, it's almost like, and hear me out here,
okay,
almost like high resource champions like Viego, which take a fair bit to get started, but can ultimately take over the game once they get enough pressure and perhaps even gold in their pocket. You know, need tempo, momentum, and kills. Beat that. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct. Do you want to trade spots, bro? You're good at this.
I'm down, bro. It's like honestly, I do it all, man. This is
can Hyper like switch our cameras? Is that how that works? Like, host is always on the far. Host is always on the left, right?
You know what? For any teams out there watching, yo, hire me. Clearly, I'm ready to be an analyst.
Top tier.
Exactly. A+ number 1, as my mother used to say. But if I'm looking to go to the next game, Kari, looking at you right now, right? Look, based on the two very different games you've seen so far between ASU and CC, I actually did it, bro.
I guess.
Respect. Actually, you're the host. You do the throw, bro.
Yeah, all right. So, Kari, really important. Going into game 3 now, ASU have managed to catch up. So, what do we need to see for both of these teams to actually come out on top here in this game 3?
Yeah, I don't like the carry comp from CC. I don't like that at all. I don't like the reliance on Rovex on Viego. I think that was too much, especially because the lanes didn't win. The whole lane needs to culminate and create a favorable condition for him to get ahead at the early game. And when he doesn't, there's very little chance that they can actually pull out the dub. So I think keeping Rovex on those control mages is really good. I loved the way that he employed the utility from Kiana, and I would like to see that in Syndra or Oriana or something like that. If not that, I would like to see the roaming world ult comp, because I don't know if their team fight is good enough to keep up with ASU. I would say, as has become the norm here, yakety sacks it around the rift. Just run away. Just take off. CC, do it. You will win if you can rotate and make them follow you.
Yeah, of course, the phrase you started there, Kari, it's very fitting that it comes back to you as we go into the last series of the day. There you have it, everybody. Game 3, ASU versus CC. Who is going to come out on top here? And now we're going to throw it over to our casters, Alec Battery and Mr. Esports TJ, as they take us away through the last game.
Thank you very much, Ravish. My name is TJ. Welcome back to the desk. I'm joined by Dimitri, Alc Battery, as we do head back into game number 3. We heard the silver scrapes, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, we've got a really good series. I'm so glad that this game actually went all 3 games, because I mean, Columbia College, obviously a historic collegiate program here. I would love to see them continue on both of these teams, honestly. And we've seen them now kind of do both what they wanted. They've had a game where Rovex has carried. They've got their game from Arizona State where they kind of ran back their draft. I want to see if we see any kind of adaptations from either of these teams.
All right, well, we got an opportunity. We saw pretty similar drafts during game 1 and 2. Our criticism for game 1 was that Arizona let Columbia give Rovex his ideal character in the Kiana. A criticism for Columbia in game 2 was they didn't really have anything once the Kiana was banned out. Now heading into game 3, we need to, I think, pay attention to that middle of the map.
Yep, this will be really influential. Again, when they took him away from it, Rovex had a little bit of a stumbling block there, but we're already seeing some changes, not from Arizona State, but Cougars. They're taking away Karma, so Fire Theft will have to play a wholly unique champion, and I wonder if that means Camille gets to finally escape the bench, or if we start to see them kind of start to focus in on his champion pool a little bit earlier on for ASU.
Well, sort of. So Karma already banned out, and normally you'd be like, oh, that's a mid lane character removed. Rumble already banned out. Sometimes you'd be like, oh, that's a mid lane character removed. But in this state, neither of those are happening. Same with Morgana. Double jungle bans yet again between the Rumble and the Morgana. Heaven help us. And that means we're into the draft with pretty similar bans. The most notable change is that Arizona will not be able to give Fire Theft the Karma. Cougars first pick the Lulu here, though.
Interesting. I wonder if they'll try to bait Arizona into picking some uncomfortable matchups. This just screams to me that they want to play Kog'Maw, right? Like, they just want to play Kog'Maw Lulu. They want to play some kind of hyper carry ADC. Maybe an Aphelios into Jinx would be really nice. But I mean, we were looking at the drafts from the other day, from the other games. They were focusing mid and top a little bit later on into the bans in the second rotation, but already picking up a Lucian here for potentially for Rovex.
Yeah, that would be big, giving Rovex that mobility, high APM character.
Yep.
The skill expression in the mid lane has been a defining feature of this series. Arizona very much would not like Rovex to be able to skill express in the mid lane. Thus, Victor's gonna wave clear at him for the first half of the game.
That is a really interesting kind of first pick for mid lane, because Lucian should have a perfectly fine time facing the Victor early on in the game, and unless either Rovex or Bucksax has a double lift moment, I don't know if this is really the answer that I think Arizona thinks it is.
Would you buy... Okay, but if you're supporting Victor with jungle, then especially once he, has the ult up, you can stun lock this Lucian and get the kills. Would you buy that argument?
I would buy that argument as long as Victor has his Victor Bucks upgrades. As long as he has all of his upgrades where all of his abilities start to apply slows after getting some takedowns, yes, I would say, okay, this Lucian can really start to be taken down by Victor. But in the early lane, this just gives the Cougars a lot of mid priority that was missing, I think, in game 2 from Rovex.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I am a little confused by the choice of the Victor as well. It does make sense for the draft that Arizona are building, though. You know, if you tune out the lane jewel, it makes perfect sense that you would want the Victor to play backline damage source with a Jinx behind what does look to be the tankiest roster we have seen yet. And oh my, is there some competition? Arizona still have to draft their top laner, but we've seen the way that looks. So I'd like to call out Aphelios and Kog'Maw. You flagged those both as characters that the Cougars might like to pick up, and Arizona heard you. Bannon both out in the second phase, and that means the AD carry will be none other than the game's other TikTok boy, Ezreal. And Ornn in the top side is the safe play for the Cougars as we wait for Arizona to complete their draft.
Yeah, they can pick some kind of, like, I'm trying to think. Aatrox is fine. He has a really nice matchup into Ornn and can kind of really take it to him. There's a ton of matchups that I think Fire Theft would be way more comfortable in versus this guy. So if Arizona, if they pick some kind of tank, it looks like they're going to try and take the Gnar.
Okay, so that's actually very exciting for me because it gives Fire Theft some flank engage potential for kind of the first time in this series. They played a pretty good Karma in game number 2, but it was still a Karma, which meant you were mostly seeing the effects as everyone else benefited from it. This will give Fire Theft the opportunity to make those big plays, be another source of engage for a team that has some really nasty engage. Arizona have a ton of big beefy frontliners with a lot of CC, and if they get to the late game with that intact, you will see a devastating 5v5 out of them. The Cougars are, as ever though, drafting to skirmish, drafting to control the map in these early 2- and 3-man units that can roam across the map and just assemble kills.
Yeah, so this map, I think, for the Cougars completely hinges on Rovex's performance. That's kind of an obvious kind of cop-out answer, but if you look across their lanes, there's a lot of dis-synergy, I think, when I look at this team. Izo's obviously playing a tank, which is kind of his bread and butter, but Ornn with this team doesn't have a lot of follow-up engage once this happens, so he's a little bit on an island there. And Udyr, like we said, will have mid-priority with Rovex, but this Lulu feels very out of place with her Ezreal. They are not a match made in heaven. They don't quite link up as well as maybe they would have wanted to. Where you look on Arizona, they need a single kill, and they have so much lockdown that I find it really hard to believe that unless Cougars are getting massive cleanse or QSS value, they're going to be in a world of hurt as we get into these fights.
And it does feel like maybe you were directly onto something there with the Lulu Kog'Maw, Lulu Aphelios. The Cougars wanted something that could sit in the backlines and throw out consistent damage, and they didn't get that.
They didn't, and I think that just comes down to were they how I guess in key or in tune were they with potentially playing the Lucian bot lane. It's not a super common matchup, but it is playable, especially with a Lulu against the Nautilus. It is a much more playable matchup, and I think they may have shied away from it. They may have taken a look at their draft. They said, oh, we may need to fix this a little bit with our 4 or 5, but they have to play with it, and I think that they still have some options. I don't want to say it's quite doomed, but Ezreal can provide some poke. As long as they're able to get that damage and let it stick, then I think that Cougars have a real shot in this game.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the mid-game, because I think that's where the Cougars are going to be at their strongest, when you have kind of Lucian at the apex of his power, and you also have a Ezreal kind of coming online. And during that exact moment, what do you want to see the Cougars getting done on the map?
Yeah, so with that with those first 2-item wake-ups, you're looking at Arizona to be a lot weaker, and for Cougars to try and take control of the objectives. The first couple of Drakes should go over to them. I mean, again, this all comes from whether or not Rovex is in a winning state. Can he push out mid lane, walk with intent to pick up the Drake? Can they walk and pick up the Rift Herald? And even when they were losing in game 1, when they was kind of taking map trades across, Big Ho was taking really nice trades in jungling, they won that game just off of taking objectives and playing these team fights really, really well and really cleanly. So I don't want to take anything away from the Cougars. There is a nice window for them, but when we look at Arizona, they've got the scaling yet again.
So Arizona kind of going back to their bread and butter, saying all we want to do is sit in the mid game, be stable, be steady, and then arrive into a game state we win via 5v5. And this was the draft and game plan they entered game number 1 with, and it felt like during game 1 they had kind of been very effectively counter-drafted because there was this incredibly powerful Columbia skirmishing comp. They got off to a really good start. They controlled the map early and never let go. It doesn't feel like Columbia had that here during this game 3. They do have a lot of early and mid-game power spikes, but I'm not sure they'll be able to control the map with that same skirmishing power during the early game. Do you agree with that? How do you look at them to accomplish that and kind of delay the Victor jinx coming online?
Yeah, we'll probably see Raptor Pit or Raptor Camp be a really large place of contest for Nintendude and for Baku, because as soon as Lucian pushes in, they might even have kill potential at level 3. If Lucian holds the wave in a specific spot, if he's able to kind of drag it towards him, he can force for Victor to walk up, blow a summoner spell, and then revisit this in the next maybe like 45 seconds with Nintendu to really try to force a kill. If they're able to shut down Victor, then I think there is a potential win condition where Lucian is now a threat for Jinx, even though he gets outranged by her.
And I do want to also pay attention to the way that they engage, because we were talking about the amount of CC available between Nautilus, Gnar, like everything, Volibear as well for Arizona. Where do Columbia start their fights?
Columbia, they need to look in really small corridors. That Ornn ultimate is going to be huge, but they need to also kind of fight out. I think the on-ramps into jungle, I think, is where we're going to see mostly for Columbia, because they want to have a little bit of space to try and avoid the Gnar, but they still want to try and force Arizona into choke points so that they can get the knockups, and in the meantime of that, you have all of your damage kind of just spilling out while Arizona can't interact. So it is yet again probably going to be a game that comes down to what happens at these Drakes and the Baron pits, but I wouldn't be surprised if the early scuttles start to be a real big hassle for Columbia as they try to fight back against Arizona.
And then finally, you know I like to do this to my colors only during game 3s. We've seen the drafts, we've seen game 1, we've seen game 2, game 3. Where does this series go, Alcuins?
Oh man. I feel like if I bet Arizona, they're just going to get smashed in the early game, and Columbia's going to find some way to win this game. If there's ever a time for Rovex to really kind of prove himself as like an up-and-coming amateur mid laner, this would be the game, you know, find a way to get into top 8, find a way to potentially get into top 4. But ASU, I like their comp a little too much. It's just so reliable that it's hard for me to imagine them losing this one.
I think I'm going to go the opposite way, so we've got an exciting dynamic here. I think I believe in the Arizona game plan. They do the 5-man squad again. This time a little bit less successful. But, you know,
hold up,
points for trying.
So you're going with Columbia?
Yes.
Okay, because you said Arizona.
No, I'm going with Arizona. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm going with
so then
Arizona.
We're the same. You're not being contrarian. Come on, man.
What?
We're
You said that you thought Columbia were going to win. They were going to smash the early game.
I said that I feel like it's going to happen, but that ASU's comp is too reliable and will resist the urge to coin flip. They will win with just. I like it too much. I'm also a Jinx player, so it kind of comes across like, oh man, like yeah, I guess he just really likes these 80 carries, but it's what they got, and you know, they'll just get an early ward.
I can't believe neither of us listened to each other. I can't believe. That's the takeaway, I suppose.
Jolly accused me of the same thing. It happens.
I mean, I don't want to get into what you two have going on. I was listening to some of those casts. There's a dysfunctional relationship. I'll tell you that. Snoops and Prosperous at range trading here. And that changes things a little bit. Okay. I think you need a couples therapist, a caster's therapist.
I was going to say, caster's therapist, yes. I remember when we were in chat the other day, I think it was yesterday, someone was like, we were matching, everyone was like, wow, Jolly and Elk, they're cute, they're like cute cast couple. And I was like, Jolly was like, we need to work on our name because it's not going to be that. We're not doing that. And
you need one of those melded names.
Yes.
One of the
see, the thing
shipping
is,
names, like Brangelina or something.
Do you and Niberia have one? I don't think I've ever heard you guys have your ship name.
Internally, our notebook that me and Matt and Iberia Clendaniel use when we're casting on a event together, it's called Tiberia. So there you go.
That's awesome. What? That's so sick. All right, we're definitely gonna have to take some notes. I'm gonna have to keep stealing your notebook then. All right. I'll
He
workshop
does
it with her.
format his notes like I do now. Stealing everything from me. Stealing my wood planks,
yeah.
stealing my notebook formatting. Oh, what a hook that was! Pseudo starts this bot lane off with a bang. Unfortunately, I don't think it was a positive trade, but points for trying.
Nintendo is here. He's here right before Bako is here. They're getting a lot of damage.
Oh, flash forward! Prosperous, what are you doing? They still find first blood. Prosperous will survive. That's Pseudo down to a big burst of damage.
Oh, and they get so many summoner spells out of Columbia, but it's not enough. They take a ton of damage, and Ezreal doing a really good job of trying to poke out Jinx in the early lane. So right now, we're already seeing some of the effects of this draft so far. Lucian gets the push in mid lane. The bot lanes also, they're just trading HP. Jinx has the range, it can have some of the range advantage if she's able to dodge out on the Qs, but the HP trade there for Columbia, fighting for the wave, trying to say, hey, look, you may be able to get some of these minions, but I'm going to make you work for it. I'm going to make you sweat for it. Bucksack, a little bit of a dangerous position, has flash.
What a flash! That was so necessary, Hulk. You saw in your mind's eye what was about to happen. Already, Pseudo throwing some banger hooks, as we say in the Nautilus community.
Ooh, the thing is like, the one thing that I know hooks, never mind, there it is.
There it is! Root as well! Snoops with the traps, and Zack's barely alive, but the polymorph! Snoops can't follow up! Prosperous polymorphing Snoops. Snoops did have a flash, absolutely could have finished that kill, but Prosperous saves the day with the well-timed polymorph.
I was just about to talk about the interaction where Ezreal can arcane shift usually in the middle of a hook, and it typically doesn't end up in much happening for either party, but really great job from ASU. They're punishing with these cooldowns.
Prosperous very low. Here comes the TP to save the day as Nintendo flashes in. 1 kill over. Rovex out of the TP. 2 kills to Columbia. How's that for an early game start?
There you go. They do a really great job of trying to get Rovex activated into the team fight, right? They grab the TP, pull him down bot lane, and if Snoops has maybe a little bit more mana, he's able to reset and pick up a few more kills, but that'll mean the Drake there for Columbia. And while Victor is here trying to clear the waves, Rovex can kind of just move freely. I say that. He has to blow the flash.
Yeah, 2 stay alive, but they do so. And now we reset to a neutral game. Columbia with the lead, and Arizona trying to do something about that.
Ooh, I like this coming out from ASU. Pseudo is thinking, okay, if Cat can try to force him to get back onto this wave, because this wave is going to kind of sit in front of his turret, maybe they can try and grab Rovex now that he has no flash, but finds nothing from it. And right now, we're seeing Nintendo. He's getting the best of both worlds as a new tier. He gets to have the first blood gank of the game and still have, a jungle path to come back to. Bako not able to really punish him on that. And so now Columbia find themselves in a really nice game state where their mid lane and their bot lane are ahead. Their jungle is starting to slowly pick up speed. And ASU is a small misstep. They can recover from this, obviously, but it's going to take some work from their bot lane, and they need to kind of fix the errors of their ways.
So, neutral game now. Columbia are setting up for this next strike of the game already. You can see, based on the resets and the vision control kind of being the bread and butter of their map control. And Arizona.
The thing is, the thing here is for Columbia, they really can't leave this lane for very long, in bot lane specifically. And with where Nintendo Dex is right now, they may try to find this kill, try to force out Firetheft's TP, and then get ready for a lane swap for this Rift Herald in the next few minutes. You already see that Columbia, they're trying to push out this bot wave, and they're trying to already control the vision in top side with Azo pushing this wave as heavy as he is.
Do it again, Pseudo. Polymorph from Prosperous.
Oh,
Might not save him. Snoops with the step forward. Doesn't have ult yet. Flash underneath the turret. Pseudo confirms the kill. Will die to the turret. Zac gets 2. Oh dear. ASU overstep. And Zac reaps the benefits. Columbia, yet more for them in the bottom lane.
All right, well, that is one way to end up getting bot priority for yourself. Columbia, a fantastic job, and really, Pseudo and Snoops, they're trying to overforce, they're trying to play at a certain range. You see that that Snoops is trying to fire away with the rockets. This looked like a great fight for them at the start. Both of them walk into the traps, you have to force some summoner spells out from them.
It's here that I'm like, why are you stepping underneath the turret to chase a Lulu when there is a perfectly good Ezreal auto-attacking your AD carry?
Yep.
And maybe you don't get either kill there, but at the very least you've forced him to reset. That should already be a win.
Yeah, and they'll cut themselves off from getting access to this Rift Herald, right? Like they have first say on the wave. You see Izo is waiting here. If this Rift Herald goes down and you see ASU's bot lane, they're trying to play at a range, they can go for an engage under the turret and then start to dive, get some more gold under their turret. But I see right now, after an unsuccessful rotation from Arizona, they're going to lose out on this Rift Herald, and while Fire Theft will get a little bit of alone time and start to expand his lead against Izo, this bot lane is kind of going nowhere fast for Arizona.
Yeah, which is a real tragedy.
Yes.
Because the Jinx is theoretically the majority of their late game damage. Now, you do have the safety net, which is Cat on thy roof. Theoretically, the Victor can also be a majority of your late game damage.
Look at the
Really,
damage
we're doing
from
this
Ezreal.
again. Yeah, so this Ezreal from Zac is now just absolutely shredding Pseudo, which completely denies them any playmaking potential in this lane, and it queues up for exactly what Nintendo is doing, which is we can just bully Snoops and Pseudo now. They will not get to play this game now.
Oh, if there was a little bit of a level lead there, if maybe Pseudo hits level 6 during that wave, there's a potential that you see Columbia start to take this fight, but Fire Theft, he's going for it.
Not underneath the turret, he's not.
Maybe he was feeling his bot lane. He's like, if my bot lane can do it, maybe I can. Maybe I can go for a little bit of a dive under this.
I think the opposite happened. I think Fire Theft maybe could have gone for that, but he threw the ult underneath the turret and was like, I've been watching some gameplay recently. I've got some thoughts. Pseudo will land a hook. Doesn't get anything from it. Here's the Drake, Mountain Drake.
And you take a look at this, they've already reset their bot lane, so while Bucksack will not be able to get this just means that they will not have access to this Drake. They will also get down the Rift Herald, they're going to start bullying Cat on Thy Roof out of the mid lane. And we saw that Izo, he immediately TP'd back into bot lane. They had to grab themselves some plates, and this is
the
a really
shortest
big
ranged Rift Herald I have ever seen.
You know,
walk up and
Shelly,
down smash Rift Herald.
Wow, we even get a Smash reference from you?
Full of
That's
dice.
awesome.
They'll never let me commentate it, so I've got to slip them in where I can.
Why not, TJ? I think you'd be great for fighting games.
The Smash commentators have a will to live that just exudes from their casting. It does not exude from mine.
Okay, I could see it, but you know,
So
we've got some friends.
All right, well, maybe you can hook me up. Speaking of hooking people up, I'll take any segue I can get. ASU need to be saved here. They're now a couple thousand gold behind, which is exactly on track for what Columbia want to be doing. They're hitting the 10-minute mark with control of all the early Drakes and a gold lead on their carries. How do ASU disrupt the Columbia game plan?
ASU, they need to somehow find a way to pick up a kill, maybe get some shutdown gold, because you look at the Ezreal, he's going to be going his Mythicless item. I hold that.
Oh, no.
Nintendo now.
Will be saved by the wild growth. Is that enough? True shot through. He's doing so much damage, but no, it's not enough. Buckzak will find the turret plate in answer for a kill onto the jungler. ASU finally able to get a positive trade going.
There you go. Okay, so it is 1 kill, but they're going to need maybe a few more in their back pockets because Ezreal's already hitting his 1 item. Rovex as well. I would like to see them kind of get away from these bot lanes. I think that they're waiting for one of these turrets to come down before they start to move the bot lanes into mid. But if you can try to punish Rovex, put Victor on a side lane, maybe up against the Victor where he can farm a little bit more, or sorry, against the Ornn maybe, that'd be fine. But in a longer lane, it gets a little bit difficult to try and face Lucian. I want them to take control of mid and fight for this turret. I say that. They're calling in the TPs. Lucian's behind and Nintendo's in mid lane. Oh, no!
Dangerous. Culling spent. Everyone survives.
All right. I think that that's really impressive. Not only can he now TP, but he still has his flash. So a major win for ASU despite kind of having to trade their summoner spells in the mid lane.
TPN. Here's Cat on thy roof. Burnin is all-important summoner just to stay alive, and that of course does open things up. Nintendo maybe looking for more here.
They want to go for this. They want to try and get some more plates before 14 minutes ticks on through, but the mid laners are on their way, TJ, and Bako is not here. So at any moment, they can try to make a kind of a little bit of a change here. They're waiting for the Rift Herald to spawn. It's going to be coming up in the next 30 to 45 seconds. So watch this. Fire Theft taking a pretty big trade, but if he gets Mega here,
I don't
think he'll have it in time.
We were talking about late game carries, Dimitri. I don't think we ever factored in that Iso was going to start slapping on this Ornn.
Ornn does a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
Late game Ornn, if you just let him farm, if you just have an alright lane, Ornn kind of arrives in the late game. he kind of shows up. And that may be relevant for a number of reasons. Obviously, more damage good, but also the ornaments kind of bridge and extend the lifespan of characters like Lucian and Ezreal, who would normally fall off earlier.
Yes. However, because of the change to Ornn items with the new items that came in, he only upgrades Mythics, and the Ezreal build is typically Mythicless. Either going there's some debate. You can go for a Leandries, you can maybe pick up a Duskblade, but more than likely, he might not even pick up a Mythic, or by the time he does, it'll be really late into the game considering how far along he is in his build now. He still has to pick up Mirror Mana, so Ornn, it'll take a little bit. He still has to hit level 14, level 15 around that time to really start to upgrade items, but this Ezreal doesn't quite get the same value as maybe the rest of his team would.
Not used to these newfangled items still.
These new kids in their items.
Season. Still struggling. So, mid lane turret does get shoved in. Rift Herald will be spent as well. And this is all the bridge towards this Drake. 16 seconds on it. The Ocean Drake.
Nice.
And with the Rift Herald bearing down past the destroyed mid lane turret, ASU can't really contest it.
Yeah, they're going to have to contest for this wave. And now watch how Fire Theft builds up his Rage Bar, because he's going to need it. He's nowhere near being Mega. They do have vision of this. They could go for a Jinx ult steal, but the positioning of CC is stopping that. Even if they lose the Drake, they could start this fight and look for something.
Drake secure, Ornn Horde out. Pseudo, very low, burned by the culling. Good ulti from range. Iso significantly low. Bako into the front lines with the Polar Bear ultimate, and Fire Theft finds the window, but none of it adds together to a kill. Rovex caught out. Flash over the wall. No HP. No! Rift Herald. The red buff gets him. I don't believe it. Prosperous will go down as well. It's 2 kills to ASU. 1 picked up by that red buff.
Oh my god. Okay. Red Buff is the honorary member of the Sun Devils right now, because I mean that should not have gone over.
I was just so surprised.
They're cousins, right? They're on the same rift.
Really?
They're all cousins here. Not really, but I'm trying to get us out of this one. Right now, you look at this really great job from Pseudo.
Oh my
He
lord.
called out that he was low HP, but he ends up stopping the Ornn re-engage on the second ult, so they're not able to do much on this. And then we get to see Fire Theft with an amazing Gnar. And
Slow
we're thinking,
motion,
okay,
please.
thank you. Look at this. Oh no, he auto attacks. Oh no, he comes over the wall and he
Creator
up
of
it.
his own destruction.
Oh,
Behold,
he was thinking...
Rovex, as you reap what you sow.
That is heartbreaking. That is, we've had our fair share of like Rift Herald stopping Misfortune ults with with a knock into the turret, but that is a fresh sense of pain coming out for CC. As they say that.
Oh, he's
mid
fast.
laner-
That's a speedy boy right there. Cat on Nairo burns the flash to try and stay alive. Does get behind the turret and
no.
the 10 dude. Even in the wild growth, can't complete the kill. A truly ludicrous amount of HP left on Cat on Nairo, but they will get away, even with the common sense to reposition away from true shot range.
Yeah, double, it is nice. He does have to blow the flash, which could be a potential way for Columbia to try to find an answer later on. But this will just be Rovex picking up a solo turret. I like that he's waiting for this. It just means that more and more of these minions will die, denying them from Arizona. So really smart, kind of small thing to do for them. As I say that, Aizo.
Fire Theft.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, didn't have the Rage meter, so I was worried, but it's just not necessary.
That Narskin always confuses me. So it's supposed to be an astronaut, but he throws a UFO and then he misses it, and then when he turns into Mega Gnar, how does he? I mean, how does it work? He's just a big beast, I guess. Where'd the spacesuit go?
No, he's still wearing like a little spacesuit.
Oh,
He gets abducted into a UFO! There's a little baby UFO!
Never mind. This skin is the best one in the game. This beats B Kog'Maw by like a mile now. Alright, now I see what Joshi was talking about.
Iso.
Cat?
See being in to cut off Cat and Nairo, who is yet again across the map from Buckzak to complete the kill. Rovex gets credit.
Able to push this out, and now they're fighting a lot of picks onto the solo lane. So getting this away, they're able to push this top turret, and this makes this mid lane that much more, kind of very, very vulnerable. They're able to then also soak up this top side, and getting Volibear away from his camps. We're already talking about how on the Udyr you should be able to farm a lot faster. You'll cycle your camps that much better. Whereas Volibear is kind of the cheeser. He's there to get ganks, be a little bit of a nuisance. Taking that away from him definitely hurts his ability to kind of have an influence as we get later into this game.
Okay, at what point do ASU hit their lane cap? At what point does none of this matter and ASU can fight again?
Jinx finishes 3 items. Like, as soon as Jinx finishes Infinity Edge, I think ASU have a really big wake up. And even though they're only down 2,000 gold, Columbia have a bunch of champions that are very, very strong right now. So if they can kind of weather the storm, then this is a really, really good game for them. But as is right now, they're going to need to contest for this. And Ocean Soul makes this game almost unplayable, even with a 3-item Jinx.
Right, so if Columbia get this Drake, if they confirm the Ocean Soul, well, everything looks good for them. ASU, just by stalling this out, by stealing a single Drake, pave their own path to victory.
And if you're Columbia, you don't even have to interact with this. I'll be honest, like, you have 20 seconds, you can look to try and push in the mid lane and try to force for an inhibitor. Yes, it would be nice to get both, but
They're fighting.
going for the engage.
True shot, call the Forge God, no HP, Cat on my roof is just dead, Bucko as well, Rovex deleting people, and that's gonna be the team fight. Fire Theft, what do? Nothing, he's got as well. A double kill to Buckzak. And they're going to be able to grab this Drake. Columbia win the team fight. They absolutely had to win. They get the Ocean Soul.
Oh man, that was so close for Arizona. I was thinking, okay, this is a great engage potentially, but they get such a really good amount of damage into the backline. And then this knockup from Azo just kind of completely holds it down for me. Fire Theft not able to get into Mega at the beginning of this fight. I thought he had it a little bit earlier, but I was mistaken. They get the Ocean Soul. And now they're even doing the Baron. When we come back out of the replay, no one from the side of Arizona is in range here to get back into the pit. And that should just be their Baron. They could even go for a re-engage over the wall if they want.
And you can see the effects. Izo, who just stalled out, who just got burned down, regenning a quarter of their HP, now to full HP in a matter of seconds. Although they did back, but...
Yes, I was going to say,
it was a really
Fountain is
good
pretty
point
good at
until he was in
regenning.
the fountain.
It was really good until it wasn't. It happens, you know, like, we had you guys had this discussion last week. It's good until it isn't.
100%. I don't rightly know what you're referring to, but correct.
Perfect games. Perfect games.
Oh, yes, right. I remember that.
They're perfect
So-
until they're not.
This game was not a perfect game, but
No.
it does start looking real good for Colombia. It does look like they have ticked all the boxes. ASU would need to hold on for another, like, 10 minutes at this point to even things back out.
Yeah, and I think that that's a little bit unrealistic. The Baron will time out, so maybe they'll get another 5, but I think 10 is where we start to get into some of the mythical areas of this game. Colombia, I mean, we're talking about ticking all the boxes, right? Good early game, done. Checking, killing the bot lane and making sure Jinx is behind. That's just like a hidden objective. That's a bonus kind of game for them, and they got that for themselves as well.
It's a trophy.
And mid lane was set up. Exactly. They got themselves the secret achievement that only 0.1% of players have. So now they're bearing down on this bot lane, and ASU, they need to be able to find a kill. Even with all of these baroned up minions, it's so hard for them. They even have to deal with the mid lane as well. It's like backs up against the wall and even more.
Yeah, and of course all this trading isn't even at all because you have the Ocean Soul just ticking. So the poke trading goes to ASU, and it's a composition that ASU don't want to poke with. They want a full 5v5. Izo rooted here underneath the turret. Call the Forge gone through. Culling burns away. Izo does die. ASU win the skirmish.
Okay, they win the skirmish, but do they lose the war here, TJ? They're firing still on all other lanes. They had to spend so much of their resources in health and mana. All of them have to back. They'll get some really valuable damage onto these 2 different turrets. And as we continue, I mean, this is a huge wave for them, and they can continue to poke away with this Ezreal and this Lucian.
Wave clear successful. Another hook found. Pseudo avoid all game. Prosperous cat dead. Now the ulti. Baka melted though. These are the 2 damage characters. And they're still alive. Dude, round this side. Won't find the stun. Fire Theft though isolated. A huge ulti from Fire Theft! Romex is gone! ASU inside their base, behind their crumbling inhibitor turrets, will find the turn.
I didn't think they had it in them, but they find that fight. Fire Theft, the incoming freshman, saves the game, at least for a little bit longer, TJ. We might get to those 10 minutes you were alluding to. We'll get a replay of that right now, and this is just so awesome for them. Not only are they able to find this pick, Pseudo just so bloodthirsty on these hooks, and it's looking really dangerous to them. They still haven't locked down any of the other members, and right here is, I think, where ASU kind of find themselves in a little bit of a dangerous position, but Fire Theft with this amazing ultimate, just barely able to transform into Mega before the damage from Colombia's marksman kind of connect onto him, saves them the game. They save the inhibitor here, and they make that Baron really not worth for them now.
Yeah, that inhibitor turret, both inhibitor turrets are like 1 HP. So that is worth mentioning. But as we were talking about, you know, they're looking at lasting until the 30-35 minute mark, and if they do that, I actually favor them. You know, everything as it is, they do have the late game composition. And if they can last that long, if we can get 30 minutes plus into this game, I think ASU are very much in with the shot.
Yeah,
of course, to
we're
get
gonna
there, they need to survive this Elder.
A minute before the Elder, and with Ocean Drake, with the bot lane, their top lane pushing in, they need to find something. I don't really care if it's a pick, or if it's just, you know, we're forcing onto one person to force their summoners and force them to recall, but they need to get something. They'll get this mid lane turret, which certainly feels nice to try and fight back in that lane, but 50 seconds on this, and we're talking about the Jinx late game items. She's not going to have Infinity Edge for another 10 minutes at this point. She's getting a Last Whisper and going to be finishing that LDR to try and do some damage onto the beefier members here. So may have called for, you know, the 30-minute Jinx kind of wake up We're gonna have to probably delay that a few minutes, but 30 seconds on this.
I think Jinx's raw stats are starting to add up at this point, though. Like, she's still gonna slap in these team fights.
She will do a ton of damage to Iso, so it'll kind of equal out across the board, because originally she does like no damage to this champion, but I mean, she has a mortal reminder. It's just there for the heal cut for the grievous wounds for someone like a Lulu, but
And
I don't
Ocean.
think it's enough. And the Ocean Soul, yes.
It's a very important adaptation. Elder is spawned. ASU, you can't fight into this. If they get Elder, the game's over.
They're
And they're
recalling,
resetting.
Oh man, they have TPs here. Iso's in a really nice spot, but look at how fast they're doing this. 7,000, 6,000. This is getting tough, TJ.
Half HP, Columbia break off. Call the Forge God, will find Baco. This is a split fight. Fire Theft over the wall, looking for a way in. Oh, he's got it! And
Nice.
Buckstack's already gone. Stoops just shredding. Fire Theft, double stun, split the fight. Arizona are doing it. Prosperous, isolated, and burned down. They've got 3 kills as Rovex and Nintendo back away. And Arizona, with the patience of gods, time their play perfectly. They turn on to the Elder. It is theirs to take for free.
TJ, I don't believe this. They were 5,000 gold. Their inhibitors are being knocked on. And now ASU, they find themselves in the lead. It's not in gold, but that'll slowly start to change as more and more of these objectives fall their way. Ocean Soul be damned. ASU find a really sick fight. And what did we say at the beginning of the game? CC, they want to try and find fights in a little bit of an open area to give their carries room to breathe. And they fought into a choke, right into the Nautilus, right into the Gnar. So Fire Theft finds a really big engage. And where the Jinx rockets are doing a ton of damage, Columbia, they fall. They lose both of the Elder objectives now. And ASU are looking very threatening all of a sudden 30 minutes into this game.
Yep, there is the tick right on over. We have crested the 30-minute mark, and Arizona are here to play. Elder in their pockets, Baron in their pockets, and most importantly, time is on their side.
Yes, they will continue to scale. I will say, the thing that is good for Columbia at this point is because of how little turrets they've been able to take on the side of Arizona, this Baron buff will have a lot to work through in terms of the mini waves that are stacking. But finally, we'll be able to get a replay of this game as we get a little bit of a low moment of everybody coming back onto the map. This is a good fight to the start, but Rovex is not here. And Ezreal's not really able to play at a disadvantage in terms of the range. So they make this the most out of this fight. They're able to kill Iso on the back end, but I mean, Pseudo and Fire Theft are pulling out all the stops in this fight and just allows people like Snoops to fire off. They're opening up the base now.
Yeah. And you touched on it briefly. I think Pseudo deserves so much credit for this game.
Even
What do Columbia do? What do Columbia do?
Columbia, they need to
They
find
can't
that
fight
miracle
this.
fight, and there's Pseudo.
Pseudo again with the hook. This time, Wild Growth will be spent on
Rovex.
Iso. Burn round the side. Rovex finds Pseudo. Oh, this is huge. Stoops with the trade. Iso down. Baco flash away. Half HP. They have survived. Columbia clear the wave. And Fire Theft can't reach them. One Nexus turret still stands. Here comes the next wave.
Okay, 15 seconds on Elder Drake. If they can try to survive this, they don't have to lose the fight, and
Good
they
clear.
can win the trade.
True shot
go.
spent for clear. This is so well played by Columbia. The Elder buff is gone. And so ASU will reset. Columbia hold into a double buffed ASU.
Do Columbia try to chase them down the map? Fire Theft is still here. They have Iso with the TP. They're pinging for some of these wards. They might continue this fight. They don't have Call of the Forge God, so it'd be a little bit ill-advised, but oh man,
Iso has
ASU.
TP.
Yeah, they were maybe trying to call for it, but Iso's like, guys, I don't have Call of the Forge God. I can't make this happen right now. That was a huge turnaround coming out from the side of Columbia. Rovex pumping in so much damage. You would have thought, hey, they have Baron, they have an Elder Drake, and while they're able to open up some of the map and take a Nexus turret, it's not quite enough. The Baron, this will be the last, that'll have been the last wave that they push in from the side of Arizona. And you're asking me, how do Columbia get back into this game? Well, it's stuff like that where their AD carriers are able to utilize their range, have their frontliners stay in
And
front
their
of them.
mobility.
Exactly, and just rip apart the front line.
And any fight like that, you hit the nail on the head where there's this wide open space. Colombia are able, due to their higher mobility, to just spread out and have so many threats from so many angles. It's that much harder to protect key targets from focused fire.
Oh man, we're getting a really close game, and TJ, despite all we've said, we're hyping it up, we're getting super into this game. It's 32 minutes. It's only like 25-ish kills. This is a relatively low death game. There's no double digits anywhere. It is like they're fighting on the knife's edge here for both of these teams. They're going to try to set up for this Drake. It's a little bit early, 2 minutes. It looks like they're just going to try and take away some of the vision from ASU, but as long as they're able to control the side waves, that right there is their kind of key to victory.
I want to see Colombia pressing those side waves, to be honest. I want to see Colombia, especially in that bottom lane, like, use your higher map mobility.
Yes. I mean, utilize these TPs, right? Leverage the fact that you have an ability to exit onto other waves. You already see that ASU, they're just playing death comp, a death ball. They are walking together as 5. They're walking arms linked in each other, walking into the river, trying to clear out vision. And we see that Colombia, they don't want to make that same mistake. They don't want to be the ones on the side that get caught out when their team loses a fight. And that might just be Prosperous here.
Hook! Pseudo in, depth charge blown. He's just gone! Call the Forge God back on the ASU, but it's a disengage. Prosperous is dead. And there's Fire Theft looking for more. Flash forward, eats the culling. Half HP, flashes the emote and walks away.
Okay, so that is a flash from Fire Theft, and he will not have Mega Gnar for this objective. 40 seconds before the Elder Drake. Not much for him to interact with to get back on the rage meter. And this is yes, it is the death of the Lulu, so they won't be able to contest for vision, but she's up in 10 seconds, potentially a way for her to get back all the way into this rift and come back to fight for this objective. Colombia, they took a little bit of a stumbling block here. Pseudo's in a flank spot. I don't think they have this warded out yet.
No. And Pseudo comes in, misses the hook. One of the few of the game. And Cat is like 1 HP. As ASU, even at a man advantage, cannot fight this. Rovek's round the side. He's found Cat. That's half the damage gone. Snoops is still up. 4v4. Elder Drake. Ready to go. Fire Theft, Pseudo, Snoops. They're on the front lines, fighting in the choke point. Rovex has found the wide flank. He's all alone at the top side. Fire Theft finds a double stun, choking up this fight and buying time. ASU do not suffer any losses from that flank, but they're still in a 4v5 as Rovex rejoins the team. Pseudo, Hex Flash, he's in, he lands it. They get Bucksack, they get him pinned against the wall, but the Polymorph denies Fire Theft any kind of damage. Barco and Snoops are completely separated from this fight. Pseudo, on no HP, will be driven away. The Elder's picked up. Zack over the wall for 1, make it 2. Bucksack again. A pentakill to end game number 1. And they're going to be able to clean up 3 in that fight to bring themselves ever closer. The backside, the backdoor entry will only find an inhibitor before it is contested. Fire Theft and Cattle Die Roof do not have the room to end this game. ASU, have they bought enough time with that inhibitor take? No. Zack, Nintendo are shoving in that bottom wave we highlighted earlier. They will take an inhibitor, and the ASU players cannot get back to their base.
Oh no, that's so heartbreaking for them. The inhibitor respawns right as they go for the TP for the backdoor. That is the ultimate, just heartbreaker there for ASU. They're going to be back in base. They're going to try and find another turret, but
Bucksack's still very low, will go down. Fire Theft, you've got to get out of there. Stays ahead, the minion damage. The minion damages finishes it out, but they might have done enough. ASU have to recollect. Cat on Dive Roof did die to Prosperous Cat of all people in the river.
Oh, it's so close right there. Cat gets caught out on the vision ward. They're not able to clear this. And they still have an Elder Drake. There's still a minute on this. They can take this wave. And with Izo's ultimate up, this is a dangerous position against ASU. They're going to start to upgrade some of the items. Finish this off for Nintendo. Snoops has no flash, and no flash jinx means very, very dangerous against a lot of the mobility on Colombia.
Second inhibitor will fall. Cat and Fire Theft are not up. Elder still in hand. This should be game. Colombia just have to dot the I's, cross the T's, into the back line. Stoops into stasis, forced into stasis, and Rovex cleans everything up. They have done it. Colombia, Rovex, a triple kill to win the game number 3, 37 minutes in.
Oh my god, and Rovex, we talked about him being a carry for this team. They didn't want to see it from the desk. They didn't want to see him on something like a melee. Well, here you go. You get his Lucian. You get a little bit of a treat for yourselves. That was such a difficult game. ASU almost came back in that, TJ. They were knocking on the Nexus. They got a whole turret for themselves. But that right there, they found picks around the Elder. Didn't matter.
What a game. Truly spectacular time here. I'm so thankful I got to sub in for this game in particular.
Wow.
Wow is the right turn of phrase.
Okay, and man, that's nuts.
I was gonna say the most important part of that, obviously, congratulations to Colombia. But now we get to look at their next round matchup. And I don't know if we have the results, but it is either Houston. It is Maryville. Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say I'm gonna predict Maryville comes out of that matchup. And so, congratulations, Colombia, a tough fought win. Now you get to play Maryville in the next round. That also looks to be a very good match.
Exactly. And I mean, you look at this was a team that is also from the North Conference, right? Purdue, Columbia, they got knocked out in the quarterfinals by Purdue in the North Conference, and they got put in because of the new committee that was instated this year. So they got the vote in, and a bunch of the vote-in teams are making it all the way to the round of 8. I mean, Buffalo made it in, another vote-in team, Bethany, and now the Cougars. So I'm loving it. We've expanded to not only 32, we've expanded all the way up to 32 teams, and now we're seeing some of the best collegiate programs that we have here.
And Colombia showed their flexibility in that game, showed the depth of their roster. We have Bucksack in the bot lane popping off pentakills, Rovex stepping up across all 3 games as a carry. Just a really, really spectacular series. That's going to wrap it up for us, though. Thank you very much for watching. My name has been TJ. That's been Ulk. I'm going to throw things over to the desk for one last time. They've got an interview. They've got a whole lot of analysis. You won't want to miss any of it.
This right here is Collegiate League of Legends at its finest. This is why we do the things we do. We support our clubs. We watch and play this game. The back and forth, the minutia between these two, the TPs, the backdoors, and the inhibitors coming out right at the last second, all to end it off through second Elder, many Barons, and a triple kill by the end. Let's just get her out of the way. It was interview diff off. Obviously, you know, I interviewed Columbia College. It makes so much sense, though. I predicted them to win too. Although it wasn't the 2-0, it was still the 2-1. But B, let's start off by breaking down that game, bro, because we do got a little bit to go through. But talk to me about that.
Yeah, and we gotta go back. We got to go back to the very beginning here, Ravi, and see where it all kind of started. And so the big thing too is that we saw Rovex start to. We saw Rovex have a lot of impact in the early game on the Lucian. Was able to get a lot of lane priority, and it seemed like the story of the whole series. Both mid laners, men on a singular mission, and it was trying to impact other lanes. And at the end of the day, it seemed like the pattern was that early dragon control is what led you to the win here. CC got the early drakes. They got that ocean soul, which was so important for them going into the later stages of the game, because especially you have a lot of range poke there. You have Lucian, you have Ezreal. So we saw getting close to that first Elder fight, how important that poke was, because you actually end up taking a cat, you take Cat out of the fight. And it's those kinds of plays that were so impactful.
And those kind of plays continued on throughout the game. Just the push and pull continued. We thought that, Columbia College, like they definitely had a genuine hand on the game. They were playing ASU towards their tempo. They read the draft really well, and they had super solid pushing lanes, and that continued throughout, right? So much so that they had the first two Drakes continued, and even going over the slow point, complete control of bot side, right? Then you even got Oslo slow by the end of it with almost no contention here. Bakari, look at us play right here. You're thinking like maybe ASU come back, but like not really.
No, it feels almost hopeless. You're like, oh, I don't know if they're gonna make it through this one, and it becomes actually terrifying that this game goes back and forth in so many dynamic ways. But this one, this is the end. Like this is where everything finally stops, and we finally confidently know, or we thought we knew who the winner was. At that point, we were all like, oh, okay, they're gonna take no. No, that's not what happened.
No, that is not.
Why? I
No.
was so distressed when I was like, all right, waiting for the Nexus noise. I'm like writing my notes down, and I was like, it's taking a long time. And I alt tab and I see the base rate. It was essentially a base race, and that stressed me out. It's one Nexus. Sorry, I meant it's one inhibitor that really like won the game. And the sixth member of CC is an inhibitor. So that was it was all timing. It was like, I mean, there is skill involved here. Don't get me wrong, but this was so fun. It was so cinematic to watch the highs, the lows. There's a denouement in here. There's a Deus Ex Machina in here. It is so dynamic. I love it. I think that when I'm old and in my bed, ready to go, I'm gonna have this playing in the background. I'm just gonna have this like last, 2.5 minutes. I'm sure there'll be ceiling TVs or whatever at that point. So I'm tired actually.
I understand. I'm getting genuine arrhythmia as just within just the past little bit that we saw of the game, because that right there is where ASU make their stronghold known. They hold down the base to get a couple of picks, and then the fight continues. They continue getting these fights beat down. They continue pushing their lead forward, going down from Ocean Soul, down from almost 6,000 gold with one turret left. They're thinking, yo, we got this. But did they really?
Well, then they didn't. The problem ends up being that second Elder Dragon that CC got for themselves. At that point, it was too late. You don't have numbers. You don't have the best buff in the game that your opponents are sprinting towards you with. There was really no way to come back from that point on. But ASU absolutely put up a fantastic fight. From the clip previous to this one, you see Fire Theft bring them back into the game. A fantastic Gnar ulti into what was almost a wipe. And that's what got them the first Elder Drake. But the fact that CC held on was the key moment there. The fact that they didn't fall to that Elder buff, and that was the only one ASU ever managed to get.
We've been holding on as well because we do have an interview all ready to go as well with the main man Rovex, who is our MVP for this series. His pressure was felt, his presence was known, and in our heart of hearts, we all knew that he was a fantastic thing. I believe he is with us. So we will thank Beatdown Bullet for being on the desk with us for today, and thank you all for watching as well. So don't go nowhere, Beatdown, but stick around. I'm sure we'll see you in a little bit, fam. But we'll get ready to bring in Rovex in just a couple of seconds. But I be my main man Rovex, bro. Welcome to the desk. What a fantastic series. I gotta say real quick, bro, is your heart racing as fast as mine is? Please let me know.
Yeah, definitely is.
That was absolutely nuts. Like genuinely, like well done for having the wherewithal and the endurance. That's the thing I think more than anything that's incredibly impressive is that you guys didn't give up at any point. Not even. You were just fighting the whole time. And I imagine a game 3 like that has to take it out of you. How do you feel?
Lost of words. Like that game 3, when we were just cycling Drakes over and over again, like we got the soul, right? It was like, that game's so easy. It's game 3, right? Like
We're done.
second game, draft was a little bad. Game 3, next thing you know, we're like ace at their bot tower. I'm like, what? So like we didn't even think AOC was gonna be that hard, but like my heart started racing. Like I played too many matches to be like getting all worked up about this, but like, man, we threw so hard, and so that game was just unnecessarily like not good for my heart.
Listen, it would have been easier if you'd listened to me about your draft, but I understand. I'm not your coach. I don't tell you what to do. Speaking of coaches, that first Kiana pick, does that get resistance from your team or anybody? Like it was such an off meta pick, and I thought it was so freaking good. It really was. Like there were so many clutch Kiana plays there. You outperformed in every possible aspect. So do they resist that? Did they at first? Did you have to prove yourself on that Kiana?
No, I think for the most part, like I have a lot of luxury on this team. I just say pick me this, and then my team trusts me, and I really adore my team for that.
That's so good to hear. The trust is the factor that you really want to shoot for. So I'm really glad to hear that you guys have that dynamic. And it's very obvious in the way that your team play comes through that there's a lot of trust and a lot of good cooperation. Ravish, how about you guys ask a few questions here?
Bro, but yeah, let me go ahead and get at you with the mic with a little bit, fam. So real quick, so I was talking to Izo a couple of days ago, and he was saying, he's new with the team. It's his first year playing with y'all, and he's here to learn, adapt, and evolve, right? Which I think y'all have done such a fantastic job of. I remember watching y'all back in the day, seeing Rovex's Sims come that far in UPL too. But talk to me a bit about your journey to coming down to CC, and what this win really cements for y'all moving into top 8.
That's a long question.
That's okay. Take your time.
So I think first off, when we were Rovex Sims, we had our original roster for this year with Andy and Keel. And then, halfway they decided like, man, school's not for me. And they both went to academy. So we were kind of in shambles. And then we just had a last second put in Nintendo and Buckstack. And obviously we had to get voted back in. Like our team synergy wasn't really quite there. We didn't have a good grasp of the meta, but everything kind of aligned for itself. Like a lot of my champion pool is melee AD champs, but we always had that issue with like when everyone was just picking Udi or Hecarim, AP jungle meta rolls around, the boys get a few good scrims. Then, it just snowballs from there.
That's what we'd like to hear, bro. Kari, why don't you give us one more question and then I'll close this off.
So in the Battle of the Moms, is it Fire Theft or Izo's mom that wins?
Oh, what? Not even a question. Izo's mom. Of course. You see it in the Twitch chat.
Loyalty. We like to see the loyalty.
When did I see Fire Theft's mom in the Twitch chat? Not me. It wasn't me. I didn't see it.
It's Mother's Day. Everybody wins. Everybody wins on Mother's Day. So, hey, Rovex, there's so many good plays. If you have a reel, you get to put that in there. You killed it.
Yeah.
You should be proud. Your whole team should be proud.
Just final question, of course, to any final shout outs you want to give out to anybody out there too, including your mom, of course, if you want to do. What's up?
Especially my mom. Give me birth. I'm playing League all day. So got her. My dad too. My whole family. I'd like to thank the CC, especially Bucksack and Nintendo. They really like. They thought they were retired. Keel Andy came in, solid picks, retirement home. They came out. They showed up today.
Get the gang back together.
So yeah, I mean, it's a squad. One last run.
Job. One final job.
All of them are graduating. So Papa Chow's graduating. Nintendo's graduating.
What?
Zach's not coming back. So it's just me and Izo, and I don't know. We just gotta win it one time for the boys. One time.
Feels good. That's so good. That makes it even better.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, bro. Now, with that being said, fam, I do really appreciate you coming on, talking to us, bro. GG's fantastic stuff, an amazing series. I cannot wait to see where y'all go from here, though. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
We're seeing you. Welcome back, B-Town. I appreciate you showing your face with us again, bro. You're wonderful as always. But for here on out, I think that is going to do it for us for right here on Upsurge Esports. I do want to thank you all for watching. With the round 16 being over, we'll be moving on to the top 8 going into the next. But I said it before at the beginning, I'll say it again here at the end. This is why you support your local colleges. This is what Collegiate League of Legends is all about. The blood, sweat, and tears, and the hours and hours of hard work that so many of these players, honestly, all of them, put into every single day. Why they are here and why we see them show up today, right? Because they all play their heart out no matter what. So if you get a chance to support your local colleges, support your local esports teams, because I know it would mean the world to them and it means the world to us for you to be able to do so. For everybody, we want to give a big thank you for all of us at Upsurge Esports and, of course, Yay at the Academy. Right, this was a fantastic time, and I could not stop smiling throughout all of it. Kari, beat down. Any final thoughts from you all?
I've never had a better broadcast experience. The production team to the Academy stream, I think we were all just really excited to be here. So thank you so much, specifically production. We ran you through the ringer with our changing minds and asking you to pull clips, and you rose to every single occasion. And the hardest memeing production team this side of the Mississippi. So
Beat down. Anything for me?
Not a whole lot to add. I just want to echo Kari's sentiment that everyone here in production has just been really great. Congrats to the teams going to top 8, and good luck next week.
Good luck indeed. So, like we mentioned, right, that'll be it from us here. I have been Ravishing, the most ravishing man of the internet. I appreciate y'all watching, and of course, appreciate all the mothers out there who support all of us. We do have a slideshow. We do a little slideshow for y'all to see us all being cute with their moms, but that'll be it. Y'all take care. Peace.